officially starting in the NBA. Welcome into Clippers Talk.
Here we go, Clips fans.
Clippers Talk with Adam Osland. After every game, download every pod. Clippers Talk's the name. He's a basketball talking golden god.
New episodes after every game on demand.
Follow Clippers Talk wherever you get your podcasts.
Clippers.
Good to be with you guys. It's like Christmas morning. I'm excited. We'll see what the Clippers do. We'll be tracking everything here. Clippers related, unrelated Clippers news, even if it's some Lakers news and it's upsetting. You know, if we get to that point, I think I have some appropriate sound if the Lakers make a good move, you know.
God damn! God damn! God damn!
If I think the Lakers make a good move, you'll hear that. If the Clippers make a move, you'll hear this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We also have, when there's a trade alert going on, a military-like airstrike alarm. Hopefully no war veterans here with PTSD. I can change it if that's the case. But this is what we got going on. Jose is in here from Brazil, as I do my best Street Fighter 2 when you're going to play and fight Blanca sound. Grant Mona is in here. Grant, I might need to call you in at some point. I know you might be working right now. We will have some guests. First guest coming up at 3:30 will be Tomer Azarli from Clutch Points. After that, we will have Justin Rousseau on. And then Big Shot Bob Flom for a little bit of hate, of course. We have to balance things out. Robert Flom from 213 Hoops will be here. Law Murray may be here joining at some point. Oh, Quentin Cornett is back in here. Hey, Adam, it's all Clippers love, my friend. Appreciate you. Go Clippers. Oh, that's quite the change of tune from what we heard from you yesterday when you were telling me, let Nico Batum go to some other team. Well, Nico Batum is back. How about that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Nico Batum intends to sign a 2-year, $11.5 million deal to return to the Los Angeles Clippers. Sources tell ESPN. This was from Shams Charania. The deal includes a team option as well as a trade kicker. Batum's agent negotiated the contract for the reunion. So while not officially official yet, kind of a big deal. Nico Batum is back and intends to sign a 2-year, $11.5 million deal. Who told you yesterday, if there's one thing I'm sure about in free agency, that it's Nico Batum coming back to the Clippers? Out of all the things I was sure about yesterday, it's Nico Batum being back with the Clippers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Congratulations to the Clippers, the Batums. You couldn't leave us. We couldn't let that happen. Remember, I posted this out when he originally opted out of the deal. I thought it was funny. I don't know if you guys will feel the same way. I will share my screen with y'all here, but you may remember what a certain former coach of the Denver Nuggets said at the championship parade rally.
Hell no. Hell no.
Is Nico Batum leaving the Clippers? Is he going anywhere?
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
I tried to tell y'all. So let's see. So far, I've been hot. I had the James Harden deal. I said it was going to be 2 years, $80 million. It ended up being 2 years, $81.5 million. I was
I don't
close.
know. What did the numbers say? Shit.
Well, then said
I don't know. What did the numbers say? Shit.
$81.5 million. I was very close there. Quentin Cornett is now saying, it's not what I said, Adam. I said, let him go to Houston or Dallas and try to win a title. And what did I say? He wants to stay with the Clippers, and the Clippers want him back, Quentin. Maybe you should start listening. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. I have to remind myself of that quite often. It is fabulous news that Nico Batum is back. We're getting strong now.
Getting strong now.
I already talked about the Nico Batum contract. What else do we got here? So I could run through some of the rumors from the more credible reporters out there, but the first thing I want to do is let you know that the salary cap numbers are in for the 25-26 season. This deserves an alarm. Your salary cap figures are this. As expected, we got 10% growth from last season. The salary cap is now at $154.5 million. That means the luxury tax is about $187 million. The Clippers are about $8 million under that currently. The first apron is $195 million. The second apron is $207. Make it $208 million. Minimum team salary, the salary cap floor is about $139 million. The non-taxpayer mid-level exception that the Clippers have, we all thought it'd be $14.1 million. It is $14.1 million. The biannual exception is $5 million. The Clippers don't have that. They used it on Nico Batum last year. The tax mid-level is $5.6 million, exactly what we thought. The room mid-level is $8.7 million. So how does this all pertain to the Clippers? Well, let me show you my screen here. I think this will help. So again, keep in mind, the luxury tax is at $188 million. We'll round up $100,000. The luxury tax is at $188 million. The Clippers currently, I will share my screen with you. This includes the Nico Batum contract, and this is coming from Yassi Goslin. The Clippers are at $179 million in total salaries. They're looking to stay below the luxury tax. Yes, they got about $8.7 million to work with, plus the non-tax, we'll call it the full mid-level exception of $14.1 million. They are about $17 million below the first apron. If you use that full mid-level, which they're going to, you are capped at the first apron. So when you look at the luxury tax space of about $9 million, remember a veteran minimum is about $3.3 million. So they could bring in a couple of guys with that. And then they also can split up the non-taxpayer mid-level exception of $14.1 million to multiple players. Does that make sense? Does that make sense at all? Let's make some more sense of things here. There were a couple of reports coming out from Chris Haynes. Chris Haynes, he is one of the best newsbreakers in the game. You guys were talking about LeBron James yesterday and that cryptic kind of post from Rich Paul, his agent. Well, here is the update when it comes to LeBron James, because I know some people were photoshopping him in a Clippers jersey.
He told me there has been no trade discussions. There have been no trade talks with the Lakers. There's been, people, I ain't gonna throw teams out there, but people have been speculating on certain teams that he might be interested in. I told all that talk is false, that there has been no trade talk. There has been no extension talk. He clearly opted in and he wants to win. And he believes the Lakers have what it takes to maximize Luka timeline, but also maximize and prioritize his timeline. So that's what Rich Paul wanted to get clear.
So that was information with the conversation coming from Rich Paul to Chris Haynes. Doesn't look like LeBron James is going anywhere anytime soon. So we can nip that in the bud right now. What about Jonathan Kuminga? Chris Haynes has an opinion on that.
So what's the actual market for Jonathan Kuminga?
This is what I can say about Jonathan Kuminga. Knowing him, watching, having worked out and observed his workouts in Miami. I've caught a few of his workouts down there. Kuminga is somebody who is extremely confident in his talent. Extremely confident in his talent. He believes he can be a major player in this league, star-level player. With that being said, I wouldn't be surprised if he betted on himself and just accepted the qualifying offer to go into unrestricted free agency next summer. I haven't talked to, this is not any intel, this is just me knowing him, knowing what type of individual he is. I don't see him taking below his value on a 2 or 3, 4 year deal just to get a deal done. He believes that he can play in this league and be a major factor. And he believes in himself. So with that being said, I would lean towards thinking that he probably would hit unrestricted free agency next summer.
Okay, that's interesting. You know my thoughts about Jonathan Kuminga. I would take the risk on him as I share a countdown timer. Free agency starts in... Okay, there you go. See it? Free agency starts in 13 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm a fan of the potential of Kuminga. Yes, it's all potential at this point. It has to be because he hasn't played a lot with the Golden State Warriors. So he could become an unrestricted free agent next summer if he just accepts the qualifying offer and it doesn't turn into some bidding war where a team comes in and the two teams that are rumored to be interested in him are the Miami Heat and the Chicago Bulls. If they come in with an offer, Golden State could match. He could be a restricted free agent that way. They could not match. He could leave and go to those teams. They could, I believe, negotiate a sign and trade as well. But yes, Jonathan Kuminga, that's at least Chris Haynes' opinion on it. He's looking to get more money. And I respect a guy that has faith in his abilities and wants to test himself. He wants to play more. I don't have a problem with that. I got 4 Diet Cokes, by the way, here. I should sound the alarm on that. That's scary. I don't know if you guys can see that. Here's 1. Here's 2. That one's open. Here's another one. I'm loaded. I'm ready to go. I've been on about a 21-hour fast. I am ready for free agency to start. So you got your Jonathan Kuminga update as well. Don't know what's going to happen, but those are the teams that are interested. Let me give you a few more little notes here that you should be aware of. Some of the prevailing reporting, and this was done by, at least it was curated by AP Hoops on here, who is a big Clippers fan, and I think is interested in the salary cap and just wants to make sure he's keeping everyone informed about all the different possibilities going on in free agency, and most of it is Clippers centered. I want to see if I can find that tweet from him. It was a good one, talking about a lot of the guys and where they could be going currently based on reporting from your usuals, Shams Charania, Mark Stein, Chris Haynes, as we just listened to here. But I want to see, because he put together a damn good list. Oh, you know what? I got it, I think, right here. So some of the rumors that are out there: DeAndre Ayton to the Lakers. DeAndre was bought out of his contract last night by the Portland Trail Blazers. He sacrificed $10 million. He was owed $35 million this year. To get out of that contract, he sacrificed 10. So there's a possibility he's looking to make $10 million in free agency to make up for the money that he gave up with the Portland Trail Blazers. And of course, the Lakers are a likely candidate because they need help at the center position.
And I ain't worried about the mustard yellow Lakers. I ain't worried about none of them. The faker, snaker Lakers.
That's one rumor. Another is the Lakers are interested in Brook Lopez. By the way, the Golden State Warriors could be interested in both these centers as well. They have a need too. Kevon Looney is a free agent. I like him for the Clippers. Clint Capella. Can I speak one more into existence? I was right about Batum. I was almost dead on with the money with James Harden. I would like Clint Capella to be a Clipper. I believe it was according to Jake Fisher that they are interested in Capella. The Clippers also interested in Luke Cornett, according to Jake L. Fisher. Clint Capella back with James Harden. That would be something there. Malcolm Brogdon has been rumored to be linked to the Kings. They're also linked to Dennis Schroeder, to Russell Westbrook. Miles Turner, it looks like he's going to work something out with the Indiana Pacers. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, he's rumored to be linked up with the Atlanta Hawks. They have a $25 million trade exception. I know we'd all love to get Neil Alexander-Walker, but I think he's going to get more than the $14.1 million full mid-level exception the Clippers have to use. Gershon Yabusele, I'm a big fan of him. It would be interesting because he'd be a hybrid, a guy that can play power forward, a guy that can play backup center as well. He played both for the Philadelphia 76ers last year. San Antonio Spurs have been linked to him. Chris Paul, we talked about this yesterday. The Clippers and Suns have been rumored to be linked with him. Luke Cornett, I just mentioned him. Clippers are interested. So are the Spurs. So are the Boston Celtics in keeping him in Boston. The Green Hornet. D'Angelo Russell, rumored to be linked to the Dallas Mavericks. Duncan Robinson, he could, as he opted out, re-sign with the Miami Heat. Karis LeVert, linked to the Pistons. Dorian Finney-Smith, linked to the Houston Rockets. Dennis Schroeder, I mentioned. The Kings might be after him. Mo Wagner could be coming back to the Orlando Magic. The Magic are also interested in Tyus Jones. Tim Hardaway Jr., haven't heard any suitors for him yet. Russell Westbrook could be going to the Kings, could be going back to the Denver Nuggets. Jonathan Kuminga, the Miami Heat and Chicago Bulls, linked to him. Jake LaRavia, somebody I like, an underrated forward. He's been linked to the Lakers. I don't like that. I would like him as a Clipper, not a Laker.
And I ain't worried about the mustard yellow Lakers. I ain't worried about none of them. The faker, snaker Lakers.
Kyle Lowry could be with the 76ers still. Cam Thomas likely will be back with the Nets. Santi Aldama, restricted free agent, most likely returns with the Memphis Grizzlies. His name has been brought up. Gary Trent Jr. The Bulls and Bucks are interested in him. Obviously, he was with the Bucks this past season. Jericho Sims also linked to the Bucks, as it sounds like they could be losing Brook Lopez. I'm going to Disneyland. He could be going back to LA with the Lakers. I wouldn't be shocked if that's somebody the Clippers are interested in as well at the backup center position. Let me check the latest now with Shams Charania. What do you got for me? Mike Brown will have a second meeting with the New York Knicks for their head coaching job and has emerged as a strong candidate. Sources tell ESPN. We also have ESPN up. Can use the audio when necessary. Right now there's a tennis match. Tennis, anyone? I don't know if Wimbledon's going on. I don't know the stakes, nor do I care. My guy was Marat Safin back in the day. Uh-oh. No, okay. False alarm. Now, speaking of false alarms, if you are someone that wants to come in here and just troll and spread misinformation, well, you're going to get a timeout. Those are the rules. That's how it works on this free agency spectacular here on Clippers Talk. Noah Bullock asking about Amir Coffey. It is reported that Amir Coffey and Ben Simmons, both unrestricted free agents who were with the Clippers this past season, are looking to get more than the veteran minimum of $3.3 million. Frank White says, hell no, Clint Capella is trash. He is not. If you watched him or watched any of the tape as I have recently from last season, yes, he got replaced in the starting lineup by Okongwu because they knew they were going to let him go in free agency and they wanted to move on and they wanted to have young guys in there. But he is still good and would be, I think, a very good backup center. He obviously has plenty of familiarity with James Harden. He's got great hands, great rim runner still. He is not washed by any stretch of the imagination, Clint Capella. Ty Jerome has been linked to the Memphis Grizzlies. They also are trying to open up money so they can renegotiate the contract with Triple J and then also give him a contract extension with Jaren Jackson Jr. That's word out of Memphis right now. Coffee in a sign-and trade scenario, says Venkata. I don't know how likely that would be. Yes, Tyus Jones, he is a possibility, a backup point guard for the Clippers. I would like him. He was with Phoenix last year. Interesting about Tyus Jones. He ended up putting up, I was looking this up last night. If you look at his numbers, remember he was in Washington before he was with Phoenix for 1 year last season. He shot, 5 3-pointers per game last season for the Phoenix Suns. He shot exactly 41.4% from three last year. That's the exact same number, 41.4% from three, that he shot with Washington the year before that. You want to talk about consistency from Tyus Jones. 41.4%. You can just write it in with pen, I guess. He's going to be at that level again. He averaged 10 points per game, 5 assists. Remember, this is somebody that when he was with Memphis and a couple of years ago, it was John Moran out with an ankle injury for about 25 games. He really thrived in the starting lineup. Tyus Jones, the only downside with him is he's only 6'1". He's on the smaller side, and the Clippers do like positional size. All right, we're 3 minutes away from the start of free agency. And guys, I'm expecting contracts to get done like that. You see it every year. Now there's no tampering going on. For some reason, though, it only took 5 seconds for this player to sign with this team, but they weren't negotiating beforehand. How do you regulate stuff like that? It's too difficult. Now, the Clippers, obviously, you were able to negotiate with guys that are already on your team, and that's where the James Harden and Nico Batum news came from. Clips or Die said, I could see Coffee getting more than the veteran minimum, but I don't know if Ben gets more than the veteran minimum anywhere else. I don't know either. Adam Wiki said, having surgery today, wish me luck and get me some good free agents, Adam. Adam, thoughts with you during your surgery, thoughts and prayers there. You'll come out of it stronger than ever. Clipper Nation, show Adam a little bit of love here. Not me, this Adam. Adam Wicks. All right. What else do we got here? I got some more sound for you guys. Remember, if the Lakers make a big move, I may have to. Do you remember this TV prank some kids did with their dad where they made it look like the TV was broken, but it was just like a screenshot they put up on the TV of broken glass, and the dad walked in and was like, God damn! God damn! God damn! If the Lakers make a good move, you'll hear that. If the Clippers make a move,
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
If anyone makes a move that's significant, we got the alarm. Sorry if that was a little too loud. I will try to adjust the settings and the volume appropriately. All right, who do we got in here? Appreciate all you guys wishing Adam Wicks good luck with his surgery. Send some positive vibes his way. Clipper Nation is a family. We're in this together as we are just a minute away from the countdown of free agency starting right at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern time. I expect to be hitting this refresh button a lot. I got a tab open for Shams Charania. He is the one who's going to be breaking the biggest news per usual. Woj, we miss you. But I know what he was with St. Bonaventure. He went back to his college to run their basketball team. 23 seconds until free agency starts, guys. Get ready. As the Joker said, and here we go. This is going to be fun. 10 seconds till free agency starts. Happy 2025 free agency season. Let's go. Let the deal start flying. We've reached it. NBA free agency is underway. Welcome into Clippers Talk. If you're just joining us, we got you covered for the next few hours, and maybe I'll end up doing my longest show. I think the longest I've ever gone is 5.5 hours after the Clippers were out of the playoffs. Let me hit that refresh button from Shams Charania. See if we got any news here, anything breaking. We have liftoff here. It's the final countdown. People are saying, come on, Shams, break some news. Give it to us. We need it. I know some teams were negotiating behind the scenes all along. I know how this works. Adam Silver knows how this works. Tampering is just a slap on the wrist. Nobody really cares about it. And teams are negotiating. Come on. I'm refreshing Shams here. Don't have anything yet. But when we have something,
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
we'll be playing that sound. Coming up, we got Tomer Azarli joining the show. Come on, Shams. Give us something here. I know you want to do it. I want you to do it. I want you to do it. More Joker sound. I want you to do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I want you to do it. Shams, break some news here. I'm cracked out on Diet Coke. I need something. Give it to me. Anything yet? You guys got anything? D'Lo to the Mavs says big money Saul. I need to see that. 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 I don't see it from Shams Charania. Who's that coming from? Where is that reporting coming from? Let me refresh something else. Let's see. Everybody has their own tab up, I'm sure, right now. Checking in to see what news could be breaking. Come on, it's that guy Arya again. Maybe he's right. I'm not saying he's been wrong, but maybe he's right. I'm going to wait for Shams Charania, something a little bit more official here. There are rumors that D'Angelo Russell will be joining the Dallas Mavericks. I would like the fit for them because it's smart. It gives them somebody to hold it down in the backcourt, a ball handler, playmaker, until they get Kyrie Irving back later into the season. At least they're hoping to, coming off of the ACL tear. Has it been made official yet from Shams? That will be when I hit the alarm. But I appreciate you guys keeping me abreast of the situation anyways, even if it's not coming from the most credible source. I mean, the guy has been kind of on it. Who is he working for? Sources say, who is this guy working for? Ari? Is that how you say it? Somebody wants news on Giannis Antetokounmpo. I don't think he's going anywhere. That's some reporting from me. Woj would have already had something by now. Come on, Lawrence Frank. We need you to cook. I already have, of course, some Photoshops on standby in the chamber when Lawrence Frank makes a move for the Los Angeles Clippers. Do we got anything yet? Shams, give me something. Shams Charania, please. You're not going to like it. Ari, how do you say that guy's name? Is that the guy out of USC that said Kawhi Leonard was going to the Lakers? Is that the same guy? Do you guys think it's Woj's burner? We are 4 minutes in and nobody's made a move, at least significant enough for Shams Charania. Come on, I got SportsCenter up over here.
The years and it's helped him a couple different
They're
times.
talking about the NFL,
To find those
Miami
raises.
Dolphins and Jalen Ramsey. It's NBA free agency season. It just started. Give me something, please. Please. Just Chillin' said Clippers are moving through the tides silently. You know, that reminds me of this from our own Clavon.
You don't want to get hit by no Clippers because it's going to cut your ass in half.
Just going to cut the waves in half. The Clippers, that's what they do. They cut those waves in half as they move through the ocean, according to Clavon.
You don't want to get hit by no Clippers because it's going to cut your ass in half.
877-520-1150 is the phone number if you guys would like to get on. If you want to talk about anything that has already transpired, Clippers draft, what you'd like to see here in free agency, we can do it all. Shams, give me something. Give me something. I'm missing Woj right now, too. I was always a Woj guy. The Woj bombs are missed right now. We already got Ron Neal saying worst free agency ever. No deals 5 minutes in. I am shocked. Utterly shocked, mouth agape by this. Honestly. Really. I thought we'd have something by now. Typically you do. Teams are really trying to play it cool. They don't want to be investigated by the NBA for tampering. They know they'll give it away if a deal gets struck 30 seconds after the gates open for free agency. Shifts move in silence. You know, one time somebody said this about Kawhi Leonard. There's this old movie with, let me see if I can bring up the poster for you, Clark Gable and Burt Lancaster. They said this about Kawhi Leonard, that he reminds them of this movie, Run Silent, Run Deep. I'll share the poster with you guys on here. This is from the 50s, Run Silent, Run Deep. Reminds you of the Clippers front office a little bit too. They work in silence, work in stealth, because most didn't have them. Getting Kawhi Leonard back in 2019. They said it was the Lakers. I'm looking at you, Chris Broussard. Come on, Shams, nothing? Still 6 minutes in? It's the most anticlimactic thing ever. I didn't start a half hour early for this. I thought I needed to start a half hour early to set things up because things were going to be going bonkers as soon as free agency open at 3 p.m. Pacific. I don't know. Ari has been on things so far. He has been accurate for the most part. But I'm going to wait to double source it, and I'm going to wait for Shams. We're going to do this right. 877-520-1150. If you guys want to get on, if you want to talk about it, this is obviously Clippers specific with the channel Clippers Talk. But if you got something else to talk about with free agency, with possible trades in the NBA landscape, I am here for that too. Everyone's broke nowadays. There is something to that. There's one team that has a lot of money to spend, and that would be the Brooklyn Nets. They got about $44 million that they can use. Not many other teams are in that position. I think the Clippers have about $9 million outside of the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. Excuse me, the full mid-level exception of $14.1 million. Want to be accurate with that. And for those who just joined, you're listening to Clippers Talk.
Here we go, Clips fans.
Clippers Talk with Adam Osland. After every game, download every pod. Clippers Talk's the name. He's a basketball talking golden god.
New episodes after every game on demand.
Follow Clippers Talk wherever you get your podcasts.
Clippers.
Still sounds like a fart noise at the end that Bob Schmidt put in from the Fear the Fro podcast. That's what he does. I didn't even ask him to make this. He did this as a gift, like just out of nowhere, just to seal our friendship with a jingle. We are still waiting for the first big move to happen here, unless I missed it while I was playing the jingle here. Shams, do you have anything? Give me something. I cannot believe this. I'm still looking at a tweet from him from 43 minutes ago. They got a free agency special, I guess, starting at 4 on the Evil 4 letter. I don't know why it wouldn't start at 3. What kind of nonsense is that? Maybe he's telling us something. That's going to take some time. DeAnthony Melton has been linked to the Los Angeles Lakers. Woj might unretire at this point. DeAnthony Melton coming off an ACL tear early in the season with the Golden State Warriors. I like DeAnthony Melton. What does that tell you? If he goes to the Lakers, you're going to hear this sound.
God damn! God damn! God damn!
What?
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
That's the official sound if the Lakers make a good move. I will say this. They're looking strongly at DeAndre Ayton. Ayton has some flaws. Now, a lot of it's just effort and motor, and that's why they couldn't even trade him. They just had to buy him out of that contract for $25 million of the $35 million he was owed in Portland. But DeAndre Ayton, I posted this yesterday, and I'm not saying I wouldn't take him as a backup to Ivica Zubac. Of course I would. I don't think he would accept that, and I think he's going to want too much money, and I think he still wants to have a starter type of role where he's playing 30 minutes a night. But objectively speaking, going off the numbers, they were better with any other center like Robert Williams out there than DeAndre Ayton last season with the Portland Trail Blazers. If you look at the on-off splits, they had a better offensive rating when DeAndre Ayton was off the court. They had a much better defensive rating when DeAndre Ayton was off the court in Portland. So the former number 1 overall pick, well, Lakers fans are fiending for him right now. Something fierce. In fact, it made me think of this sound. If you remember this from Geeter McGee on Lakers Sportsnet LA.
This is your opportunity. Don't overthink it. You're a Laker. Join the team. Let's win a ring and let's rage. This is your opportunity. Don't overthink it. You're a Laker. Join the team. Let's win a ring and let's rage. This is your opportunity.
Yeah, I haven't forgot when they were on their knees for Drummond. That was a different time. That was back in 2022. Shams still does not have any breaking news for us. The one downside, if Ayton goes to the Lakers, for whatever reason, he has gotten the best of Ivica Zubac at times. Zubac is a better player, but DeAndre Ayton has been his kryptonite. So I don't want to have to say that. I'm not rooting for him to go to the Lakers, but if he does, that's probably something worth bringing up, even though you know how I feel about the Los Angeles Lakers.
I hate the Lakers. I hate the Lakers.
Maybe that's part of the reason they would want him. This is the Zoo Stopper. This is the Ruben Patterson for Ivica Zubac. Some people in here want Chris Paul back to the Clippers. I think that's a real possibility. California Kid is saying it over and over again. I hate the Lakers, said Johnny 626. He was asking for it before I even played it.
I hate the Lakers.
877-520-1150, 877-520-1150 if you want to get on. DeAndre Ayton bought out of his contract last night. And then today, Jordan Clarkson was bought out of his contract with the Utah Jazz. Jordan Clarkson's available. I mean, for the right price, I wouldn't mind him. He's a bucket, and he's been a Clippers killer in the past. But the question about John Collins, I know a lot of you are wondering about him because you've been talking about him for 5 bleeping years. Desperately asking the Clippers to bring in John Collins. He's being linked right now to the Miami Heat. He hasn't been bought out. You'd have to trade for him still. But the Miami Heat is the rumored team to get John Collins. I know, that's upsetting to hear. Let's see what we got. Sammy Bean said, how do we feel about Norm? We love Norm. It's just whether or not they can come to a contract agreement between the two that works. And he is due for a big extension, and he deserves it all. If I'm Norm Powell, I'm getting $100 million. I don't know if that would line up with the Clippers. They just brought back James Harden for 2 years, $81.5 million. The second year is a player option, and it's partially guaranteed. So it tells you they did exactly what I've been telling you, and we've been telling you for, 6 months, that they lined up James Harden's deal with the end of Kawhi's deal. So both guys will be off the books in 2027. Therefore, if Norman Powell wants 3 or 4 years on an extension, that doesn't work in the Clippers timeline. Patrick Williams, I like Patrick Williams. Johnny626 says, so you're telling me John Collins isn't a Clipper yet? Yet the operative word, but the rumors are saying, oh, we got action. We got action. Sound the alarms. Breaking according to Shams Charania of ESPN, the Memphis Grizzlies and All-Star Jaren Jackson Jr. are expected to agree on a 5-year, $240 million maximum renegotiation and extension. Sources tell ESPN head of CAA basketball Austin Brown and CAA agent Max Seidman negotiated the new agreement with the Grizzlies. Okay, to be expected. Nothing shocking there. Triple J, he's staying with Memphis. I don't know why people thought maybe he was available. I get it. They traded Desmond Bane, but this is the guy that they're building around. Triple J is not going anywhere. There was the first bit of news from Shams Charania. What else does he add to it? The massive new deal for Jaren Jackson Jr. includes a player option in the final year of the contract in 2029-2030. Memphis secures a franchise cornerstone long-term, prioritizing the 2023 Defensive Player of the Year's extension to begin the offseason. Good for them. Congrats to Triple J. Congrats to Memphis. I like him. He is flawed, and he hasn't showed up in big games or when things got tight at the end of the season. Memphis was reeling and falling down the standings, and that's why they fell into the play-in, just to get swept in the first round by the OKC Thunder. He did not play well. He fouls a lot. He's not a great rebounder. It's no shade. It's just facts. But he's worth that money. He has tremendous upside. How old is he? 25? I will take Ivica Zubac today over Jaren Jackson Jr., but he has the higher ceiling. Yes, he is 25. Zubac, my God, best deal in the NBA. Was he making $18 million this year? So there is your first bit of news. Ralph Clawler is saying, that's not news. Why you got to say it like that? I mean, I already prefaced this earlier when talking about all the rumors and what could happen. I set you up for this. I knew this could happen. It did. Sarah Sheed said, I hope we don't trade Bogey. Norm, DJJ, let's run it back. We went 17-3, make it 18-3 down the stretch. That's a 60-win team. Does that math work? Yeah, that probably works. I would guess that's 18-3 your last 21 games. What do the numbers say? Yeah, I think that would mean you're a 60-win team.
I don't know. What did the numbers say? Shit. I don't know. What did the numbers say? Shit.
Coming up in about 12 minutes, we got Tomer Azarli joining the show from Clutch Points. As it is a free agency edition of Clippers Talk. We're live, of course. We always are, but especially on a day like this. Sarah also said, Adam, how unlucky are Clippers fans? Russ shot good from 3 versus us. Yes, Russell Westbrook somehow had his best shooting series against the Clippers, and then, of course, went back to his usual shooting splits against, in that second round, the OKC Thunder. Russ rumored to be going back to the Nuggets or going to the Sacramento Kings. There was one other team I'm forgetting right now. Attic Waves said CP3 and Brogdon to the Clippers. Sure. I would sign up for that. I like both of those guys. I am furiously refreshing Twitter. Yes, we're still calling it that, I guess. Someone said Shams is taking a nap. Is he waiting till 4 p.m. to break a lot of news because that's when ESPN's show starts? Wait, we got Shams right here.
Assists, rebounds, steals. So the Grizzlies, already, we're about 20 minutes into free agency. They have taken care of some business.
Please keep the battery charged because also Shams reporting
Just
another
got
story.
this. Just got this.
I love this.
I'm going to tweet it now.
Okay. He's going to tweet it right now while we're talking. He just tweeted something else. Doesn't include a player. Shams reporting that Mike Brown will have a second meeting with the Knicks for their head coaching job, and that is he has emerged as a strong candidate. Keep that in mind. We're going to keep an eye on that as Shams continues here into the night. Charge the batteries, Shams. We need you. Thank you so much.
Shams just reported this while he was talking there. Restricted free agent Santi Aldama has agreed to a 3-year, $52.5 million deal to return to the Memphis Grizzlies. I mean, I told you guys, he's a restricted free agent. I didn't expect him to go anywhere. I guess we can stop talking about him going to the Clippers. How did he tweeted that while he was talking there? I gotta respect his game. He was doing some good multitasking. Game recognizes game. I'm familiar with your game now, Shams. Well done. So we've gotten 2 reports so far. They both belong to the Memphis Grizzlies. They're breaking all the news. Man, just hogging the headlines right now. The Grizzlies here. Master Keys came in here and said something I'm not a fan of. If you want to get on, 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. Ralph said Memphis sucks. Okay. You guys still hate on the Memphis Grizzlies because the Clippers played them in back-to-back first-round series in 2012 and 2013? It's good old-fashioned hate. That was a real rivalry in the NBA. Maybe the best rivalry at that time. I'm not saying that's saying a lot, but we played each other in 2 straight years in the playoffs. Clippers won the first time in 7. Memphis won the second time in 6. To be fair, Blake Griffin was nursing an ankle injury. All right, Shams, what do you got for me? What do you got for me next? I'm just glad we got the TV feed we can throw up at any point to hear from Shams as we just did. Yeah, the Mike Brown stuff with him getting another interview with the Knicks, former coach with the Knicks, that wasn't new. He tweeted that out like 45 minutes ago. Had that second meeting with the New York Knicks. That if they settle on bringing back Mike Brown, I'm not saying I understood why you might move on from Tom Thibodeau. He might cap your ceiling. But if you don't have a really good sound backup plan or contingency plans, I don't know. Would they be upgrading, bringing in Mike Brown? Whoever they bring in is putting them in, or they're being put in a pressure cooker situation immediately since, they made it pretty deep into the playoffs in the Eastern Conference Finals. They are expecting to win. Jonathan Ng referring to those old Clippers teams. A ton of teams hated Lob City back then, 2012, 2013. They hate us because they ain't us. I think it was hate for Blake Griffin dunking on everyone and maybe some undeserved hype they felt like it was surrounding the Clippers at that time. They were a really fun team to watch. They had a lot of flair and excitement around them. Master Keys said Lawrence Frank either going to sink or swim today, Clippers fans. Not really. He's a made man. I don't think what Lawrence Frank does today is going to be tied to his ultimate legacy or he's going to get fired or something like that, guys. I have, again, some Lawrence Frank photoshopped images ready to go once he starts cooking here. And he already has. Batum is back. Did you know that? Did you know Nico Batum back on pretty much exactly the deal I thought it would be yesterday? I told you there's nothing I'm more sure about in free agency in the entire NBA than Nico Batum staying with the Clippers. Boonit said, are you on the John Collins train now, Adam? I've always been fine with John Collins for the right price. I'm just not as desperate for him as some people have been for 5 years now. I'm okay with it for the right price, for the right deal. I'm interested. Jake LaRavia is another guy I'm into. Yabusele. Any of those guys at forward, I would be down with if the Clippers could find a way. Chris G said, hopeful we make the right choices in this free agency. Coming up, we'll see if I made the right choice because Tomer Azarli from Clutch Points will be joining us about 5 minutes from now. Nothing new from Shams Charania outside of him expanding upon Jaren Jackson Jr. and that $240 million extension he got with the Memphis Grizzlies. Damian said, with Boston and Indy out next year, the Knicks have to make the finals or it's a failed season. I suppose. Santi back with the Grizz. I told you guys the entire time while people kept asking me about Santi Aldama, I'm like, he's a restricted free agent. They can just match. I don't think they let go of Desmond Bane to also let go of Santi Aldama. He's young. He's good. I don't know how good he is defensively with switchability from the forward position, but he can shoot it. He's young enough. They drafted him. Why would they let him go? How much can we offer CP3 that's not the mid-level exception? Veterans minimum is $3.3 million to my knowledge. That's the vet min. Spit it out, Osland. So $3.3 million to come home, not just to the Clippers, but back to LA for CP3. Would you do it? I think you would. I don't think I'm not the biggest fan of Triple J right now, but he's 25 and he can get so much better. So much better. His ceiling is extremely high because of rim protector with outside shooting. Can he be peak Anthony Davis in the bubble when AD hit everything, shot 40% from three? I'm not trying to hate. Somebody just said, I'm going to poke Lawrence Frank with a stick if he doesn't do anything in the next hour. Let Lawrence Frank cook on his own time. Remember the moves he made last season. He cooked. DJ, Chris Dunn, Batum. We were all for it. We loved it. Letting PG go. We loved it. Were you on the right side of history? How much can Phoenix offer, Chris Paul? I think are they still over the second apron? If they are, they can only offer him 3.3. Veterans minimum. Master of Keys said, I think Lawrence Frank will come through. That's the positivity I'm looking for. I'm also looking for Shams to break some more news here. Let's see. Tim A. about Memphis said Triple J would benefit with Ja being more available, which is obvious. Yeah. Last season, they tried more ball movement, less high pick and roll with the ball in Ja's hands as much. I think they're going to go back to just straight pick and roll with he and Triple J a lot more. And of course, there are other big. PJ O'Brien said Zoo and Dunn for Monk and Murray. I'm not trading Zoo. Are you out of your mind? Then sign Ayton. Thoughts? My thoughts? No. The Clippers would lose that trade. No. Come on. What kind of trade package is that?
It can always be worse.
I don't know if it can be much worse than that, Zoo.
It can always be worse.
Zoo is a legit top 5 center. I will take Ayton as a backup to Zoo. But have you watched DeAndre Ayton at all? He has serious motivation issues. He didn't play in a game because it was snowing outside and he said he couldn't make it. Well, the fans in Portland all made it to that game at Moda Center. Apparently he couldn't. I look, if DeAndre Ayton came as a backup, I'm all in. But come on. Look at the people in the chat. That trade buns. I think he's saying that trade is ass. Someone's saying, hell nah. Ban whoever says to trade Zoo. That is insane. TSR. Oh, you're in Melbourne, Australia? Call in. It's nearly 8:30 a.m. I've got you on the big screen at home. Just want to thank you for all your hard work and entertainment, mate, says Sam in Australia. Sam, did you call in before? Somebody called in from Australia once before. We're here for you. Justin Davis said, Zoo going nowhere. Imagine Ayton and CP3 off the bench. Sure, but Ayton has had, I don't know if it's motivation, motor issues. He's known as a guy that doesn't play hard every minute he is out there. I'm not against it, but I'm not giving up Zoo for him. Chris G said, I don't know why fans expect a signing so right away when time after time again, we've seen the Clippers go under the radar with a free agent signing in their own time. But didn't the DJ signing happen like immediately after free agency opened last year? It has happened. Uh-oh. Here we go. Free agent forward Dorian Finney-Smith has agreed to a 4-year, $53 million deal with the Houston Rockets. Sources tell ESPN. Finney-Smith's agent. They negotiated. I don't need to read the rest of this agent jargon. Yes, they got a 3-and-D wing. DFS to the Rockets. He's gone. There was a rumor earlier today. It wasn't just a rumor. It was reported by somebody within the Lakers. I want to make sure I get this right and give him credit because this report was insane, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing about Rob Pelinka and the situation with Dorian Finney-Smith. It was being reported that he was intentionally tanking Dorian Finney-Smith's value by telling teams that he had an ankle injury and he was cooked. That was reported out there by Anthony Irwin, LA, at Anthony Irwin, LA. Rob Pelinka, according to Anthony Irwin, LA, was telling teams that DFS had an ankle that was in bad shape to tank his free agency value so they could bring him back for a cheaper deal. That is, wow. That is a bad look if that is true. Oh, we got more action here. Here they come. Free agent center forward Paul Reed has agreed to a 2-year, $11 million deal to return to the Detroit Pistons. Reed played a versatile role for the Pistons front court. Congratulations to Paul Reed, one-time Clipper, I want to say. I believe that is the case. All right, somebody who covers the Clippers, who better be covered up, or at least people in the background better be. You know what that means. It is back on the show. Tomer Azarli from Clutch Points. Tomer, thanks for joining me here today. I can see you on camera. Just know that. So, are you decent? Decent. You look like you got clothes on. Does your brother have clothes on? What's going on?
He does have clothes on. I will say I'm actually using Firefox this time, and I can see myself. So it definitely is a Chrome issue.
The power of technology. Sorry, Google's stock is tanking after you just said that in after-hours trading.
I'm about to sell off in after hours. Yeah, I'm about to sell off my stuff.
Tomer Azarli, Clippers reporter, NBA reporter for Clutch Points, is on with us as we are just about 33 minutes in to free agency opening up in the NBA. Tomer, again, thanks for doing this. If I interrupt you during this interview, it's only because there's a lot of breaking news going on, including Dorian Finney-Smith leaving the Lakers. He just got a 4-year, $53 million deal with the Houston Rockets. He was rumored to go to the Rockets. It has happened. Man, do they have enough switchability and wing depth? I mean, this is a crazy move for them. But the craziest part of this to me was, did you hear that rumor that Rob Pelinka was trying to tank his trade value? Did you hear that?
I did not personally hear that. My colleague, Anthony Irwin, I believe, was the one who reported that. I think it was like an ankle injury or something. Yeah, that's wild. I don't know. I didn't hear that myself, but that's insane if that's true. That's absolutely absurd for someone to try and do.
I didn't realize he was your colleague. He's at Clutch Points, Anthony Irwin. Let me play the video of him breaking this news, if I can find it here, that is a very, very bad look by Rob Pelinka, should that be true. And Anthony Irwin is putting his reputation on the line here, reporting this. Can I find the effing video? Did he take it down?
I think I think it was a fan who posted it. You can look up a fan. I think he said like Pelinka. I think it was Rob was a keyword and knee was a keyword. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Rob Pelinka. I'll check under media on X. Do we have any breaking news
text
here?
it to you. I have it.
You got it?
I just
put
sent
it in
to you.
there.
Yeah.
Memphis Grizzlies continue to make moves here. Cam Spencer has agreed to a 2-year, $4.5 million guaranteed contract with them. Okay, Memphis Grizzlies, like, how are they the team? They're getting everything done right now. Okay, you just posted the video. I'm going to play it here. It's just so shocking. I at least want to share the screen and let people hear it because I wouldn't believe it either. I wouldn't believe me.
I will say
Listen,
I think in the reply he did specify that it was an ankle, not a knee thing. I think he misspoke.
Right. But the kind of the underhanded part of this remains.
Word is
let's listen
that the word out there is that Rob Pelinka was going out there and talking to teams about Dorian's knee to try to tank Dorian's free agency value and the offers that could potentially come in on him. Word is that got back to Dorian and his camp, and now you have a situation here where even if the Lakers came in with an offer above what the Houston Rockets are prepared to offer, I think I saw something in the ballpark of 4 years at the full mid-level exception for Dorian whenever he goes to Houston. This is a tough look. The word out there is that Rob Pelinka was going out there and talking to.
All right, so there was Anthony Irwin. That's what we were discussing. That's the full context of it, and he did, as Tomer corrected, he did say it was an ankle, not a knee that he was telling teams was cooked. That's bad business if that's the case, because apparently Dorian Finney-Smith heard that, and now he is signing with the Houston Rockets for just about the full mid-level exception over 4 years. It's 4 years, $53 million. So DFS, who was friends, obviously, with Luka Doncic from his Dallas Mavericks days, he is moving on from the Lakers, and that is a significant loss. And they do have, I believe, Tomer, correct me if I'm wrong, but because he opted out of his contract, the Lakers do also have the 14.1 full mid-level exception. Is that true?
I believe they do. Yes, I believe they do.
Okay. So the Lakers can find a way to, I guess, pivot after losing Dorian Finney-Smith. Have you heard anything regarding DeAndre Ayton, since we're talking Lakers here, who ended up taking a buyout of $10 million less? He was owed $35 million this year. To get the buyout, he took $10 million less at $25 million from Portland. So he may be looking for $10 million now in free agency, and there's a lot of rumors surrounding him with the Lakers. I don't know if you've heard anything about him with the Lakers or the Clippers or anybody else.
Yeah, just to confirm, the Lakers do have their non-tax mid-level at $14.1 million after Dorian Finney-Smith opted out. As far as Ayton, it seems like that's. I know it's not official or public or anything, but it seems like he's kind of a lock to go to the Lakers, in my opinion, mostly because you look at he shares an agent with Luka Doncic, and I think that's the only real place that you could have a starting role for him. Again, this is just my opinion. I think obviously he's going to have his meetings and see what situation makes the most sense for him. But you look at who Luka's looking for. He's looking for a kind of a rim running lob threat. That's what Ayton is. And then I think when you look at maybe a guy like Brook Lopez, I think the Lakers could use him as like a backup, play him with LeBron as a kind of pick and pop five. So I think Ayton to the Lakers makes the most sense. and I think that's probably one that is one to watch. But I'm not going to say it's a done deal. I think the fact that he shares an agent with Luca is probably a good sign, but still a lot to be determined about what potential opportunities are there.
Here's a guy who could get bought out because we got more news from Memphis, courtesy of Shams Charania. They're talking with Cole Anthony's representatives and working toward a resolution that allows Memphis to create the necessary cap space to renegotiate and extend Jaren Jackson Jr. while giving Anthony the opportunity to find his next destination. Cole Anthony is owed $13 million. There's a good chance he is going to be a free agent very soon here. I wouldn't mind Cole Anthony for the right price as a backup with the Clippers. Do you think backup point guard, ball handling duties is something they're seeking out, Tomer?
I'm sorry, for which team? I was reading the tweet. I'm sorry, for which team?
It's all Clippers all day, baby. Are the Clippers looking for any ball handling help to kind of alleviate James Harden's burden?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a couple guards obviously in the market that you could probably be looking at. I would say Chris Paul is obviously one. I think there's a lot of smoke there, and there has been for a couple of years now. The other one I would say is Malcolm Brogdon. There seems to be a lot of smoke there with him, and I think that this would be like the third year we've had rumors involving Brogdon and the Clippers, dating back to that failed trade with Marcus Morris and the Wizards. So, sorry, the Celtics. The Celtics. It was part of that Porzingis trade. So, I definitely think they're looking at a couple guards, but still, I think they're still kind of seeing who's available out there. It could be Brogdon. It could be Chris Paul. I see now, reports from Shams that Cole Anthony, they're going to look for a resolution for him and find him a new home. So another potential ball handling guy. So yeah, I think the Clippers definitely are looking for a backup point guard for sure.
CP3 on that list. It said that he's either going to the Clippers or the Phoenix Suns. That's the rumor. So two former teams, but he's made it very clear that he would like to come back to LA.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chris Paul makes the most sense. And I think he's probably the better player. At this point, it's probably just a question of, is he willing to take the minimum? Is he looking for a chunk of that mid-level exception? If I had to guess, the Clippers would probably try and split that MLE. Like, if I had to guess, it'd probably be like, that I know my colleague Brett reported that the Clippers are a long shot for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. My belief and my understanding is that, they would hope that he would take the full mid-level exception. But I know that there's obviously better offers out there with Atlanta, Detroit. And then, you probably look at, splitting the MLE between a Brogdon, Clint Capella. I know he's been rumored to be connected to them, and a Chris Paul. Like, how do you divide the MLE between those two guys? Two of those three guys. So, is Nickeil worth the full? Probably, but he's got better offers out there, like Atlanta and Detroit. So, we'll kind of see where he goes.
I think Atlanta could pay him $25 million. They could really outbid everyone, and I kind of like the way they're building for once. As of late, somebody who left, somebody who's an unrestricted free agent, a former Atlanta Hawk, Clint Capella, is high on my list of centers that could be available, and he's been rumored to possibly come into LA with the Clippers. Obviously, has that relationship with James Harden going back to the Houston Rockets days, Tomer.
Yeah, I think he's definitely one to watch. One, he played, I believe, 5 or 6 seasons with James in Houston. He's also Swiss, who is, Yannick is also a Swiss player, so that's probably a connection that they'll have there. They'll both play the same position. They'll probably be able to, build a bond together if he was able to come here. So, and I think Capella, look, I don't know what he was averaging per 30 minutes or per 36 minutes, but I know last year he averaged 8 and 8 in about 20 minutes a game. Yeah, he was at 9 points, 8.5 rebounds, and a block a game in 20 minutes a game. And I know he had a very up and down season because of injuries, and they kind of decided to go to Onyeka midway through the season. But per 36, he's still at 15 points, 14.5 rebounds, and almost 2 blocks a game. So obviously, he won't be playing that much here, but I think definitely a guy who, in a 20-minute role, could definitely be a good backup. He's just turned 31 last month, I believe. So would be a very, very good backup considering his relationship with James and, veteran, speaking of an overall veteran.
His rim protection was still strong. His defensive field goal percentage within 6 feet of the rim last season was at 54.4%. Anything around 55% or lower is good. That's where Ivica Zubats was. I think some people have this misconception about Capella that he's washed, and that is not the case. I think it was just obvious Atlanta was going towards a youth movement and had Okongwu, who they were going to play more minutes, knowing that Capella would be leaving in free agency anyways.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of he wasn't able to play a lot of games. I think he was hurt. He played 65 and 22-23. He played 55 last year. He played 73. He played 65 and 22-23, 73 games in 23-24, and then 55 games last year. And he was a full-time starter in every year except for last year, where he started 41 of the 55, and then Onyeka, I think, was a full-time starter. So definitely not washed. I think just pivoting in a different direction was Atlanta, and now you have a chance to resign him. The question for me is, if you don't get Capella, I don't really know what your options are, because it sounds like Brook Lopez would be a much better fit for the Lakers than he would the Clippers. That sounds like it's, I want to say, a done deal, but there's been a lot of smoke there.
You think
Ayton
the
is
Lakers
not
get him and Ayton?
I could see it. Jake LaRavia to the Lakers.
Oh, this hurts. This hurts my soul. Free agent forward Jake LaRavia has agreed to a 2-year, $12 million deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. LaRavia had a strong finish after joining the Sacramento Kings last season. No.
Did you want him?
No. Yes. I wanted Jake LaRavia. I put up a highlight reel of him last night at Follow Adam A. This
Wait,
is not
now
good.
now Chris Haynes says that he's agreed to a 2-year deal with the Kings.
Excuse me?
Look at Chris Haynes just tweet.
Please go back to Sacramento. Go back to Sacramento. Go back to Sacktown. Okay, I'm looking at Chris Haynes. Yes,
Wait, I'm
Chris
so
Haynes
confused.
says he has agreed to re-sign with Sacramento on a 2-year, $12 million deal. We have competing insiders. This is what free agency is all about. People want me to play the sounds here. Let me see if I can play it loud enough for my microphone to pick it up. The military alarm here. Let's see.
Adam, I had tornado sirens in OKC and Indianapolis. I don't need this again. This is just a reminder. It's PTSD.
Which is it? Is he going to the Lakers or the Kings? What the? I can't believe Shams and Chris Haynes are at odds. They're the two best in the business now without Woj. These are guys I trust the most. This is wild. Either way, Jake LaRavia is a really nice player. I think he's only 23 years of age. He is a consistent three-point shooter. I think he has more wiggle and off-the-bounce shot creation than he's been able to show in his young career so far. Damn. Can somebody else come out now? Can Woj come out of retirement and say, no, he's actually going to the Clippers, since we already have Haynes saying he's going to Sacramento and Shams Charania is saying he's going to the Lakers. Now, he was in the car for an interview, Austin Reeves, just like 2 weeks ago. Jake LaRavia and Austin Reeves are boys. So he has a connection already to a Laker. Now, if they were giving him 2 years, $12 million, that would mean they would be dipping in to that full mid-level exception. Correct, Omer?
No, is this not part of their? I don't think this would be diving into their mid-level exception.
Correct me.
This is the biannual. I think this would be the biannual exception, if I'm not mistaken.
They have their biannual still. The Clippers do not.
Yeah, the Clippers. I believe the Lakers. Oh, it was Haynes. Haynes was wrong.
No! No!
There you go.
No! There's another sound I have to play here. If the Lakers make a good move, I said I'd play it.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
No! Not the Lakers! It's the Lakers. Haynes was wrong. Shams just cooked him. There's a new sheriff in town. If you didn't know, it's Shams Charania.
That's a tough miss. That's a tough
Oh, what did Haynes say?
miss. He just put a star next to it. Next to Lakers to correct it and updated the tweet.
Oh no! So did he have like a tweet? Did he have a scheduled tweet that already said Sacramento? He thought he was going there, and then he accidentally sent that out instead of making the correction.
But
it took
him a while to make that correction, though. It's been about 3 minutes.
He had to get a little bit more intel. This is unfortunate, guys. Jake LaRavia is a really nice pickup for the Lakers, and I'm in pain right now. I really don't like this. I just posted a highlight reel of him last night. No, not LaRavia. Not to the Lakers. Why? Tomer?
We having a source off.
A source off? Not a mid off, a source off?
Oh, that's funny.
This is too good of a deal for a player. I think he has really high upside. I do. This is bad.
So I'm assuming this is their biannual exception. Yes, biannual exception, and then they would still have their
14.1.
Hold on a sec. So Yossi Goslin is reporting that it's slightly above the taxpayer portion of the mid-level exception. Biannual is 2 years at $10.5 million, which is also hard cap. So I think it is part of their mid-level exception, according to this.
Okay, if they're gonna get LaRavia, we're gonna make them pay for him. Okay, they're using that mid-level exception.
They still have a percentage of it left, and they also have their biannual.
They'd still have about $8 million left of the mid-level exception if they had to dip into it. So how much is the biannual? 5?
That's what it says. Yeah, 2 years at 12. So 6 million of it. The total, it looks like
biannual is 5, and they're giving him 6 per year, so it can't be the biannual. Is what I'm saying.
No, it's not. It's not the biannual. No, it's not. It's not.
Right.
It's officially.
Biannual is 5 1/4.
Yeah.
Or no, it's 5 3/4. They could have just rounded up. They could have just rounded up here. Oh, make them pay. If they're getting LaRavia, make them pay. Why is my Shams fully guaranteed deal? Yeah. Congrats to the Lakers. God. I don't like this. This is not what I wanted to see.
I hate the Lakers. I hate the Lakers. I hate the Lakers.
Tomer, can you close your blinds, says Mike. Blinded by the blinds.
I can turn it a little bit. Get a little less bright for you guys. So,
I think it just got brighter, dude.
How's that? That better for you, Mike?
Sorry, Mike.
I apologize.
It's all good. I don't care. Oh, I'm blinded by my hate for the Lakers right now. Damn. LaRavia to the Lakers. It was written. It was in the stars. I mean, he was in the car with Austin Reeves. That connection gave him the inside track to Jake LaRavia. Sacramento Kings fans are upset now too. They also don't like the Lakers. So
I kind of wonder what
Aiden
left? Takes. Yeah, I'm wondering what he takes now, or maybe he's going elsewhere.
Brought it up. Yeah, LaRavia is not garbage, Damian. I'm keeping receipts. Damian said LaRavia is garbage on June 30th, 2025. He is far from garbage. I'm telling you, LaRavia can play. He's a legit 40% three-point shooter for 3 years running. And he's got some wiggle. I did not want to see him go to the Lakers. I hate the Lakers.
That's also, I mean, they also lost a big piece in Dorian, who they had to play 48 minutes or whatever that was.
Okay,
the
that's
entire
fair.
second half. So it's not. Dorian's a big
This
loss
is their
for them.
pivot.
I think, yeah, they I think they were hopeful to keep him, and losing him is a big loss for them. That's not nothing.
He is not as good of a defender as DFS.
No.
Now, DFS got a lot more money. He would have taken up their full MLE if they kept him. Apparently, they weren't able to keep him because Rob Pelinka was telling teams that he had a bum ankle to try to drive down his price, which is a bad way to do business. Rob Pelinka also said Kobe met with Heath Ledger after he died, so I don't know what to believe sometimes. What?
Sure,
that didn't happen? Yeah.
No,
I mean,
I forgot about that. You brought up an old memory.
I think Rob Pelinka has done some solid work overall in the front office with the Lakers, depending on how much credit you want to give him for getting Luka Doncic.
Yeah, sure.
You're giving zero credit to Rob Pelinka. Is that what you're saying, Tomer?
If the Mavericks call you and offer you Luka Doncic for anything, you're saying yes. I don't understand it.
But he did have the relationship. He did have the relationship with Nico. He was planning it for years.
I mean, sure, but I don't know. If someone, it's like when New Orleans called teams offering an unprotected 2026 pick for Derek Queen. Like, yeah, I'll take your unprotected 2026. Like, what? Like, do the Hawks get credit for taking that trade?
All right, fair point.
Yeah.
I was trying too hard to make up for going too hard at Rob Pelinka right before that, just to be fair and balanced here. But yes, he also executed the Russell Westbrook trade, which they're still paying for. Now you can say that was LeBron James wanting him. Who knows? The Heath Ledger thing is bizarre. Let's see. He said that in front of The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. I think he was just trying to look cool or something. I know movie stars as well. I knew the late, great Heath Ledger. I set him up with a meeting with Kobe right after The Dark Knight came out. He died before it came out. R.I.P. One of my goats. Posthumously getting the Academy Award. He would have got it either way. People are saying the Lakers not going with defense. They're hating on Jake LaRavia. I like the Jake LaRavia move. Unfortunately, it's documented. I had it last night. I posted a highlight reel, and now I'm reeling from the Lakers getting him. No move from the Clippers yet, right, Tomer?
Not that I've seen. No, I mean I think there's discussions, but nothing official. I think some of the guys that they're planning to. Some of the guys are just in meetings right now, probably discussing their best scenarios, best options.
Who do you think is most likely to be the first guy brought in free agency by the Clippers? Who's on your big board?
It was James Harden and Nicholas Batum.
Okay. After that,
I would say Clint Capella. I feel like there's definitely a need there.
Yes.
And it just sounds like I don't know who else you'd get if it wasn't him. If you strike out on him, you're probably not going to get Aiden. You're going to miss out on like Lopez doesn't really make sense for you. So what's a good backup center out there that kind of fits what you want? I think it has to be Capella. That plus the Harden connection. Yeah, I don't know if the Clippers want DeAndre Ayton. DeAndre Ayton is not going to want to come here without a guaranteed starting role. So I don't know about that.
He ain't getting any guaranteed starting role.
Yeah, it's got to be Capella in my opinion. Maybe it's a guard like a Brogdon or Chris Paul, but I would say it's probably Clint Capella.
If it is Clint Capella, I'm giving myself half credit for speaking that one into existence because I did talk about that a lot last night. I want Capella badly because I've been watching his highlights and his tape from this past season, and I think he is far, far from washed. I do not think that's the case. And actually, my point was last night, DeAndre Ayton being bought out was actually good for the Clippers because it takes away a suitor that might be going after Capella because instead they're going to get Ayton.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I think they're two very different centers. One's more of a, defensive-minded, rim roller. Where the other one is probably needs the ball a lot more. You need to throw him the ball in the post and make sure he's involved. and is not as good defensively, clearly. So I think the biggest question would be like, what is I'm really curious about the guard decision between Chris Paul and whoever else, maybe Malcolm Brogdon. Like, who do they pick between those two if that's an option?
If
I think it
CP3
is.
is choosing between the Clippers and Phoenix, as reports say, and he has made it clear that he wants to come back to Los Angeles, like, don't the Clippers have a major advantage there? I don't think Phoenix can offer more than the veterans minimum. So they can't give him more money than the Clippers would be offering. The money would be the same. It's just location then.
Yeah, I mean, but for him, I think it's a number of things. It's opportunity, it's money. Um, like I don't think he's willing to take. What does he have? No mid-level exception.
You think he's getting more than the veteran minimum? CP3?
I think he wants it. I don't know if he'll get it, but I think he wants it. I don't think he wants the minimum.
Okay. We got some breaking news here. Free agent guard Trey Jones has agreed to a 3-year, $24 million deal to return to the Chicago Bulls. Shams Charania breaking that for the Evil 4 letter. It's not huge news.
But
Still gets the alarm.
That's siren worthy. Okay, that's alarm worthy.
Is there going to be is it like that? The siren can only be used if it's Jake LaRavia going to the Lakers?
Oh, I'm all for using the siren. I love it. I wasn't on Twitter when you announced that, so I was like, "Ooh, what is it?" And then you said Trey Jones, and I was like, "Ooh," and you said Bulls, and I was like, "So he's going back."
I could pull up like a little kazoo sound effect for non-major moves.
No, keep it. I love it. Keep it.
Some
It'd
are
be nice to
saying
have like a tier system of sounds, though.
Siren worthy. If CP3, if the goal is to be home with his family, and he seems like he's been on a campaign saying that he was on Pat McAfee expressing his love to come home. He was at the Clippers game. I felt some kind of way when he was at the Clippers game during the playoff series against Denver at Intuit Dome. Like, CP3 is putting himself out there, I think, for a reason.
I mean, but he was also like Oklahoma City for a couple finals games. So like, I don't think too much of anything, as far as him attending the games. But I think they ended off on good terms. He's someone who will help change the direction of the franchise, and I think when you put all those two together, all those things together, it just makes sense. Plus, his family hasn't left the area since he left LA. He's been in Phoenix since all those other cities. They've been here, so would make sense for him to come back here for sure.
Is there any wedge?
You want to break the news? Siren, go for it.
We got another siren. Oh, it's official now, guys. Breaking. Free agent guard D'Angelo Russell has agreed on a 2-year, $13 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks. Also from Shams Charania. So they got their guy as kind of a placeholder to run the offense a little bit, do some scoring, as Kyrie Irving will be out for the majority of next season. If they get him back in February off the ACL, I'm sure they'd sign up for that right now. D'Lo, a Dallas Maverick, as many reports were saying last night and earlier today, it is now official. What do you think about that, Tamar?
I think so many of these deals have been done for so long. It's just funny to see. It's a good move for them. It's a good move for them. Yeah, I think they need a guard. I don't know how much I like the Angels fit with them, but I know that he has a good relationship with Anthony Davis, and I think that that they're in need of a scoring guard alongside some of the guys they have there. So, no, it's a good fit for him, good fit for them. And I think the interesting thing will be to see how he fits in once Kyrie's able to return. I think they're hopefully comes back around January from the ACL injury, and even then he won't be himself right away. Maybe not even into the playoffs. So he'll be a good rotation guy, a good bench guy to have. I think he's just he's very hit and miss. You know, like he can give you a good week of games and then give you a couple of just absolute duds. You know, so I think consistency is the big thing with him. If he can be a consistent player for them, that'll be good for them. That'll be good for Dallas for sure.
How did you feel when you heard Nico Harrison say that? I hope fans can see the vision now, as they were talking about signing Cooper Flagg after they drafted him number 1. It's like, wait, oh, that was your vision? You knew you were going to get Cooper Flagg? You knew all along? I don't know if I'd be dunking on Dallas Mavericks fans.
I mean, you pretty much nailed it. You can't say, I hope you saw the vision when the vision had a 1.8% chance of happening. And it included you trading a franchise superstar that had an entire city hating you for months, still do. Like I saw at their draft party, they were singing, they were chanting "Fire Nico" at their draft party where they already were going to get Cooper Flagg. So yeah, I definitely don't think you can do that. Say trust the vision or whatever. Hope to see the vision. Unless there was an already, this was something, placed in that Luka deal that says the Mavs are getting the number 1 pick. I don't know how you can say they can trust the vision now. Like you had no. And again, the funny thing is they're basing their potential off of. I think Zach Lowe touched on this. They're basing their whole potential off of 2 quarters, that first half against the Rockets, where Anthony Davis played with Kyrie Irving before he went down with the abdominal injury. Like that's what they're basing their vision on. 2 quarters against the Houston Rockets. Now it might shape out to be good, but it's just like that's what you're basing it on. Those 2 really good quarters you had against the Houston Rockets in March. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I guess
I don't know.
You're not seeing the vision. You're not seeing it. Like you don't have them as a contender.
No. I do have them as a contender. I for sure. You can't say that.
Whoa. The Denver Nuggets are trading Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for Cameron Johnson. MPJ no longer with Denver. They get the upgrade with Cam Johnson. They had to give up a first-round pick to bring him in.
Unprotected 2032 first-round pick. What?
They're trying to win now with Jokic and take advantage of his prime. I don't mind it. Now, Cam Johnson had some injury issues. Not last season, but before that, he has some real injury concerns. But he is a much more prototypical 3-and-D guy that can do a lot of what MPJ does and then some, especially on the defensive end. That's a big move for the Denver Nuggets. Denver got better. MPJ really struggled, obviously was injured during the playoffs. They still beat the Clippers, even with him struggling like that. They still took OKC to 7, even with him struggling. So you got to think Denver really upgraded here, Tomer.
I don't know what to think. I'm kind of shocked they had to add an unprotected 2032 first to that.
MPJ's contract is bloated, and he's the worst player.
I think you had to throw some kind of picks in there, but unprotected that pick is in 7 years. Who knows what the Denver Nuggets are going to look like in 7 years?
Hey, they're trying to win a championship again with Jokic. I'd do it. I'm taking advantage of Jokic's. You have the best player of his era.
Is Cam Johnson that much better?
Yes, he is. Okay. He's a significantly better defender, and he does everything else just as well as Michael Porter Jr. He is.
Sound the alarm.
Another alarm? Another alarm? Do you want to do this one?
Sure. Why not? Do you just read straight up?
Yeah, read it.
Free agent guard Ty Jerome has agreed to a 3-year, $28 million deal with the Memphis Grizzlies with a player option for the 3rd year. So Ty Jerome leaves the Cleveland Cavaliers to join the Memphis Grizzlies, who have an interesting little guard logjam with Cole Anthony still there, but he's expected to be on the way out.
This was rumored earlier today, I think, that Ty Jerome was going to go to Memphis. It's happening. Memphis Grizzlies are wheeling and dealing more so than any team so far. Some of it's just internal, bringing guys back. But Ty Jerome, outside of that series against the Indiana Pacers in the second round, had a magical year, a stellar year. Good for him. He was incredible for the Cleveland Cavaliers. I know a certain Cavs fan, Bob Schmidt, that is going to be upset, but I think he was resigned to his fate that he was going to be leaving them. Good for Memphis. That's a big move for them. He struggles defensively, but offensively, he was a bucket last season. He was really, really impressive. Now it's the only season he's had like that. It was also the biggest opportunity he got to show what he could do. Your thoughts, Tomer?
No, I think Ty Jerome is he got a real good chance to show what he can do with Cleveland, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in Memphis. I don't know. I still feel like the Grizzlies are just lacking. I think they had a really good guard. Oh, they did get Contavious Caldwell Pope though. So maybe that's kind of their wing defender. I was going to say that they're a little light on wing defenders right now, especially after letting Desmond Bane go. But they did get KCP, so it should be okay. I'm curious to see how they play Jerome and what lineups they use. And they also have Scottie Pippen Jr., who's been fantastic for them. And so I don't really know where some of those guys fit, or maybe they're moving off certain guys. I'm not sure, but yeah.
They got a guy who shot 44% from three last season in Ty Jerome. Like, he was that good. Did he fall on his face a little bit in the playoff series? Yeah, against Indiana in the second round. It was tough, but I think this is a nice recovery from losing Desmond Bane. I like what they're doing overall. I think that price tag of 3 years, $28 million, so just a little bit less than $10 million per year for Ty Jerome, I'd be good with that. Good for Memphis.
Fred Katz has one. If you wanna.
All right, I'm sounding it. Give it to me, Tomer.
Oh, read it. He says Dennis Schroeder will agree to a deal with the Sacramento Kings. No details yet, but I'm assuming that'll be out soon.
As rumored, so they lose Jake LaRavia. They got Dennis Schroeder. They were rumored to be in on Malcolm Brogdon as well, and Russell Westbrook. I wonder if those deals are off the table now. They got their guy.
Bobby Mark says Denver traded their lone first round pick that they had available. That's the only one they had available, and they traded it with MPJ for Cam Johnson. Sorry, Dennis Schroeder. I don't know.
Win now, man.
No, I mean, look, they get off a pretty rough MPJ contract for sure. I don't even know how long they have left on them.
It's long. It might only be 2 years left on MPJs, but it is expensive.
It's a massive deal. It's a massive deal.
I would definitely do that if I was Denver. I'm not worried about the first round pick 7 years out when Jokic is 37 years of age. I am trying to win. You have the best player. There's a responsibility when you have the best player of his era. And this might push aside any of those rumors that Jokic could leave. They obviously just had massive turnover. Oh, we got something else with a former Clipper. Free agent guard Kevin Porter Jr. has agreed to a 2-year, $11 million deal to return to the Milwaukee Bucks with a player option in 26-27. Okay, that was expected too. Not major. The Bucks are trying to also make sure they hold on to their franchise guy and look like a team that is going to be competitive in the East until Damian Lillard comes back from the Achilles injury. Doc Rivers said they're trying to be a top 6 seed, and then hopefully they get back Dame before the playoffs next year. I still think there's a real possibility if things go south early in the season, they end up trading Giannis Antetokounmpo. Tomer, I don't know how you feel about that.
Until he asks out, I will just stick with the fact that he's staying with Milwaukee. I can't really. I don't like speculating too much on that because he said he wants to stay in Milwaukee, and I think he doesn't really seem like a big city guy. He seems very much like a quiet, small town kind of guy. And so But yeah, I mean, again, if it happens, that's when I'll believe it. But until then, I'm good. Michael Porter Jr., by the way, has another 2 years left. Yeah, 38.3 and 40.8 million. Yeah, so definitely a massive. They got out of a lot. Yeah.
I'm saying, like, it was 2 years. It's almost 40 million a year. Come on, that is completely. The only downside is Cameron Johnson's health. Like, he has real health concerns. Last year was an anomaly for him. Now he's young enough to overcome it. I think he's only like 28, 29. But that would.
Cam Johnson's 29. Turns 30 in March.
So last year he played 57 games. The year before that, 58. The year before that, he ended up playing 42. The year before that, 66. He's never played more than 66 games in a season.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cam Johnson, really? Wow.
He's got health concerns. He's good.
Yeah. I mean,
he's better than MPJ.
It's a good gamble for them, for sure. It's a good gamble for them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say gamble. It's they get out of a bad deal. They open up some more money for themselves, and they probably get the better player. Yeah.
You get the better player. A better player on a better deal, and you give yourself a better chance to win with Jokic. You got to do it. That first round pick, yeah, it's tough, but.
So Keith Smith says that the Nets have 16.6 million cap space remaining, and the Nuggets are now about 13.6 million under the first apron, which means they're in range to use most of their non-taxpayer mid-level exception, which could be used on a guy like Bruce Brown, who is familiar there.
Get Bruce Brown back. Yeah, that would be good for them.
To go back there since he left. I don't even think he wanted to leave, but I think even guys there said, you have a chance to make $25 million a year. You got to go do it.
That was with Indiana, right?
Yes.
I played the audio earlier.
Get the alarm. Get the alarm going.
Get the alarm. Ah!
Shams tweets out, Bruce Brown has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Denver Nuggets.
Hey, Telmair was all over that one. Seconds before it happened. How about big Telmair Azarli? Brett Siegel, eat your heart out. Good call by you.
Yeah.
Denver's tough. Denver's in good shape. So I don't think Westbrook's coming back, guys. My guess?
No, I don't think he's coming back either. It sounds like he's going. The fact that he opted out means he has options. It means he has teams that are interested in him. Otherwise, he would have opted in. So I would guess probably. I think New York has been rumored to be interested in him.
Knicks and Kings.
There you go, Knicks and Kings. But the Kings has got Dennis Schroeder, so not really sure if that's the fit for them anymore.
They do need. I mean, they don't have Fox. They don't have Hallie. They went from having a bunch of point guards to not having any. It's possible they don't have Davion Mitchell anymore. It's possible they could still use them, I guess. Wow, Denver Nuggets loading up. This is tough. Denver Nuggets got significant. They saw themselves losing to the champs in 7 and said, "We got to go. We got to go now. We have a chance." Of course they do. If you got Jokic, you got a chance against anybody. Why would you not go all in?
Yeah, look, I mean, it makes perfect sense. I think they got significantly better by adding Bruce Brown and Cam Johnson for sure. And again, that 2032 again. Now that I've thought about it, 2032 is going to be pointless if they win this year or the next couple of years. But that's just a massive move. I was waiting for that.
I saw you give me the look. Free agent center who I was interested in, Kevon Looney, has agreed to a 2-year, $16 million deal with the New Orleans Pelicans. Sources tell ESPN that Shams Charania, Kevon Looney, no longer a backup option. That's a nice deal. $8 million a year. What does that tell us about the market? What do you think about Kevon Looney there, Tomer?
Pretty much what I thought he was going to go for. I thought he would be an option for the Clippers if they struck out on someone like Capella or someone else. But
that's a tell that they're getting Capella. Is that what you just said?
well, I thought if they struck out on Capella, in my opinion, I thought if they struck out on Capella, he'd be a good backup. He's just a solid guy. Went to UCLA, so would have been a good guy to have here. But he went for about what I expected.
Were you? I want to say if this was Carlo Jimenez pregame or postgame. There was a time Coach Lou was distracted by a move by Kevon Looney, either pregame or postgame. He was looking at a TV and he was like, "Ooh, big Looney, look at that move." Coach Lou said that, and it always stuck with me. And I was like, if they ever got a chance to get Kevon Looney, I would think the Clippers would be interested just because of that response from Coach Lou to some, I don't know, ball handling exhibition that Kevon Looney was putting on. Kevon Looney
that
with
wasn't
the
me,
New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't me, but I believe it. I've seen Kevon at some of those summer runs, like the Rico Hines runs. He's a very talented player. And he plays within his role with the Warriors and does what they ask him to do. But he can do so much more than he's shown on an NBA court. I've seen him at those runs. He's incredibly talented. Like they play through him, and he's shooting threes, step back. Like he's doing everything. They just don't need him to do that with the Warriors, and he plays well within his role.
Now, the Pelicans made, I think, the most curious move during the draft, giving up next year's first-round pick, which is unprotected in a deep draft. And many think the Pelicans might not be that good this season. They have every reason to be good now. And this is part of the reason I think they're getting Kevon Looney, because they don't have next year's first-round pick. After they traded up for a center, by the way. Which center was it that I'm thinking of?
Which team was it?
The Pelicans traded next year's 2026 first-round pick
Queen.
unprotected.
They traded Derek Queen for Derek
That
Queen.
was wild. So they better be good this year, because if they're not, they're going to be regretting that move.
I think they'll regret that move, period. New Orleans is not going to be anything else. They're not going to be a playoff team. And if they are, they're going to be like an 8 seed. So that pick is going to be close to the lottery, if not a lottery pick. So
I don't know what Joe Dumars was thinking there. That was unbelievable. Yeah, like they will need Zion to play 70 games. They will need Jordan Poole to play winning basketball, who they traded for. Herb Jones to be great for them. They need so much to go right.
yeah, can I just say something? Just because there's nothing on the Clippers doesn't mean that they're doing nothing. I've seen people saying they're doing nothing. There's stuff going on behind the scenes, but it's just not public. I will say that.
We'll make it public, Tomer. Give us the deets.
Well,
we got something? We got something?
From Brett.
From Brett? Read it. Read it.
Warriors are locked in on getting an agreement with Al Horford after losing Kevon Looney.
Brett Siegel of Clutch Points, co-worker of Tomer. You know, I DM'd him and said, hey, if you got any breaking Clippers news and you want to jump in for a minute while I'm doing this live tomorrow, feel free, man. I actually sent him the link. It's remained unseen in his DMs. Maybe you could put in a good word with Brett Siegel.
I'll put in a good word with him, but you have to settle for me. Second best option. But I'll let him know.
You broke the Bruce Brown news. You did.
Oh, I don't know. I just heard murmurs that ever since he left, he never wanted to leave. It was just a case of I remember being in that championship locker room when they were celebrating, and that was the most connected I've ever seen him with team. It seemed so awesome. So the fact that he had to leave, the fact that we've seen them talk, during games, post game, have that connection after. Nuggets fans still love him. It made way too much sense for him not to come back.
I mean, do you
Indiana
remember
never
what his
really
head
did that
coach
well.
said
Toronto
at
never
the
finished.
parade?
Hell no. Hell no.
Is Bruce leaving?
Hell no. Hell no.
Was that a response to that? Also,
Do we need the alarm?
no. I was just gonna say. Also, Mike Malone was pretty drunk at that parade. He was pretty drunk at that
Oh,
parade.
that's the best part. It was hilarious. I'm a big Mike Malone fan. The Lakers, daddy. One of my favorite sound bites ever. So Al Horford made $8 million this year with Boston, I believe. Unrestricted free agent. He'd fit in great. A stretch big there with the Golden State Warriors. He also loves Boston. They love him there. But they also are kind of going through a gap year now, so I could see it. I think Brett Siegel, I think he's spot on.
Yeah.
Why would they not target him now? Makes a ton of sense.
It made a lot of sense to have. I heard a couple landing spots for Al Horford, but obviously, I think the Warriors make sense. They need a backup. They need a big man. Period. Now, they get a floor spacing big man, a guy who's done it for a while, and man, him on the West Coast is going to be a little interesting. I don't think he's been out this far before, has he? Where's he gone? He went to Atlanta, Philly, Boston, and Oklahoma City. I believe is the furthest west that he went.
You're right. I forgot about this in OKC.
He's about to find out what good weather's like.
Yeah, he won't be missing Boston too much for too long if that's the case. I even brought him up for the Clippers. He was one of the guys I ran down the list of a couple of weeks ago that I think would be interesting, but I would like to see Clint Capella reunited with James Harden. Reunited? You think we'll see that? You think Tomer Azarli is saying the Clippers most likely are getting Clint Capella?
Well,
is that what
you're changing how I'm saying that.
Tomer Azarli said, "I think we'll see that Clint Capella with the Clippers." How about that? I didn't misquote you there. I think we'll see that.
Ooh, hit the alarm. Free agent center Luke Cornett has agreed to a 4-year, $41 million deal with the San Antonio Spurs.
Okay. He was also rumored to be sought after by the Clippers. Like that means they're zeroing in on Capella because some of these guys that we thought they could get, they're getting snatched up. That's a big move for San Antonio. 4 years, 41. So yeah, they're giving him a nice
Good for him though. Good for him.
raise.
He gets to back up Victor Wembanyama, and he's a solid guy. Didn't he have that historic playoff game where he had 5 or 6 blocks off the bench? I think it was
7 blocks.
7 blocks off the bench. Oh, he had 5 blocks in a quarter is what it was.
That's a good memory by you. The Green Cornet is now in the silver and black, not the Raiders, the San Antonio Spurs. Luke Cornett, that is a really good move for them. I like it too much. It's better there though than the Lakers, I always say. Do we got anything else here? Luke Cornett is off the board. Kevon Looney is off the board. Al Horford being rumored to going to the Golden State Warriors most likely. Give me that Clint Capella news.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about Dennis Schroeder to the Kings. I don't really know what that does for them, but I mean,
they need
sure,
a ball handling.
I guess. Yeah, you know who's a good ball handler? De'Aaron Fox. You know who else was? Tyrese Halliburton.
Did I not bring that up like 20 minutes ago? They went from having all the guards to none. The Kings are completely dysfunctional with zero direction. I hate to say it because I'm from Sacktown. You're looking at the guy that said they shouldn't have traded Halliburton day one for Sabonis. I said it even after they got to the playoffs with Sabonis. I said they're going to regret it. I'm telling you. Well,
yeah.
And then not getting, first of all, letting Monty McNair, I know it wasn't his decision to make that trade, most likely, with De'Aaron Fox. He was a lame duck GM, and they let him make the move for their franchise player when they knew he'd be gone like a month later. Why would you do that? Vivek is supposedly a really nice guy, loves the Kings, loves basketball, but he can't stay away from the basketball decisions apparently. Owner.
Yeah, I don't know what they seem very dysfunctional top to bottom. Like everything they do over the next year or two is just going to be like a stopgap kind of biding time until they actually have a direction. Do they even have a head coach?
Doug Christie.
Oh, they made him the full-time head coach?
Yeah, I believe they took off the interim tag.
I hope they don't make a mockery of a Kings legend.
Well, they've done it before.
Because you know how it is with these coaches who get into rebuild years. They give them a year or two and then they move on. And they scapegoat them for everything.
Their problem is they tasted a little bit of success with making the first round in 2023 and losing in 7 to the Golden State Warriors, and they thought progress was linear. It's not. I think there was a hard cap on how far that Kings team could go because if you have Sabonis, it's really difficult to build a good defense. As your big man, you have to find another big man next to him that's a rim protector and who can shoot. I think Sabonis just has some fatal flaws in that way. And they wanted to continue down that path.
Adam, sound the alarm, but not a good one. Do you want to read it or shall I?
No! Clint Capella has agreed to a 3-year, $21.5 million deal with the Houston Rockets. Oh my goodness. The Rockets are loaded, and Clint Capella.
You know what it was? They offered him a 3rd year. That's probably what it was.
Yeah.
Clippers were never offering anything more than 2 years, if I had to guess.
$7 million per year. Oh, that is a punch to the gut. Clint Capella goes back to Houston. Well, he's not reuniting with James Harden. He's reuniting with the former team he played with James Harden on. Oh no!
Yeah,
All
so
right.
this had to be because of the 3rd year. That's probably what the negotiations were. Clippers are not. We know they're not trying to sign anyone beyond 2027. The only one they have signed through 2027 is Zubats, who is the guy you want signed. So that had to be. It had to be the 3rd year. It had to be the 3rd year.
That is good analysis by you. I completely agree. Even though it is just $7 million a year, just slightly over that. Oh, that is tough. I really thought Capella was coming to the Clippers. All right. Who do we got left in the center position? Who are the guys that they could go get still? I'm in pain. I'm currently in pain. Okay, I'm looking at. Well, Day'Ron Sharp is going back to the Brooklyn Nets. I had him on there earlier today. Are they going to get it on Al Horford now? Are they going to get it on Brook Lopez?
It's possible, yeah. It's possible. Brook Lopez is from here in LA. Well, either LA team is from LA, so.
He had a bad stint with the Lakers that one year. That did not go well. Now, I know it's a different regime now with the Lakers, but that didn't exactly end well.
Interesting. If they struck out on if they didn't get Capella, I'm really curious what their backup plan is. Because from what I understood, it was I think Capella was a player they wanted. And I would be shocked if they went into the season with Yannick as their backup center.
Frank already said they're going to carry 3 centers, right? Orange Frank said that.
I don't remember. Oh, there you go. Ring your alarm, buddy.
Do we got something?
We do have something. Free agent guard Karis LeVert has agreed to a deal with the Detroit Pistons. 2 year, what is it?
2 years, $29
million.
He was rumored to go there. Now, that means they're likely out on Nah. There's even better chance Nah's going to Atlanta. That's going to happen. That's coming next, right?
Yeah, I would guess so, yeah. Nikhil's going to Atlanta. That also means Malik Beasley's. I mean, did they trade for Malik? If they traded for Malik, they have his rights. If they didn't trade for him, they would have to do this in a certain order to bring him back. I don't think he's back. I think he might just be a.
No, that's over.
It sucks because like you saw Terry Rozier was cleared of any wrongdoing from
I
his
saw
gambling
that.
thing today. If the same thing happens with Malik Beasley and he's cleared, they're going to cost him a lot of money because he was rumored to get like a 3-year 42 or something like that, the full mid-level.
Yeah. I think
That's
this is
brutal
an
for him.
indication they're done with that situation. Should have
I
bet on
wouldn't.
himself more, huh? Too easy. Stupid. It's being investigated. Presumption of innocence. We don't know. Just because you guys are bringing up all these Malik Beasley highlights right now.
Why is John Collins the Messiah, the savior for everyone?
It's been like this for 5 years, Tomer. All I've heard is John Collins. They have to get John Collins. Now, I'm down. I'm good with that. I like John Collins. I was watching highlights from him from this past season just to see where his vert was at. Now that he's 27 or 28.
By the way, Brett confirms Hawks are looking at a sign and trade for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Not alarm worthy. Not alarm worthy. We're not there yet. We're not there yet, but we're close.
That was a baby alarm. All right. Shams Charania. Still going with just the Karis LeVert deal here.
Damn, missing on Capello's tough. I didn't think he was going to get a 3-year deal out of it. Wow, impressive.
I am hurting over Clint Capella's deal.
So they have Steven Adams, Alperen Şengün, and Clint Capella? What are they doing there?
Well, they like running that 2 big man lineup. That has had some success for them. So now they got one more option with that 2 big man lineup.
I find it hard to see them running 2 centers during the regular season. Every game. That's going to be tough to do.
Not every game, no. Capella's probably in a place now where, first of all, like him and Steven Adams are, I think, both in a place where they will sacrifice. You give one of them a night off. I think they're good with that. They're both great teammates. Kind of like us right now, Tomer. Just breaking it down. Just breaking it down as we get more and more news. Guys, I am hurting over the Clint Capella news to Houston as well. With the Clippers, Goga Batadze, I mentioned this before.
Sam Amick just said that Bruce Brown is on a minimum deal with the Nuggets, which is a steal.
He really wanted to come back there.
An absolute steal, and then that means they have their. Oh man, they have some stuff to work with over there.
Nuggets are big winners so far. I refuse to say the Lakers are big winners just because they got Jake LaRavia. Houston Rockets big winners. Memphis big winners. Now I know what you guys are thinking. Adam, Clippers are big losers. We got to see what transpires here, all right? Slow your roll. I got faith. Yes, it would be nice. I got faith. Why does Tomer look so sad and glum?
No, I'm just looking at takes about Capella, the Capella signing. I'm interested to see what their just the rationale behind the third big, like a third legit big, not just some third stringer. Like these are all you can make a case all of them can start.
The thing is, I don't trust Steven Adams' health at this point. He went through some major injury stuff.
They still gave him a 3-year deal, didn't they?
No, they love him. He's a great culture guy. I'm just saying, for availability reasons, I think they're going to need another big.
Our buddy Ohm is also saying Al Horford to the Warriors. All signs point to Al Horford joining the Warriors.
Okay, here's what I don't like. The Clippers now could be in a situation where they're fighting over Brook Lopez with the Lakers. Either way, he's close to Disneyland. He's a big fan. I don't know if you knew this about him. He's like an obsessive Disneyland guy.
Brook Lopez?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've known that. So there was one time actually, I talked about this. There was a game that my buddy in Charlotte watched When Brook Lopez warms up, he comes out to the scores table, and the trainer brings out a little Disney figurine or something. This one time it was Rex from Toy Story, and he puts it out there, and he has that out there on the scores table while he warms up. And so each game that he warms up, he brings something else. The trainer brings something else, and it started in the bubble. Brook Lopez told me it started in the bubble, where they would bring out a different Toy Story, a Disney figurine, and have them out there while he's warming up. I don't know why, what exactly prompted that, but yeah, he's a big Disney fan, and for sure.
Obsessive. Loves it all. I mean, he even likes like Aladdin 3 and those straight to video Disney movies. Lion King 2. He loves it all. I love it. I'm a fan though. Great locker room guy. I would love Brook Lopez. Let me pivot since Clint Capella's gone. I would love Brook Lopez. The 3-ball is still there. Shot it above league average last season. Find a way to get Brook Lopez, and please don't let the Lakers get him right now, which is going to upset me even more.
I'm still not over the fact that they got Bruce Brown for the minimum. That's a steal. That's an absolute steal.
Like you said, he loves Denver. You were in that locker room with him.
But the vet minimum? This guy just made $25 million a year and deserved it.
Yeah. I thought it worse. I had heard Lakers fans want him when they thought they were only going to have the taxpayer mid-level for around $6 million. They thought they could get him for that. He goes for even cheaper. Denver is cooking right now. Calvin Booth is punching air right now. Their former GM. What are you laughing about?
I want you to look at Chris Haynes' tweet about the D'Angelo Russell signing. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you here so you can just have it.
Yeah, put it in the private chat here. I'll pull it up and share the screen.
I want you to.
Okay. If the Clippers can somehow get Yabusele after maybe this puts them more in the running for Yabusele. I would be great. I would be great with that. I would be fine with that.
He's not a center.
He plays center for Philly last year a ton.
He's undersized.
He can do it.
They need an actual big man.
So what? The Clippers love playing undersized.
It's true. Now look at the actual jersey. I want you to zoom in on the jersey. And the name on the jersey. What team is that, buddy?
This is some whack AI.
It looks like it, yeah.
Being used here. Like Chris Haynes is really, the biggest loser today right now is Chris Haynes, unfortunately. I love Chris Haynes. But yeah, what the hell is this? The Photoshop ain't Photoshopping, or the AI ain't AIing. This is really bad. This is embarrassing. That would never happen on Clutch Points. I'll tell you that right now. Do we have an alarm? I feel like it's been too long without an alarm. All right, tell Mayor, I need you to do me a favor, as if you haven't done enough already, just by being here. I'm going to run to the bathroom.
You can hold down the fort?
Hold it down, dog.
Oh, wow.
Tag.
I've never done a solo before. All right.
You got this all day.
So Adam is no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just talk shit about me. I won't be able to see it till later.
Okay, perfect. Screw it, Jackson. I don't know if you want Jackson Hayes on the Clippers. Maybe as a backup center, he's not bad. Rocco and Jamichael, I like that. Bring back the old Clippers. Yeah, I'm very curious what their options are now that Capella's off the market. I do wonder though if I really wonder if it's between like Brogdon and Chris Paul. Who they'll end up picking, or how much each player asks for in free agency. Brogdon, I don't know. Brogdon is too much. I feel like there's too many injuries with Malcolm Brogdon. It's just a history of just being injury prone. I don't know. I'm sure you guys have probably seen that and agreed, but that was
Anything
quick.
happen? Anything happen?
No, I was just rambling about how I don't know if I'd want Malcolm Brogdon because he's injured. These guys were falling asleep. The entire crowd was falling asleep. I feel so bad.
No, there's 300 people in here. You're keeping them entertained.
300 people fell asleep. Wow.
Are you going to ask me if I had time to wash my hands or not?
I actually was curious, but I wanted to respect you and your pod space. Just let you, if you didn't, that's your business.
Not only did I wash them, I got the Purell here now. I'm good. This is like double sourcing. You gotta, not just a good once over. You gotta get it twice here. Hey, the Clippers aren't done yet, guys, because they haven't even started yet. They're not done yet. They did start. They got Batum back. They got James Harden back. And I'm sure something's cooking. Something's cooking with Lawrence Frank.
The biggest news to drop right now is that Chris Haynes fixed the tweet.
He fixed it?
Somehow. I don't know how, but he fixed it, yeah.
So first he had to fix Jake LaRavia not going to Sacramento but going to the Lakers. Then he had to fix a bad Photoshop where it was D'Lo saying Dahliers. He's going to the Dahliers Mavericks. Is that their new name when they moved to Vegas based off that conspiracy? Just kidding. I have no idea. CP3, what are you guys saying about CP3? I am refreshing Shams every 2 seconds.
No, there's nothing right now.
Are you good to keep hanging out, Tomer? You don't have to sit. Whenever you got to go, just go. I don't want to keep you.
If the Clippers decide to do anything of substance, I might have to go. But until then, I'm okay.
Okay, good. You know what? It works out. Stand pat, Clippers. We need Tomer here.
How long are you planning to go? How long is your free agency special?
Oh, all night? I don't know. Until the Clippers start wheeling and dealing. Until they use up their full taxpayer or non-taxpayer mid-level exception.
So you're trying to go for a record here.
I'm here for the long run.
28-hour stream on the way.
You've called in before when I was on. I think the longest I've gone is like 5.5 hours. I think you called into that show. So this could be 6.
That was earlier this year. Yeah, that's true. That was earlier this year.
I remember. I think you said first time, long time listener of the show.
Yes.
When you called in.
Yes.
the usual. Okay, so let's review here.
1-year deal for Bruce Brown.
You're obsessed with that Bruce Brown deal.
It's a steal in the veteran minimum. It's an absolute steal. They get Johnson. They got Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown out of Michael Porter Jr. and a pick that's probably like a 10-year-old right now. Like, it's insane.
First of all,
if they win a title, it's worth it.
You didn't even like the Cameron Johnson move at first. I had to enlighten you on that one. Now, you may have had the Bruce Brown one before anybody else did.
What it was? You know what it was? I had to go back and actually look at Michael Porter Jr.'s numbers to realize how bloated they were. Like, I know Cam's on a very team-friendly deal. I think player to player, like, Cam might be a little better, but I feel like it's not that much better, in my opinion. But when you look at the numbers, it's just the contract number is just absurd. Maybe it's also because I've seen Michael Porter Jr. literally kill the team that I've covered for years, personally.
Yeah, that's fair.
So there might be a heightened sense of how good he is, if that makes sense.
That's fair. He's not a bad player. I just think Cam Johnson's an upgrade in pretty much every way. I'm gonna try a new alarm sound effect, copyright free. Let's see what else we got here, just in case. That's a car parking.
That's the truck backing up. I don't like that one.
All right. Ooh, this is good. I think this is
You
it.
should save that one for Clippers moves.
This is that new shit.
Okay, we'll go with that. I like that.
This is the deluxe alarm. Look, I'm hoping there's a Clippers move coming here. A positive one. Again, we all think they're going for a center, but Clint Capella is gone. Day'Ron Sharp is gone. Brook Lopez available. Al Horford, is he as good as gone, according to Brett Siegel?
Al Horford sounds like he's going to the. Sound your no alarm. Oh,
Are you
sound your
serious?
alarm. I'll read it for you. Brook Lopez has agreed to a 2-year, $18 million deal with the Clippers.
Let's go! They beat the Lakers in the arms race. Brook Lopez
Interesting.
is a Clipper. Oh, do I have some receipts about this? Oh, I do. I may have to bring something up here. 2-year, 18 million. So 9 a year.
9 of the
So
14.
they got 5 million left. Right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Clippers get Brook Lopez.
And this probably just confirms the fact that Capella wanted 3 while the Clippers were only offering 2.
I think you're spot on with that. I think you're right. Brook Lopez is a Clipper. I told you there was some bad blood with him and the Lakers last time
Yeah.
around. That did not
Brett,
end well.
Yeah, Brett is reporting this, and I'd actually heard this too, that the Lakers were considered frontrunners for him for quite a while. I'm surprised they couldn't finish that deal. They couldn't close out that deal. But I wonder if
Now,
it might be because the Lakers pivoted to Ayton as
and
opposed to Lopez. That's a good deal though. North Hollywood kid comes back home.
I like it. I'm happy about it. And I called it back in May. You guys want to see a tweet that I had? You guys want to see the truth? You guys want to see the receipts? I have been for Brook Lopez with the Clippers. His numbers are almost identical over his last 2 seasons. I did watch him to some Lopez hater. Brook Lopez as a backup center would be a great signing. I said it back on May 16th. So why wouldn't I say it now? A lot of you are just going to say I'm a company man and whoever they got, I'd be behind. No, I said it then. May 16th. It is on record. Come on. He would easily be their best backup big since Isaiah Hartenstein and one of the better backup bigs in the league. He averaged 31 minutes a game this year, still at the age of 37. Take the minutes down a little bit, he'll be just fine. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I think I'm supposed to play that sound now. I had that earlier. I told you, whenever the Clippers bring somebody in, I am going to play this sound. This is the other type of alarm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Brook Lopez, we got him. We got him. Let's go. Let's go. Now, speaking of we got him, I think, first of all, I think Robert Flom's going to join in a little bit. So you can stay on, Telmer. That's not an issue. I just want to alert you to that if you need a reason to leave or if you just hate Robert Flom from 213 Hoops. He's supposed to join a little bit here. But 3 is not a crowd on Clippers Talk. The more the merrier is what I say.
No, I'm perfectly good with that. It'll give me a chance to write and continue staying on this record-breaking podcast, live stream podcast.
There's nothing else like it, man. This is the radiothon people wanted.
Look, I think people are. Brook Lopez is a good bet to have. I think he gives you a difference. I think the Clippers haven't had a floor-facing big in forever. When's the last time they had a floor-facing big? Maybe with Serge Ibaka, and he suffered that injury, and he was always, kind of dealing with injuries. So, I think Brook Lopez of the Clippers is a good move. He's not a bad rim protector. He can do that too. He's a bit slow, but look, for what you need him for, hitting threes and with range, not at the line, he's got some range on him. I think it's fantastic. And look, the biggest thing here is, I don't think we talked about it enough. We mentioned it earlier, but we didn't talk about it. Brook Lopez now gets to be within driving distance of Disneyland every single day.
I'm going to Disneyland. So he was making $23 million a year this past season. He just turned 37, by the way. He averaged 13 and 5 and 2 blocks a night in his 32 minutes per game. He can cut that in half playing behind Ivica Zubac. He started all 80 games this past year. He has been reliable.
80. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it too. I wonder what's the history of reliability. Let me look it up.
He has shot above 36% from three his last 4 years. He is a reliable stretch big. Good locker room guy. Beloved, a champion.
The last 3 years, 78 games, 79 games, 80 games at 37, 36, and 37 from three. So, no, it's a good addition for sure. And he's playing 31 minutes a night for them.
Whew. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you reduce the minutes, you're probably going to be able to get better production out of him in half that, in 15, 16 minutes a night. And by the way, maybe they will try him next to Ivica Zubac here and there because he's a stretch big.
I don't know about that. That's a bit of a slow lineup right there.
Maybe. Just in a pinch against the right team. I am a fan of Brook Lopez.
Does anyone wear number 11 on the Clippers? Jordan Miller?
That's a good question.
Jordan Miller wears 11.
You may have to use some of that money to buy his number back.
Mike, that's what Brook Lopez is wearing. In Milwaukee, anyways.
Y'all are being doomers in here, but I got receipts on wanting Brook Lopez. I don't hate this move at all. And if they beat the Lakers out for him, even better. That's the report I need to see. I know he's older, but he played 80 games at over 30 minutes a night. They don't need 30 minutes from him. Like 20 max. And he can stretch the floor. I want to see his rim protection. I know wasn't as great within 6 feet of the rim last season. I think I have that somewhere here, but it was good the year before. Like, I'm good with this move. And they still have $5 million left in their full mid-level exception to use. Who are they going to use it on? A guard?
That sounds
Most
like
likely?
Chris Paul or Malcolm Brogdon's music. That sounds like Chris Paul or Malcolm Brogdon. If I had to guess.
Who would you rather see on the Clippers?
Chris Paul, without a doubt.
For sentimental reasons?
I think he's also better than Brogdon. I think he's probably more reliable and probably much more of a point guard. Only thing is, I don't know how much James and Chris get along. I know that those 2 years in Houston were quite a ride for them, and I know they view leadership a little differently. I'll say, and so I don't know if they've gotten over that. I'm assuming if Russ and Patrick Beverley could do it with the Lakers, then James and Chris Paul could do it no problem.
Some people, I asked that question yesterday, and somebody hit me up saying that no, they're good now. They've been seen dapping each other up a bunch.
Chris and
I
James?
hope that's, yeah.
It's possible. I know their Houston tenure did not end on good terms. I know that they kind of butted heads. They had two very different playing styles, and it's possible that they're past that now. But we've seen Chris Paul is a very stubborn guy, but definitely would welcome him back. I think if he was available to it.
Yeah. I think it would warm the hearts of most Clippers fans. Outside of Joseph Ryan Ward, who may still be a CP. I think those wounds have healed with CP3, who also helped them with that sign and trade they did with Houston.
Yeah, it didn't end on bad terms. He could have just walked and instead they helped each other. I don't think Houston could have taken Chris Paul outright. They had to make a move to get him. So it made sense to help each other for sure. Shane Young just tweeted out in 2017-18, Zoo backed up Brook Lopez in Los Angeles. 25-26, Lopez backs up Zoo in Los Angeles.
That's true. Ivica Zubac was there that year, obviously, with Brook Lopez with the Lakers.
Oh, that reminds me. I think I have a story about Brook Lopez and Zubac.
Really? In the archives? From some mentorship?
Yes, I believe. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Hey.
I don't remember.
The deep cuts are coming out, people. Maybe they wanted Brook Lopez more than Clint Capella because of that relationship and because of the outside shooting. Maybe they didn't strike out on Clint Capella. Maybe this was about getting Brook Lopez to start with.
I mean, I get you trying to, clean it up a little
I'm
bit.
not trying anything.
Look, it's your show. I'll let you run it the way you want. Just,
What do you mean? You just guest hosted for 2 minutes. You can say whatever you want now.
I really think that it feels like Capella was there's a lot of smoke around Capella, unless that was just a smoke screen to pivot away. It seems like I think things changed in the last day or two when Ayton got bought out, which not a lot of people saw coming. So Ayton buyout meant probably the Lakers would make more sense for him because of the Luka connection and the opportunity, which means they're probably pivoting off Brook Lopez, who the Clippers might be interested in, and they weren't willing to offer Capella a 3-year deal. They're only offering him 2. So it's just, I think things changed in the last 24 hours since Ayton was made available. Kind of guys pivoting to other areas now. And then again, I think Capella would have been a Clipper if they offered a 3rd year, but they were just not offering 3 years. That's just not a thing. They've been talking about flexibility for what feels like ever now, and they're not going to, navigate away from that anytime soon.
We got someone joining the show here. Another special guest. Tell Mara, don't feel like you have to leave.
No, I'll be right here in the background. Just let me know when you need me. I'll chime in from time to time.
This background. Now there are 3 of us. I don't know which one of us is the deranged dragon on that meme that's always being used. But I guess that's me. I'm the whack goofy dragon next to these 2 basketball savants. As now Robert Flom from 213 Hoops and the Lob, the Jam, the podcast is joining the show here on a Clippers Talk Live, as we just got breaking news that the Clippers are signing Brook Lopez to a 2-year, $18 million deal. Robert, you're on with myself and Tomer Azarli. Thanks for doing this.
Absolutely. How are you guys doing?
We're good. Your first reaction, since this might actually be your first reaction, it's not even like this happened 2 hours ago. How are you feeling about this Brook Lopez sign with the Clippers?
I'm feeling pretty good. It is funny that they signed one of the few players in the NBA who would make them older. But, he's good. He's the best backup center they've had since Isaiah Hartenstein. And honestly, considering what we knew about Isaiah Hartenstein going into that season, he was better than anybody thought Isaiah Hartenstein would be. So in terms of like a guy who they've actually just signed, he's the best backup center they've had in 5 years.
100%.
He is old. He is very old, but he is good. He's still a great rim protector. And the Clippers have been looking for a center who can shoot threes since like Spencer Hawes, which, some of the kids in the chat might not know the Spencer Hawes experience. But yeah, the Clippers have been looking for a 3-point shooting center for a decade. And they finally have one, a big man who can actually shoot threes at high volume. And still protect the rim. So yeah, it's for the amount they're paying him. It's a really good signing. Like, you do worry about the age, like he could fall off a cliff, but it's a good signing.
Can I just say I did not expect to hear Spencer Hawes' name being thrown out on the show at all. There was not one part of me expected Spencer Hawes' name to come.
This is what I bring
at any point.
I liked that Spencer Hawes signing at the time, by the way. I was surprised it didn't work out for the Clippers. Regarding his age, to me, it's mitigated by the fact that he's a backup center now. For the first time ever, he is a backup center. Guys, for all you saying he's 37, cool story. He played 80 games and played 31 minutes per game last season. He looked pretty damn durable, playing much heavier minutes than he's going to be required to play now, backing up Ivica Zubac. Like, what can that do? Him only having to play 15 minutes a night. It would seem like he could conserve a lot of that energy and maybe be a better version of himself because he can go maximum effort every time he's out there. Big shot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly possible. He is an interesting fit on the Clippers. Like again, he provides that spacing. I think the good thing on defense is, he plays a very similar style to Ivica Zubac, so it'll be a pretty seamless fit. He's also been in the NBA for forever. Like, I'm sure he's used to all defensive coverages, but I think he'll be able to slot in very nicely. I think it's always tricky finding like a backup who does play a very different style on defense. So I think it's a good fit in that he does fit in cleanly on defense while providing something different on offense. And yeah, like he has been durable. And yeah, what's that gesture, Tomer?
Sound the alarm, Adam. Luka Garza has agreed to a 2-year, $5.5 million deal with the Boston Celtics. Continue.
Was the alarm necessary? No, you're right.
You're the one who said alarm for everyone.
Honestly, good for Luka Garza, man. I did not know he was going to get a multi-year deal in the NBA. But anyway, yeah, I mean, this is a good deal. It's a good deal for the Clippers. I get that like people are not necessarily like excited. Like it's hard to get really excited about like old players. Like there's nothing new with Brook Lopez, and I think that's why like some people are maybe a little bit. But like the center market, we're seeing the center market right now. Like Clint Capella was the other top guy, and he's like a little younger, but he's still pretty old. Like Luke Cornett is the guy who's been paid the most by a center in free agency, and it's like Luke Cornett is not changing my life if I'm a Clippers fan. So
Yeah, I think people are just looking for that flashy name, and you're not going to get that flashy name with what the Clippers have available. When you're looking at what did they announce the caps at? What, $154 million? Like you're not at just a minor percentage of that. You're not going to get anyone splashy or big name, but I think you'll get guys who are effective. Like Brook is a good rim protector. I think he like Rob said, he's seen all sorts of different defensive coverages and knows different schemes. So he's not a guy you have to worry about plugging in. And it's in late game situations when maybe you want to play big but aren't able to, have Zoo on the floor. That's an option to have. You have a defensive option. You have a scorer. Maybe you can play both. Adam, I know you mentioned you being excited about maybe playing both of them. I don't see that, but hey, let's just try different stuff out.
Well, when the Houston Rockets are throwing out 3 centers, you might have to play both. I will say this for his rim protection this season. Guys shot about 58% within 6 feet of the rim against Brook Lopez. That was up from 55% the year before. But I'm not overly concerned with that. He is savvy and in the right position the majority of the time. And again, he's going to be able to exert more energy. He can just pack it all into 15 minutes instead of having to conserve energy to play 31 minutes like he was last year. I think that's a huge advantage.
Well, there's that. I think there's also the other thing is like knock on all the wood, right? Like Ivica Zubac has been insanely durable, but the Clippers the past 4 years have been incredibly lucky that Zoo has not missed more time because their backup centers, frankly, have barely been NBA caliber. And like if Ivica Zubac was to go out for a month, I hope it doesn't happen. Brook Lopez can actually start and play like 25 minutes a game in a way that the Clippers big men of the last 3 years could never do. So this is not just like a good backup, but like this is like actual starter insurance for Zoo, which again, Zoo is the 3rd best player on the team. He's really, really good. Brook Lopez is not as good as Ivica Zubac, but like, if he's ever out, it's not like, oh my God, like Mo Bamba's playing 25 minutes a game or Kai Jones or, whoever. Like Brook Lopez is several steps above those guys, even at his age.
And to that point, I know Zoo wants to play a ton of games. He wants to play a lot of minutes. That's not something they want. They want to have to do though. If they want him to be fresh heading into the playoffs, I mean, he was playing 33 minutes a night. Adam, I'm sorry, sound the alarm.
What? We got
An actual
what we
alarm
got?
this time.
Oh!
Nikhil Alexander-Walker, 4-year, $62 million deal with the Hawks, plus a player option and a trade kicker in a sign and trade with the Wolves.
So it's what we expected. He's going to Atlanta. That's why the Pistons made their move. They knew they were out on him. Hey, good for Nah. He was not in the Clippers price range. Obviously getting more. So what is it? 14 or 4 years? What is
It's
that?
like
Did he go for a little bit
15.5.
over? So just
15.5
over.
million, just over the MLE. Yeah. I mean, even though he was probably the best unrestricted free agent in this class, I mean, I don't think he was an amazing fit on the Clippers. Like, if they'd been able to get him, obviously, like, it's a big talent upgrade, and like he's in his prime, which is cool. Like actually having a new Clipper who's like in his mid-20s instead of like old would have been great. But like that's not really a position. They don't need like another 2-3, right? Like they have so many 2-3s. So yeah, like he would have been great, but like, and I wrote about him, but like I never thought that he was. I think the Clippers were always going to invest somewhere else, unless he was willing to take a big pay cut, and clearly he was not, and it's fine, good for him.
Yeah.
Can you clear up this misinformation? Bro, we could have offered that. No, they couldn't.
The full non-taxpayer mid-level is not that much below. So it's 4 years. It starts at over 14 million. So like it's probably like 58 maybe, but this is a little bit more. And yeah, I mean, he's also going to have a bigger role on the Hawks. Like he's going to start and he's going to play a lot of minutes and get a lot of shots in a way he was just not going to do on the Clippers.
But they're also acquiring him via sign and trade. And because they have one of those exceptions that I'm assuming the Wolves are not going to want to take in too much salary, that's probably why it's able to be done.
Yes.
It's not
it's
just
definitely over the mid-level.
We can offer him that money. Yeah. It's not just a straight money. The Hawks had two major exceptions. One major exception, that they're probably going to take him into. And they, works through that. So it wasn't just a straight up signing. Like you can make that happen. No. I
haven't said this in a long time, but I like what the Atlanta Hawks have done recently. I gotta say, they've made a lot of moves that have made sense to me. We'll see how much Trae Young goes for.
I don't think they're trading Trae Young.
No, I mean how much they give him.
Oh, how much they give him? I was like, yeah, I don't think all these moves are not indicating they're trading Trae Young. Yeah, he's gonna get.
I mean, they will eventually, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
His max is $229 million. I think the extension. I don't think he's going to get that.
No. The only interesting thing about Nikhil Alexander-Walker signing to me is it's like the first like major free agent that's gone to the East from the West. Like the next biggest signing for an Eastern Conference team was Karis LeVert, who was he was on the Hawks, and I don't love that signing by the Pistons, quite frankly. But yeah, I mean, the Hawks like might be the fourth or fifth best team of the East next year, which I don't think says much about the Hawks. It says a lot about the state of the Eastern Conference. Yeah, it's half of the good free agents are already gone, maybe more, maybe like 2/3. I don't know. There are not many guys left on the board. DeAndre Ayton is like a top 5 free agent left, probably. It gets slim really quickly. And the Clippers really just need a point guard, and the point guards are the ones that have not signed mostly. Though D'Lo and Schroeder have signed, but Brogdon and Chris Paul and Tyus Jones and all them are still available.
Tomer said he'd like to see CP3 over Malcolm Brogdon if that is the decision. What do you think, Big Shot?
I've never been a Brogdon guy, quite frankly, and he's just always injured. He's bigger and younger, so he's better. Like if you thought that guy's going to play alongside Harden much, he's clearly a better fit than Chris Paul at this stage of Chris Paul's career. Yeah, I mean, Chris Paul's still good. Like he was good for the Spurs last year. Again, he's ancient and slow, but he's good. And if all the Clippers want is a guy to run a bench unit for 16 minutes while James Harden rests, Chris Paul can definitely still do that. Yeah, I mean he's probably the best option still on the board. Like Tyus Jones is younger. Tyus Jones was not great for the Suns last year. His numbers look good. I don't think any Suns fans that watched him really thought he was super impactful. But yeah, I mean, the point guard is not going to get a ton, right? Like Brook Lopez got 218. That leaves a few million for a point guard. So there's no big names left, and they're not getting a big name.
Wait,
So
correct me if I'm wrong, Rob. The Suns can't offer Chris anything more than the minimum.
I can't. I don't. Yeah, I don't think they have any money to give.
So I think that's where the Clippers' advantage is, where they can offer him. I don't know if they want to offer Chris Paul the remaining $5 million for the mid-level, but the Suns, I believe, all they can offer him is the minimum. I don't think they really have anything else, unless they make some trades, which they probably do because they have like 5,000 centers. They need to make some moves for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that there's one of the parties is not super interested in him going back to the Suns, is what I've heard. But we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be fine with Tyus Jones. I'd be fine with Chris Paul. Brogdon, I just feel like is just an immense injury risk, which is tough for the Clippers, who have been obviously scarred by injury-prone guys. And Chris Paul, even though he's ancient, played in every single game for the Spurs last year, which is insanely impressive on a pretty high minutes load. So yeah, Tyus would be fine for the people in the chat who want Tyus. He'd be fine. For the amount that the Clippers are offering. But people are saying power forward. I mean, they're not getting a good power forward for whatever money they have left. I mean, I think they need a power forward, but nothing that the Clippers have said have indicated that they really find that is a huge need for them. So
what's left with the mid-level exception of $5 million? They can't get Yabusele with that.
5.3.
Probably.
Look, there's a French connection there. If Nico can convince him to come through for $2 million for 2 years, you never know. I will say, I think Tyus Jones was expecting to be paid heading into free agency last year. I think he was looking for a big one, and that just wasn't there for him. I think he was looking for a good $12 million after that Washington year, but it just wasn't there for him. So he was probably a product, that was a product of the market itself. And maybe this year as well, I could see him signing a 1 year, a 1+1, and then heading into free agency next year, which is where I think he'll be able to capitalize. Because he's still pretty young, if I'm not mistaken. He's only 20. How old is he? 29. Oh, he's 20. Okay, he's 29. A little older than I thought, but still, I think still worthy of a more than a minimum deal for sure for Tyus Jones.
It would definitely bring down the Clippers' average player age. I like Tyus Jones.
Yeah,
his only problem is he's undersized defensively.
Chris Paul is a better defender than Tyus Jones, even though Chris Paul is, again, he's ancient and he's not nearly as good as he used to be, but he's stouter than Tyus Jones and better at forcing steals. But I mean, I don't think the Clippers probably care too much about the backup point guard defense, especially since one of Chris Dunn or Derek Jones Jr. is going to be out there at all times, probably. People are asking about Ben Simmons. That ship has sailed into the has sailed. I will not say more than that. But somebody said, was it Law who said Ben Simmons is looking for more than the minimum? I don't know about that one. I hope he's able to get it, but I don't know.
He's a minimum guy. Until he shows that he can be a consistent and healthy player, he's not going to get more than the minimum, I don't think. I don't expect to see him back in the Clippers, and I also don't expect to see Amir Coffey. I mean, we'll see. I don't know. Atlanta is sending a 2027 second-round pick via Cleveland to Minnesota for the Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
That's it?
I mean, they're not trying to take cash back. The only thing they would really want would be draft assets or cash, which is also what they acquired from there. So Minnesota has their own decisions to make. What they give? Naz Reid a 5-year deal, Julius Randle a 3-year deal. Like, they paid a lot of people too. Joe Ingles also got a massive. I'm kidding. Joe Ingles got a minimum, but they had to pay guys. They lost Luka Garza. They lost Nickeil. CBA really hurt them. Really, really hurt them.
I don't,
because they had something there with Cat.
I like the Naz Reid deal, and I don't hate the deal for Julius Randle, but I think he may have peaked in those first 2 rounds of the playoffs this year, right before he fell off a cliff. And That's still an interesting fit to me.
I just think more than ever the matchup, the playoffs are so matchup dependent. And like Julius Randle got two teams that just he could feast on because they were undersized. Like the Lakers just had nobody to guard him. And the Warriors, like, I mean, Draymond is a great defender. He's not what he used to be. And Randle's just much bigger and stronger than Draymond Green. So yeah, I've never really been a Randle guy, but I think at that money, he's fine. He's like a good floor raiser.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the Clippers are going to be right in there. I mean, I think you guys maybe have already talked about this. I mean, I think the Clippers have kind of made this known for a bit. But I mean, the Clippers are just, this is a run it back. We're going to see how it goes. And we're just storing up for summer of 2027, maybe summer of next year if things really change with, the Batum team option and the Harden player option that's partially guaranteed. Like they could clear up something next summer. But yeah, I mean, they're just people who want them to make a lot of changes. Like we could see like a Norm or Bogey trade. It wouldn't stun me, but I don't think we're getting a ton else. They're going to get a point guard, and that's probably going to be it. Maybe they'll make a trade. I don't know.
Lawrence Frank said Wednesday night after the first round of the draft that they can't have extension talks with Norm Powell till July. Does anybody know the date on that? It's about to be July.
I believe it was the start of free agency.
Yeah.
Is that all he was saying?
I believe it was the start of free agency.
I heard he definitely said July. And it's not July yet.
I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, maybe they couldn't actually sign him until July, but
okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's that July 5th date that we've seen from guys, or July 6th.
It's possible. July 6th
couldn't
is
be
when you
official.
can actually sign free agents. That's when like,
Right.
the moratorium is over.
Maybe that's what he meant.
Yeah. I mean, we all see like when discussions can start. I mean, people have been saying Dorian Finney-Smith to Rockets for 2 days and D'Angelo Russell to the Mavs for like 5 days, even though, they're not supposed to talk with free agents.
We got business here, boys. Free agent guard Tyus Jones has agreed to a 1-year, $7 million deal with the Orlando Magic. He was rumored to be going there. He is going there. So he gets a slight raise, and that's more than the Clippers could have offered him.
It's actually double what he was making last year, but yeah, it is more than the Clippers could pay him. So yeah, it's a good deal for both sides. I think the Magic need a point guard who can, who's better than Corey Joseph, and Tyus Jones is clearly better than Corey Joseph.
So Jalen Suggs is not a point guard, huh?
I don't really think so. I love Jalen Suggs, but I mean, Tyus Jones is not going to start. He's going to be like their bench, come in and just keep the trains moving. And Suggs is going to start at point guard because I mean it's going to be Suggs, Bane, Franz, Paolo, Wendell. But I don't really think he's a point guard. But it's a good deal.
They have an interesting team. They have a deep team.
They're going to be good. But yeah, Tyus Jones is one of the only other options for the Clippers at point guard. So, I mean, they could go somebody completely unexpected. I mean, it's possible, but
Russ,
that would be completely unexpected. Russ, and honestly, I will say this much: people, listeners will know my feelings on Russ. Russ in the Garden would be crazy. I would honestly like to see Russ play for the Knicks. It would be. The highs and lows will never be higher or lower than in Madison Square Garden playing for the Knicks. It will be incredible television, and he won't be on the Clippers, so I'll be cool with it.
So it's CP3 or Brogdon. We're down to that for the Clippers, right? There's nobody else we're thinking of. What about Cole
Monty
Anthony?
Morris?
It sounds like Cole Anthony might get bought out.
He's younger. Cole Anthony is another guy who, to me, is not like really a point guard. I mean, he's a point guard size. He's not really like a great playmaker. He was pretty bad last year. I mean, he's had good seasons in his career. He does not really strike me as a Clippers type of player. People have also mentioned the Trey Mann, who was not his option was not picked up by the Hornets. I think Trey Mann has a lot of talent. Again, I don't really view him as a point guard. And I also think he probably will get more than the Clippers will pay him. I think like the Nets, for example, should probably pay Trey Mann just as a flyer. or some other like pretty bad team because he has a lot of talent and he would just not play much for the Clippers. I don't think he would come to the Clippers, and I don't really think that he fits what they need. But it would be interesting. I mean, he has a lot of talent. That is the kind of upside swing that I think fans have really wanted, but I don't think that'll happen.
I agree with the bad team thing for Trey Man. The thing is, the Nets also have like 50,000 guards. They draft like a couple international guards, and they're bringing back.
They traded for Colin
Cam Thomas.
Sexton. I keep forgetting about
Okay, that is upsetting. When I saw what Colin Sexton went for, who I liked and talked about a lot last trade deadline, that the Clippers might be interested in him, or at least I was, he went for that little. Yusuf Nurkic, and they had to give him a second rounder.
He had no value, and I think the rest of the league knew that. And the rest of the league knew that
Colin
Utah was trying to get out of that deal. Yeah.
Oh, I disagree. He's getting you an efficient 18 per game, and he's been efficient his entire career, and he's still young.
I think I'm mainly speaking from the Jazz perspective. Teams knew the Jazz wanted to get off him, and they didn't have a lot of leverage in that aspect. When they already have Isaiah Collier, they have Ace Bailey now, they have so many other guys. Like they didn't have a lot of leverage.
I just would have loved to swoop in and get him.
I also think teams like, and we've seen this over the years with Norm Powell, who's been good for the Clippers, but has obviously had a longer deal. But like, I think the league in general does not super value small guards who cannot play point guard. Like Colin Sexton, right, is a good player. I don't think anybody would really deny that. Like he is a good scorer. And he's an efficient scorer, but like he's not a point guard. He's point guard sized. He's not great on defense, and like that just means like on a good team, he's probably playing like 15 to 18 minutes a game. And on that money, like I think he would be a perfect fit on the Clippers. Like I do think that the Clippers, like you pair him with like Chris Dunn, would be a really interesting backcourt. But yeah, like I think the league is lower on those guys than fans are. And I'm not even saying the league is correct on that. Like, I think there's value to Colin Sexton, like a guy who can score buckets efficiently off the bench. I just don't think the NBA values those guys as much. But yeah, I mean, I still think that was a terrible trade by the Jazz to have to give up a second round pick just to bring in Yusuf Nurkic. But yeah, I don't know.
So the Clippers could waive Eubanks and get $4.8 million back, right? That's a non-guaranteed deal
until
he's
January,
on?
right? Yeah, and he's guaranteed until January, but yeah.
I don't think that really gives them any more flexibility in terms of signing guys because it doesn't like add to their MLE. I think it just helps with like tax and just like overall salary cap, but like I don't think they would like get an extra $5 million to sign people because they already have their MLE and they've used it. But I'm not like a super cap expert, but I mean, it would help with just trimming costs and like enabling flexibility in like trades, for example. So it would help with like trade maneuvering. But
also, Adam, Colin Sexton makes $18.9 million this year.
Yeah, but he's expiring.
Yeah, but if that gets you into apron territory or tax territory that you don't need to be, like if you can avoid it for the year, that you're probably not going to win a championship anyways, you probably want to do that.
Well, they trade an expiring for an expiring with Yusuf Nurkic. I think Colin Sexton is a much better player. Maybe Nurkic was more of a need. I don't know. I don't know. I saw that trade and I'm like, I would have given up more to get Colin Sexton. And there's a reason he's getting paid that much. He is a good player.
He was also signed under the previous CBA. And I mean, we're seeing right now that, the CBA is just, it's creating these very, very set tiers of players, right? Like the superstars are making an insane amount of money. But like even the guys below them, like Julius Randle on the previous CBA probably would be making over $40 million a year. And right now he's at 33. And like all these role guys, like, they're getting 8 to 10 million a year. Like teams are just not paying even the full like the only guy who's gotten the full MLE so far, I think, is Dorian Finney-Smith. Like teams are just not giving those contracts away because they're harder to move and like the aprons are so tough. So I just think teams are like very, very careful now and like giving a lot of money to role players. But yeah.
What do you guys think about Gary Trent Jr.? He was somebody that lost out, I think, last year because of the
I think he's going
CBA.
to lose out again this year, to be quite honest. He'll probably get more than the Clippers are offering. Like, I think some team will give him a good chunk of their MLE compared to like a small chunk. But like, my guess is he signed somewhere for like 216 or something, but the Clippers can't even pay that at this point. Again, like, I don't know if they really need like a shooting guard small forward. Again, they have Norm, they have Bogdan. I don't know if you guys saw the Luke Kennard rumors that befuddled me. I was like, how would Luke Kennard play minutes on this roster? I think the same, like, Gary Trent is bigger and like a better defender than Luke Kennard, but again, like, they already have Bogdan, they have Norm, they have DJJ.
Kennard on the Clippers? I didn't see that. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Scotto, I think, tweeted that the Clippers had interest in Kennard. Not in Gary Trent Jr., but in Kennard. And I was like, I don't know.
That's interesting considering. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, also like 10 teams were listed, so that's probably just like they're trying to get him paid somewhere. But yeah, I don't think the Clippers are signing a guard. Like, if they're like a shooting guard, I guess I should say. Like, they're going to sign like a ball handling point guard. And if they're going to make a trade, I think it would be for a forward. But we'll just see. I mean, the Cam Johnson, Michael Porter Jr. trade came out of nowhere for me. That's like the only trade of the day, and that kind of shocked me. So we might see more trades come in. I hope so, because the free agents themselves are not super super exciting.
Well, I'm not trying to make a trade right now because, as I said earlier, the more the merrier. Let's quad pod it up with Justin Rousseau at Fly By Night.
No, that's my sign to get out of here. Hell no. That's my sign.
Chat.
I love everyone too. Thank you.
Justin, thanks for doing this. We got Justin, Robert Flom, Tomer Azarli, who has been on for like 2 hours now. We are blessed and way up on this.
You haven't listened to him for 2 hours?
He actually ran the show solo for a little bit while I jumped in the bathroom. So
wow.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, I would say.
Is he having a better time than Chris Haynes is today?
Ooh, the
That's
biggest loser.
That's a low
I'm not gonna lie. We've actually talked a little bit about you provided some content on the show because of the when you sent me that, I sent it to Adam and we talked about it a little bit. So
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I'm not AI generated. I can tell you that. So
you want to provide some more content? Give us your analysis on the Brook Lopez signing by the Clippers.
I think it's fine. It's a perfectly acceptable signing.
Okay, hold on. Justin was in the waiting room and texted me.
Oh no.
I quote, his text was in the waiting room. I am here and await your insertion. Proceed.
That is crazy.
I think it's a perfectly.
Crazy. You're not glossing over that, bro. That's crazy.
We are. We're brushing that to the side. I think it's a perfectly acceptable deal. I think it's a perfectly acceptable signing. I think it's rather interesting because Lawrence did talk about it on draft night that he was looking at a third skill set for a center, and this fits that. This is the third skill set of a stretch big. And look, I get it. Brook Lopez is 37. Tomer's not moving. Tomer's moving as much as Brook Lopez.
I'm not frozen, by the way. I'm just
I know. I know. You're moving about as much as Brook Lopez
no
will probably
pauses,
move on
crazy.
defense this
no
year.
No pauses. Crazy.
I'm keeping it rolling, man. You got to know something.
Yeah, you are.
I don't think there's a real issue with the deal. It's an acceptable deal, and that's fine.
Chat said soundbite that immediately, and I agree.
Okay, where did he rank in terms of the available centers that were out there? We kind of thought Clint Capella was high on the Clippers list, and he ended up getting 3 years. And Tomer Azarli astutely said, they probably didn't want to give him that third year with the Clippers because they want to keep that money in some dry powder summer 2027. How much of a difference do you think those two centers are talent-wise?
talent-wise are probably even, but I think fit-wise, Brook is better. That doesn't mean Brook's the better player at this point. I think his fit with the Clippers is a little bit more streamlined than maybe Clint's would be. I also do think I agree with Tomer that the years are a big deal, I think, to this organization. I don't think they want to go beyond 2 at this point.
Big Shot Bob Flom, would you have preferred Clint Capella?
I think they're about equal. I mean, I think the 3-point shooting of Brook is really nice on offense. Clint obviously has the reps with James Harden, which is cool. Would have provided a Swiss center mentor for the Clippers' new rookie big man, which would have been incredible. He's a very similar archetype of player too. In that instance, I think it's great. But to be very frank, I don't think the Clippers were signing somebody to that level to be a real role just to be a mentor or just as that being part of the consideration. So it would have been a really cool story. I'm sure you guys would have gotten some great stories out of Clint Capella and Niederhauser, but I don't think that that wouldn't have been a deal breaker for me. So, and Brook is awesome. We haven't really talked about it. Like Brook is just a great guy and like a great personality. I'm sure you guys will love having him around the locker room. He's won a championship, and like Clint Capella has been on deep playoff runs, but Brook is, one of the most experienced guys in the entire NBA. And I think that does matter. So I probably would have given the slight edge to Brook. And again, like you said, I don't know like what other better centers were out there. Like Luke Cornett got 441 and he's fine. He's younger, but like, I don't think Luke Cornett is that much better than Brook Lopez or Clint Capella, if at all. So
no, this is a tough center market. This is a really tough one. It was Capella, it was Lopez, it was Cornett, and then it was Ayton was a late addition yesterday, but I think that was kind of the one that changed a lot of things for everyone. When the Lakers might look at him.
What if the Lakers still look at him? That would be incredible.
That'd be shocking. Because then what are they doing? Signing Jackson
Hayes again. Alex Len. They're running it back.
Trace Jackson Davis is also a free agent, isn't he? Or is he restricted? I don't know. The center market is bare bones.
We're all restricted, buddy.
I mean, if you want to compare it, Kevon Looney got 216, and I think Brook Lopez is a good bit better than Kevon Looney, even though I have fondness for Kevon Looney. But Brook Lopez got a little bit more, and I think he's clearly a better player than Kevon Looney.
See, the thing is, they need to let Kevon Looney be Rico Hines Kevon Looney, because I've seen that man ball. He's really good. They're not letting him be Rico Hines Kevon Looney. They're letting him be the Warriors Kevon Looney. Once you unleash him, it's dangerous.
I know we're supposed to talk about the Clippers for a second. Can I just give a special shout out to Joe Dumars? I'm glad that there's at least one team in the league who we can always just look at and be like, what are they doing? We need that. And Joe D's providing, baby.
I think the Chicago Bulls are the most thankful for him right now.
The Suns just signed another center. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in Phoenix.
Was it Nigel Hayes?
Yeah.
Nigel Hayes Davis, the 2025 Euro League champion.
Didn't he go to Wisconsin?
He did. He was one of the all-time, if you think you're going to get drafted in the first round, don't go back to school, buddy, stories, because he was projected to be like a mid-first-round pick. Went back, and I think he went undrafted a couple years later. But,
I remember that.
This is a decent question. What do you guys think happens with Bol?
I don't care.
Damn.
Maybe he's the Lakers starting center. Imagine Bol playing with LeBron James.
Well, he's as good as Wemby, according to Shaq. They're no different.
Adam, this is why you don't get the quad feed going. This is why you don't get the quad feed going, because you get a pause and I don't care within like 5 minutes of each other. This is insane.
I'm still on pause in some ways. I don't think I'll ever get over that one. Tell Mara I thought was frozen. I am here and await your insertion. There's got to be a better way to say that. Justin Rousseau bringing it. Okay, so Justin, it's Malcolm Brogdon or CP3 for the Clippers?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you. We're kind of unanimous in who we think they should go with between those two. I don't want to give it away. Who would you go with?
This sounds terrible to say. Does it matter?
Can't be worse than what I got in a text.
Does it matter? Like, I don't mean to sound mean. They're the backup point guard.
Yes, it matters. Yes, it absolutely matters.
I
One of the franchise legends, the other is injury prone, and
it would be really cool to bring Chris Paul back on the court. I mostly agree.
Not
But
even
yes,
close.
it would be very cool to bring Chris Paul
In that context, yes, Chris Paul, 100%. Be amazing to cover him in his return to the Clippers as he rides off into the sunset for the franchise. He seemingly turned around. So storyline wise, that'd be incredible. I just, on the court, I don't know how much it actually matters. Well, to be fair, Chris will probably be on the court more than Malcolm would be, just based on recent history. So maybe you just lean Chris even on an on-court aspect.
So at this point, you're not awaiting either's insertion?
Not into the lineup. Not into the lineup. I'm not. It's weird because when you get to this type of an offseason, how many true difference makers are there on the open market in this free agency class? There's not a lot. Nikhil's a difference maker in my opinion, and he went to Atlanta because they could offer him more than anybody else could because of the trade exception. Outside of that, there's really not a lot. And we're already seeing movement on next year's free agent class because Jaren got his extension, and that impacts next year's free agent class. So it's going to be rather interesting.
Just reported now that Devin Booker is in talks on a contract extension, 2-year, $150 max with the Suns, which just broke right now. Oh,
good for
sorry,
Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Good for Devin Booker. I guess he's could be the highest paid guy in the NBA probably until Shea gets his extension. But
can we just for a minute let $150 million over 2 years marinate into the ether right now? Not saying he doesn't deserve it. That's $75 million a year. I can math, that's absurd. Not saying he doesn't deserve it, but come on.
that was the entire salary cap 12 years ago, 13 years ago.
Yeah. He's going to be making more money than probably 90% of players in league history have ever made.
Justin, because I brought it up earlier, what happens if they waive Drew Eubanks? We weren't sure how much money. We were thinking that wouldn't make that much of a difference with how much money it would save them.
They would drop another $4.75 million under the apron, which would drop them to this is the second apron is what I should classify.
Second.
They would get to about 10 points. Well, because they wouldn't clear enough space with Brooks' deal to get under the first apron if they just release Drew. They're technically $6 million over the first apron right now. There's a couple other. I'm sorry, I didn't update my numbers. That's on me. Anyways, now to reclarify this, they are $6 million under the first apron is where they're at right now with Brooks' deal. They would get to 10.75 under if they waive Drew Eubanks. If they hypothetically waive Jordan Miller as well, which he has a non-guaranteed deal, they can get to just about 13 million under the first apron. They would also be 5 million under the luxury tax, but they'd still have 2 roster spots that they have to fill. So what they're probably going to end up doing is they're most likely going to go into the season with 14 players under contract and an open roster spot and kind of just go from there. So I would expect that to be what happens.
So,
because they're always a buyout destination. That's what they are.
Right.
Maybe we'll get John Collins on a buyout, and everything will come full circle finally. At the buyout market, I think they will waive Drew Eubanks. There's no point in them having 4 centers unless they find a deal for him, in which case maybe they trade him. But they don't need 4 centers on this roster.
A deal for Drew Eubanks?
I don't know.
Good luck. Good luck.
He could be the Lakers starting center at this point. Don't stop.
Where do you guys value DeAndre Ayton? If that's the guy the Lakers are now dead set on, they're not getting Lopez. They didn't get Capella.
Will he care? He's really talented, and he's not washed athletically. If he shows up and he cares, he's probably going to be a huge bargain. The question is, will he care? And will he not extremely annoy Luke and LeBron? I don't. DeAndre Ayton playing with LeBron is interesting to imagine. But he's extremely talented. I mean, honestly, I think he'd be a really good signing for the Lakers. And it sure seems like that's who they're going to get. But I don't know.
So they got Jake LaRavia, who I wanted.
I think that was a really good signing by them.
Damn it.
One of the better ones of this offseason so far.
Yeah, you guys missed it. This guy was screaming no for about 2 minutes when Jake LaRavia signing happened. And then we had the Haynes Shams fiasco where we didn't know where he was going. So he was like, oh, we have a source up. And then once it was confirmed to be the Lakers, he screamed no again for like 10 minutes. It was insane.
I actually have that audio for you. This was me after they got him. I was upset. I'd posted a highlight mix of him last night on X saying, Jake LaRavia.
Can you listen to yourself? Do you listen to yourself? You posted a Jake LaRavia mixtape on Twitter.
You're calling me out for not listening to myself. Meanwhile, I got a text here that says, I am here.
What does it say?
I am here and await your insertion. I think Jake LaRavia has a ton of upside. I don't know, for $6 million a year, the next 2 years. I like that signing.
Oh, I like Jake. I think Jake is a very capable player. And actually, I like him on the Lakers a lot just because I think there is real upside in terms of him as a shooter and as an athletic four. And he gives them a lot more options than they had going in. So I like his fit with the Lakers. It's just funny to hear someone posted a Jake LaRavia mixtape.
Is DeAndre Ayton, because he likes to live in the mid-range some, is that the ideal guy next to Luka?
He can catch a lob.
He's still a good lob threat.
He's huge and athletic. Yeah. I mean, if he wants to roll to the rim, he can do it. And he's a better lob threat than any of the other guys who are available in free agency.
Yeah. I just don't know if it would be the can't miss guy that some Lakers fans believe it to be. Like as soon as he was waived, future Laker.
At this point, he is a can't miss guy because if they don't get him, I don't know who they're getting. It literally might be Drew Eubanks or Mason Plumlee. So, yeah, that's
they could still trade. They could trade Rui Hachimura. They could trade Gabe Vincent. They could trade Vanderbilt. They have some guys they could trade. They could still have that first round pick. They could move. I don't know if they're done.
I mean, just in free agency, I mean, they could make a deal. I mean, Rui plus a first could get you somebody probably pretty good. Gabe Vincent is not getting you anything.
Have we heard anything on Miles Turner yet?
No.
There was a report that, he was expected to come back to Indiana over the last 2 days.
Yeah, he'll be back. It's just a matter of what their number is going to be on that extension, but he'll be back.
Is there a chance Obi Toppin or Mathurin shakes out because they have to overpay for Miles Turner?
Mathurin, maybe.
Mathurin is probably the most
Toppin
likely.
they're keeping.
I would guess after that postseason, Toppin is pretty valuable. I don't think they move him, but I could see Mathurin. But even in a year where they won't have Halliburton, this is probably the year where you need Mathurin, and it's probably in their best interest to get a deal done before this year because if he has a big year, he obviously has a lot more leverage to ask for more. But I don't know. I don't know if you really move him or you want to move him right now. It's a tough little decision they have right
now. Center names on the free agent market. Can I just read this, please?
Yeah, insert it.
Miles Turner, who we all are in agreement is going back to Indiana. Mo Wagner, who is out for a long time with an injury, right?
Also going back to Orlando. I'd be pretty shocked.
Also go, yeah.
But yes.
Al Horford, who won't go to the Lakers, or it doesn't sound like he's going to the Lakers. DeAndre Jordan, Mason Plumlee. LeBron can reunite with good friend Tristan Thompson. Taj Gibson, we can get Thomas Bryant to recreate the LeBron passing Kareem picture again. He's a free agent. Tristan Vucevic, Jackson Hayes, Sandro Mamashkilasvili, Charles Bassey, Jericho Sims. They can reunite with Alex Len, Bismack Biyombo, Brandon Carlson. They can bring back Christian Koloko or Micah Potter. These are center options right now.
Respect Sandro.
In
Respect
2025.
Sandro.
Hey, listen.
I like Christian. I like the good Christian.
No kidding. Like, no messing around here. I actually think Sandro would be an incredible signing for a team.
I also think Charles Bassey is kind of good, but these are very deep cuts. I don't think the Lakers are signing Charles Bassey to be their starting center. Maybe a backup, but yeah, that's Horford. I think is going to. Everybody thinks he's going to the Warriors, right? Which is
he's expected to go to the Warriors. Yeah.
So they're going to get Ayton for $8 million, right? Because they paid 6 out of their 14.1 for LaRavia.
The reporting is that Ayton gave back $10 million on his buyout, and therefore want $10 million. But I mean, he's made a lot. Maybe he'll settle for $8 million. I don't know.
So there was also reporting that the amount of money that he gave back actually helped Portland as well. I guess it was like a certain amount of money that put them underneath a certain line. I can't remember exactly what it was. And apparently it was all based on reporting as well. It was Ayton's representation who went to the Blazers to work on a buyout. So it wasn't like the Blazers just came to him. So I'm sure this could be a mutual thing where he gave back just enough to help Portland to facilitate the buyout itself so he can go where he wants to go.
I just want you guys to know that as of 2 hours ago, Chris Paul on Instagram posted a story of good eating chips and then a 4-year anniversary of his reaching the NBA Finals. Just want you guys to know.
He was addicted to going to the finals.
Don't do that. Damn, dude.
I love CP3. I remember that quote. I want him back with the Clippers. If Phoenix can only offer Justin, we can get another opinion on this. Phoenix only has a veteran minimum to offer him, right? So if it's down to 2 vets and you want to be in LA, why would he not take the Clippers offer?
Maybe he thinks playing time. He could start in Phoenix, so that could be the thing too. Like, I mean, Bradley Beal's not going to play. So
how's that going to work out?
Chris Paul's.
I think they're probably going to start Green and Booker. I guess you could start Chris Paul with them. Yeah, I don't know. Phoenix is a mess. Who knows what they do?
I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of forgot they had Jalen Green, so there's also that. But that Phoenix roster is just it's power or it's centers and shooting guards, man. Like,
how good is the starting lineup of
Jalen
Green, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, Mark Williams, and Ryan Dunn? Oh my God.
I think they're good enough to get the Wizards the first pick.
Is Mark Williams past the physical yet?
Okay. The trade is official, so yes, he did. The question is, did he actually fail the Lakers physical, or did they just get cold feet and use it as an excuse?
He failed it.
I got a question because I like this player a lot, and I was upset when I saw how little he went for to go to Boston. Is there a real possibility Anthony Simons could get rerouted again? And would you guys be interested for the Clippers?
He could get rerouted. Yeah, he could get rerouted. I think it's probably the more likely scenario. I don't know. It depends on what you're giving up, and I don't know. There's a lot of factors that go into it.
Do you like him as a player?
Yeah, I think he's probably fits a need for them, a scoring need, especially alongside of James Harden. He'd probably have to start if he comes here. Yeah, that's my guess, and so that means who is going to the bench. It depends on who's in the deal, but does that mean not starting Chris anymore?
I guess we're assuming Norman Powell would be in that deal if they brought in Anthony Simons. How do you feel?
It wouldn't make any sense to have both of them. It would have to be one of Bogey or Norm, and I don't know why the Celtics would have any interest in Bogey. So
then, what would your starting lineup be? James, Chris, Simons. Like, you're starting. I don't think Chris. Maybe you can pull Chris. I don't think you can pull Chris out of the starting lineup for over an 82 game season. So I don't really know what that.
I mean, Anthony Simons is a really bad defender, like really bad. He's very good on offense, but he's
horrendous level defender, great offensive player, but horrendous level defender.
So. Better on offense than Norm and worse on defense. I don't know if that's a trade that you want to make.
He's also, at least last season when I watched him, was wildly inconsistent offensively. He had games where he'd put up 30, and other games would be like 2 points. Granted, that's a different team and different asks of what they need of him, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
He had as many 30-point games last season as Jaylen Brown did for the Boston Celtics. They both had 9. I'm a fan of Simons. I would like to see him in a different situation. I'm interested, even if he stays with Boston, what that looks like. I would like to get a player, even though his defense is bad. If you're trading expiring contracts, I think it would be interesting to have a guy that young and just see what his potential is.
I mean, if it was a straight up swap from Norm Powell, sure. But I mean, I imagine the Clippers would have to give up other stuff. And yeah, to me, like Simons has started the past years. To me, he's like a bench guy on an actually good team. Like probably a high minute bench guy, but like I think his defense is so bad that you probably don't want him starting.
So what's the ideal way that the Clippers round out this, I guess, off season? From this point going forward, because I'm genuinely interested. Like, what would they add that were like this makes sense?
The insertion of a point guard for one. That's top of the line, top of the list. And then from there, the insertion of anything else I think that fits a position of need, I think would be great. You know, people jumping on midway are going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? They're going to be so confused with the context of this.
I think a lot of people would like to see John Collins inserted. It's a point guard and a power forward if they can pull it off. That would be ideal. Let's say CP3, and then is there anybody outside of John Collins that would be realistic they could move?
A Kuminga sign and trade, but Kuminga doesn't make sense on this team.
I like him.
I know you want him, Adam. He doesn't.
No,
make
I'm
sense.
right.
Why? So like the Kuminga thing would be like, why pay $30 million a year to Kuminga when I can get John Collins for 26 and on an expiring?
Because I know what John Collins' ceiling is, and how Kuminga might be around for the next era.
That's a
boat.
You think he's the next superstar or something?
I have no idea who he is, but he's 23, and there's a better chance of him being around for 2027 and beyond than John Collins.
So you're willing to jeopardize your 2027 flexibility on the chance that Jonathan Kuminga's a superstar?
I have said I would go as high as this for Kuminga. 3 years, $90 million.
No, he wants 4. He wants 4. He's not.
He also wants to cook. He wants to take like 20 shots a game.
I think the Clippers.
Adam said a boat is a boat, but the mystery box could be anything, even a boat.
The deal with Kuminga and other young guys is the only reason they're available is because they have some flaws. The Clippers also do not have an opportunity to get young guys outside of taking some that have flaws. I think at some point they're going to have to roll the dice with a young guy, whether it's LaMelo or Kuminga or somebody else. I think
pick somebody else.
Have to do it.
Pick somebody else.
I mean, LaMelo, the gap between LaMelo and Kuminga, though. I mean, LaMelo has made all-star teams, albeit in the East. But, like, LaMelo is, like, an all-NBA level talent who has off the court and, you know, maybe some personality issues. But, like, the talent of LaMelo, we've seen him be incredible on the court. We have not seen Jonathan Kuminga be incredible for more than like a game or two.
I got 4 months that I pulled over the last 2 years where he's gotten real minutes and has thrived with Golden State. And then the last 3 games against Minnesota in that playoff series. I'm not saying it's a lot. I'm just saying I'm interested because I don't know how many better options they're going to have moving forward.
It's the interest that kills you. Like literally, like with a player like him, it's the interest that kills you because you get flashes that are enticing enough to get you to buy in. And honestly, if Kuminga wasn't a top 10 pick in the league, I don't know Oh, hold on. I'm being told to wrap it up.
Insert the horns.
Sound the alarm.
Hold on.
Luke Kennard, 1 year, $11 million deal with the Atlanta Hawks.
How much help does Trae Young need?
Luke Nukem. Hey.
Also, how many guards do they have?
The Shams tweet. Okay, Hawk star Trae Young reached out to Kennard and Nikhil Alexander Walker this evening to help recruit them. Imagining Trae Young on texting Luke Kennard, like, are they friends? That seems a very, very odd pairing to me. I like all NBA players probably have each other's numbers somewhere, but like Trae Young and Luke Kennard being close is an unexpected development.
This is kind of their bogey replacement.
The last sentence in the Shams tweet, or the Shams tweet, it's the bigger one. He called them two big wing gets. He called them wings. Keel could play the three, maybe, but like, I don't know. What do we? This is crazy.
Yeah, that's not a big wing get.
I did not think Luke would get, even on a 1 year, I did not think he'd get $11 million.
So that's probably the last of the sign and trade that they had left over then, right?
Yeah, could be.
Well, no, because if that was the last of the trade exception, they signed and trade him. He had to get longer than a 1 year deal. So I don't know. They might have still had some of the MLE then.
What is Tomer inserting into his mouth? What are you eating, Tomer? What do you got there?
A peach?
Little peach, yeah, little
nectar.
Peach. I mean,
right
look,
on.
if you're gonna have me on here for 3 hours, at least let me, fuel up a little bit.
No, I appreciate your time.
Insertion is necessary over 3 hours.
Yeah, I didn't think he.
Real quick about Atlanta. Where do we think they finish in the East?
They're trying to be fifth at worst.
Okay, so Tomer, you say fourth?
I
think they could get to third. Because
the Magic above them, but they're probably in that tier.
So I think it's going to come down to some variation of the Cavs, Knicks, Magic, and Hawks as like the top four. And
don't forget about the Pistons.
Oh, and the Pistons too. Well,
those are the top five.
Yeah, those could be the top five.
That's
then
ludicrous.
You got the Bucks with no Dame, the Pacers with no Tyrese, and the Celtics with no Jason.
And the Celtics also losing Al Horford, trading Porzingis, trading Drew Holiday, losing Luke Cornett, maybe trading Sam Hauser. The Celtics might be trying to get like a top 5 pick next year. Like, are they just going to sit Derek White and Jaylen Brown?
Honestly, it's not a bad plan. It's not.
It's not.
If I start out slow, and I see there's no chance to be a top 6 seed, then I'm just going to start tanking.
I mean, they should.
It's the Spurs Tim Duncan thing in '97, where they didn't have David Robinson all year, and then they got to reload by winning the draft and getting Tim Duncan.
All I'm saying is Baylor Shireman MIP stock is through the roof. Buy it now.
Yeah, I mean, the Celtics right now, I think, have 3 actual. I mean, they haven't traded Hauser yet. The reporting is that they might do that, but they are only playing. They have 4 of the rotation guys from last year on their team. They've traded or all the other guys have walked. So yeah,
What's their starting lineup right now? Derek White, Anthony Simons, Jaylen Brown, George Niang, Luka Garza,
or Keita.
Name is Keita.
Keita, yeah.
I guess.
Xavier Tillman playing the Draymond role.
It's bad. I mean, that's not a good. I mean, White and Brown together is enough to make them competent, but I don't. That's a playing team, maybe. I don't know. East is bad though. The East is so
terrible.
bad.
If I'm Onyeka Okongwu, I'm a little annoyed that I finally got a chance to start and they went and got Kristaps friggin' Porzingis.
Porzingis never plays though.
Plus, they can play together.
Yeah.
Who are you starting? Because you have Trae Young, Dyson Daniels probably starting, Jalen Johnson starting, Zach Richesay is probably starting, and you got 1 spot left.
I don't think Richesay is starting next year. I don't think it's a thing against him. I just think that they're going to put out their the best 5 that can play to start, and I don't think he's going to start.
Justin, why do you hedge French people?
Yeah, that's it.
What do you guys think of this idea? I think it's a bad one.
What do you think of this idea that I think is a bad one? Is that what you just said?
Clippers should trade Derek Jones Jr. and Bogey for DeMar. Could use his youth with his core. All right, we're wild and we're playing.
If you called New Orleans right now for Trey Murphy, what do you think it would take from the Clippers to get him? Hypothetically.
Starts at 1 first.
Okay.
1
North
first.
Firing.
So it'd have to be like, no, I don't even remember what the hell Trey Murphy makes. What does he make, like 30 million?
I'd ask for 2 first if I was them.
What's up,
We
Duke?
will
Look
ask
at
for
Duke on the camera over there.
Norm for salary, some other contract.
Wow, he
and
makes
like a first and a
25.
swap. I would not trade 2 firsts for him.
He makes 25 this year. He's on a new 4-year deal, but he makes 25 this year. So it'd be like Norm and Chris.
Kobe Brown.
Would you trade Norm and Chris gets you there like exactly, but and then like a first and a swap, maybe a second if you think that's what it takes, because he's a bona fide wing. So
they got some seconds to trade.
Someone said, "Why isn't Drew Eubanks at LAX?"
because Burbank gives you a better chance of making your flight.
Why would you put that out in the universe, bro? Keep that a secret for the people.
I think it would be more likely I think Herb Jones is probably more available than Trey Murphy.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
Who knows what New Orleans is doing? I mean, I think every team in the NBA is just calling New Orleans every day to try to see if they can rip them off. So, I mean, I don't know.
But also, like, New Orleans really has they need to try to win. They don't have that. They need to try to win after giving up that pick. Like, they have to trade.
Did you hear Joe Dumars' explanation for that in his press conference?
No. What was it?
He said that basically, like, I'm paraphrasing, but he equated it to basically, well, we don't need potentially next year's lottery pick, because we just got a second lottery pick this year in the trade. So, like, basically, we already got 2 lottery picks and we don't have to worry about I was like, bro, first off, sure, but that's not how that works.
Does he know that AJ DeBonce is available next year?
Yeah, that's going to be a top 5 pick.
And they made this after trading Poole and after trading McCollum for Poole, right? So like they knew they were. I don't know what they're doing.
I keep forgetting Poole's on that team now. They're bad. They're going to be bad. I don't know what they do.
Gary Trent makes sense there. First team all truckers. Jordan, Trey Murphy. You got a bunch of guys just want to chuck the ball.
Ayton actually makes sense there because they were rumored to be trading for Ayton for forever. And they did just sign Conley, I guess.
I like Herb Jones is on a nice deal, guys.
Can we talk about the subplot of Brook Lopez with the Clippers though? That Brook Lopez as a rookie was coached by Lawrence Frank in New Jersey, so they have a connection. And if the Clippers' main play is for next offseason, including a potential Giannis trade, what better way to make headway than bring in Brook Lopez, who has a good connection with Giannis, for at least a year, so that Giannis, Brook can basically tell Giannis what it's like. This is the KCP corollary when it comes to LeBron. So, just saying.
It can't hurt. I don't mind that. I do think the Milwaukee's going to get in this position where they're going to see they're further away, and somebody's going to come to them with a deal, and they're going to run it by Giannis and see if he would go there, and it'll probably happen at some point.
For the Clippers' sake, though, they got to hope it doesn't go like it did with Houston, with James back in 2019, which is the Clippers approached Houston for James while trying to get Kawhi in free agency, and Houston was like, no, we're not going to trade him. We're not blowing this up. And then 6 months later, traded him and blew it up. So, well, I'm sorry. 18 months later, traded him and blew it up, because they ended up going into the bubble. They tried to salvage what they could, and then it was done 18 months later. So they got to hope that like Milwaukee doesn't say that they're not trading him, and then you get 18 months later, and then they're like, "Yeah, we're going to trade him," and then you missed your window essentially.
What does getting Brook Lopez mean for Yannick? Not
He was not
Giannis.
going to play this year.
Yannick.
It doesn't. I don't think it means any. The Clippers. Lawrence Frank said the night of the draft they were going to get a third center. He's super raw. He was not going to play this year, regardless. Having Brook around as like a veteran mentor is. I mean, there are few guys who are better at that, probably in the entire NBA, than Brook Lopez. So I mean, it helps in that regard. But I mean, Yannick. Even if you like the pick, I don't think anybody really thought he'd be playing this year, barring some shocking developments. But
Are you saying you don't like the pick, Robert?
Was not a huge fan. It's not the worst pick the Clippers have made.
Wow, that is.
Tell us about the worst pick.
A very low bar, though.
It's not even a bottom 3 pick of this era. Yeah.
What would you actually rate as the 3? I'm actually curious. What would you rate as the 3 worst picks of this era?
Jerome Robinson is the worst by a mile.
Okay, so you're classifying him as this era then?
Yeah,
I thought you meant like
Lawrence
the
Frank
PG
was already
Kawhi.
in the front office.
All right.
If you want to go more recent, then Robinson has to be the worst. I think Oturu is second for me, unfortunately. And then, wow, there's just so many to choose from.
Rob is just bringing up. Rob is just playing all the hits, man. You missed it. You mentioned Spencer Hawes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think Yannick is a better pick than most of their like late firsts or early seconds because like you can see the profile. Like there's a theoretical guy in there compared to some of the guys they've drafted where it's just like, I'm sorry, Jason Preston, good dude, blogger, whatever. Like a guy with those athletic tools in the NBA as a point guard is just not going to work. Like you need to be able to create separation and stuff. But yeah, Yannick was not who I would have chosen, but you can see it. Like I think there's a clear avenue to an NBA player there.
Rob, perpetually known as a positive person.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
You can't say Keon Johnson. They got Norman Powell out of that.
Keon was also a fine upside swing. I mean, he has not panned out, but I don't think he was considered mostly a fine pick.
Best combine vertical ever, I think. Still,
he was super young too. He was not one that I really would consider a bad pick. But I mean, the Clippers front office, I think, has done good work over the past year. I think almost everybody would say that last offseason was incredible. I think so far the stuff they've done this year has been good to very good. And it's the 30th pick in the draft. As even though there are guys who I would have taken over him, it's like, especially in this draft, which was not after pick 20, fell off because everybody returned for NIL money and whatever. I don't know. It just was not the end of the world for me. People freaking out one way or the other about the 30th pick is
The NIL stuff killed it. Go ahead, Tomer.
The only thing I was going to add to that is that, considering where they've had picks, I think they've done fine. The only thing I take issue with is that they haven't really had a chance to give these guys real opportunities. I think it's safe to say most of the guys they've had are too good for the G League, but not good enough for the league, for the NBA. And part of that to me comes down to you have to play them at the NBA level to see if you have anything actually there. But the problem is because they don't own their draft history, draft future, they can't take time to see what they have in these guys and sacrifice losses in the process. They have to try and win games. And so they're just stuck in this really a strange land here where they want to try to play some of the young guys, but they can't do that because they'll sacrifice wins for that. It's not a position I envy. They're in a really tough position either way you look at it. I think young guys have opportunities, but they're not the best opportunities. So it's just a tough position to be in. It's really, really tough.
What were you going to say, Justin?
No, I'm kind of just in agreement. We're nailing. It's funny. So I think there's a tweet. Someone had a tweet a couple days ago, 4 days ago, actually, where it was a Celtics related thing where it was oh, this is who Brad Stevens has picked, after pick 28 or something. in his time with the Celtics, and they're like none of the players are really good. But then someone goes Danny Ainge draft picks from pick 28 and on, and you look at the names and they're terrible. It's like most of the players nothing against the players who get picked. It's just it's very hard to carve out an NBA career when you're a super late first round pick and even a second round pick. That's why we remember the second round picks who are actually good. We don't remember every first round pick who was good because higher first round picks tend to be good. It's tough now on the margins, but this has also been a problem with the Clippers even before this era because the Doc Rivers front office was terrible with this too. They blew plenty of picks in the mid to late 20s. And that was also a problem. You know, we can talk about Reggie Bullock. We could talk about, CJ Wilcox, Bryce Johnson. Yeah. Diamond Stone was another guy. Although he was a second round pick. You know, you go through the list and like, yeah, the picks aren't great. I just also think Lawrence said it on draft night. Like you have like a 15% chance of actually getting a quality rotation player with a late pick and into the second round. And that's tough. Like you think of 15% is pretty high. That's a very low bar, like to actually clear. And it's or a very high bar to clear. And it's tough. So you remember every pick who wasn't good because some guy picked 5 picks later, panned out. And you're like, we could have drafted him. However, the other thing, as Rob said, this draft got killed in the back half by guys returning due to NIL money and also overseas guys going back for next year's draft. The other thing is agents, I think, have more sway in drafts now. So when you get to the back part of the first round and also obviously the second round, they're going to dictate where their client goes based on situation, type of contract that they can get. A lot of these guys don't want two-way deals, which is very obviously fine. It's just that's the way it goes. That's why you see some interesting picks in second rounds as well. That's also why you start to see picks in the second round get dealt a lot more.
That is true. I mean, like a good example is the guy who is probably my top overall pick at 30 or one of my top 3 or 4, who is Adu Tiero, got picked by the Lakers. He is a clutch guy. And there's a lot of reporting that Rich Paul maneuvered him to go to the Lakers. So, stuff like that happens. But yeah, I like the Clippers draft, like on one hand, I think is a little overblown because, they haven't messed up good picks really. Again, outside of Jerome Robinson, who is 14 in a loaded or 13 in a loaded draft class. But like, again, I think like even hitting on one of those picks would have made a difference. But at this point, like, it's fine. But to the original point, like, yeah, Yannick is not playing real minutes for the Clippers this year. He was never going to. So the Brook Lopez thing does not change any of that.
From Dave McManus' piece on the Lakers signing, LA exercised discipline in their negotiations to preserve cap space for 2027 when they expect to have space to sign a max salary free agent.
Was for the Lakers?
So the LA teams could be competing with one another in 2027.
Could I, not to dispel Dave's reporting because Dave does great work, could I just drop the bombshell?
Sure, go ahead.
Every team in 2027 is going to have cap space for a max level free agent as of this moment. That's pretty much what's going to happen. Now, unless like you're the New York Knicks and your cap's tied up, but they have a good team. So
I still want to know who that guy is going to be. Who's getting to free agency anymore like that? What team is going to let them go for nothing? I feel like too many lessons have been learned. It's going to be
George again. Oh, sorry, that's 2028. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think like Daryl Morey, like last year is a really interesting. Where like Daryl Morey had this cap space plan, and it worked, except it didn't work. But like the Clippers chose to let Paul George. I mean, they offered him, but whatever. We don't need to get into all that. I mean, I think it's also a warning sign that like if a team lets a theoretical max free agent walk, there might be good reasons for them not signing that guy to a max deal or a near max deal.
Right.
I think it's just like the flexibility of being able to do trades. And also by the summer of 2027, the Clippers will be close to recovering on picks, right? Like they will have a lot of their picks back unless they've traded more of them in the next 2 years. So like they will have several picks to trade. And I think to me that plus cap space is really more than like a free agent. It would be like a trade of some kind. But yeah, it's why trading these first round picks is so like Trey Murphy is like a guy you would because he's like in his prime and he's on a pretty good deal and he's very good. But like you want to load up for like these really big name guys. And it's first round picks are just it's gonna be hard to move them. Like a lot of people are making fun of the Nets. Like, I mean, I think getting a 2032 unprotected from the Nuggets, by which time Jokic is going to be long retired. I mean, they probably passed on worse deals for better deals for Cam Johnson the past year and a half, but like that's water under the bridge. I think that pick is that's a pretty amazing return. And Michael Porter Jr. only has like what a year or two left on this deal, too. And the Nets they're going to be terrible this year anyway. So like I thought that was a really good deal for both teams, quite honestly. But I mean that is going to be the best pick that's traded like this entire offseason probably because that is. I think it's the first 2032 pick that's been moved at all, and fully unprotected is pretty crazy. Like that could look like an awful trade for the Nuggets in 3 years if they don't win and Jokic retires or whatever.
I pray for the international guards who have to watch Cam Thomas and Michael Porter Jr. just chuck away while they're trying to play good basketball.
Someone had a good tweet, by the way. They were like, maybe the Nets were onto something trading for 5 players who only pass. Because they're going to be on a team with Cam Thomas and Michael Porter.
I mean, yeah, not wrong. Because, geez, that's going to be ugly over there.
I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Like, we look at these rebuilding teams or these retooling teams, I guess, and the Nets have done a pretty good job. The Washington Wizards have done an insane job in 2 years. It's like the blueprint of how to rebuild an entire organization. It's insane. And, you know, we talk about, Rob talks about the 2032 pick. And Adam, you talk about like who's going to be available in free agency in 27. Jokic has a player option in 27. So if things aren't going well in Denver, maybe he's gone. Either way, Jokic will be 37 in 2032 and probably on a horse racing track somewhere. So, you know, Brooklyn did great. You look at the picks that have been traded, and I think of like, maybe not like for like with the PG trade with the Clippers where they're trading picks 7 years out, but it is similar. Like you don't know where you're going to be 7 years from now. And as a small market team, you might be in a bad spot. You're not a free agent destination. You're not a place where players want to get traded to most likely. So it could get dicey real quick. You start trading picks 7 years out.
I think we're at a point in the league where you're not going to see guys turn down those supermax deals. They're going to take them and then get asked for a trade within a year or two. Oh, that's not that big of a deal. Never mind.
We got action here, guys. Big action.
If this is bad,
It's
I'm
awful.
about to.
Free agent center Mason Plumlee has agreed to a 1-year, $3.6 million deal with the Charlotte Hornets. Sources tell ESPN and Shams Charania.
Also, for those
Lakers
who do not know this stuff, and there's no reason you should. 3.6 million is the veterans minimum for guys with his years of experience. So that is a veterans minimum. Shams puts the dollar amount because it sounds better than saying veterans minimum. That is a veterans minimum. Also,
was that 10 years of service?
Yes. And yeah, that is, I can't believe that. He won't start for them. Musa and Kalkbrenner are there, but
he's a Hornets legend.
Where's Cody Zeller at? Yeah. We're already at that point of the offseason that Mason Plumlee is getting Shams tweets, and it's only been 3 hours. So, you know.
I just you know, good for Mason, by the way. You know, he's staying in the league, going back to Charlotte. We had success there. It's Mason Plumlee, man.
Is it weird to be, when you talk about who could be available in 2027, and you just have to be flexible and be opportunistic when guys have a falling out with their organization? Like, I'm already thinking about Anthony Edwards. I know it makes no sense. They went to back-to-back Western Conference Finals, but that also makes the bar really high. And if they come up short the next couple of years, and it doesn't look like they're going to be big spenders in Minnesota, who knows with their new ownership, like,
that's why you don't want to trade good first round picks, is like you don't know. And you are right, Adam, like the whole thing about like saving cap space for 2027, like good free agents don't sign. They don't get to free agency. So like you have to hold your ammo, especially for like a marquee market like the Clippers are. So yeah, I'd be kind of surprised if the Clippers trade like especially an unprotected first, unless it's for like a very good and young or like in their prime player.
Yeah, that player's got to be like 25, 24. It cannot be anyone older than that to.
Yeah,
you got to weed
remember
out
when the Clippers traded a first for Jeff Green? Like that, those days are
Rob
so
is
long
playing
gone.
all the hits, man.
Let's no, Rob, we have to contextualize it. It wasn't just for Jeff Green. It was for like 22 games of Jeff Green. They didn't even get like actual Jeff Green. They got a smidgen of Jeff Green.
Trades like that do not happen anymore. Like you do not trade for a first round pick for like a 1-year rental of like a non like this guy's getting you a championship sort of a thing. So yeah, we'll see what the Clippers do. I mean, I'm gonna head off because I have my own podcast to do soon. But the Clippers, they're gonna sign a point guard, and maybe they trade one of Norm or Bogey for a power forward. And I don't think they're gonna do probably anything else this summer. Maybe Lauren Strang proves me wrong, but I think it's gonna be. I mean, they got Harden back, they got Nick Batum back, and they got their backup center, and those were like the three main things on the checklist.
So, Rob, real quick before you go, let me ask you something. If they don't do anything else, if say they don't trade Norm or Bogey for a power forward, right? Are you fine with the team? Like in terms of like we know we kind of just know what they are at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Like I don't want them to trade their first, right? I've just explained why I don't want them to trade their first, and that's how they would get like an actual big talent infusion. I don't really want them to do that. And like I know they lost to Jokic and the Nuggets, who are very good. They lost in the first round again. Like and I know Clippers fans have maybe talked themselves back into it. I've seen both. Weirdly, I've seen Clippers fans who are like, we lost in 7 to a team that took the Thunder to 7. And then others who are like, this team is super old and slow and unathletic, and we want them to blow it up or whatever. But no, I'm fine. Like for all my doom and gloom about the draft and stuff. I mean, I think they're on a totally fine course. It's not what I would have chosen a year ago, but considering how well last year went, and quite frankly, like I always say, like to me, like I feel like people so often lose sight of like the entertainment element. The Clippers were fun to watch last year. It was a fun, entertaining team on a night-to-night basis. Fans got into it. Like Intuit was popping. They got to the playoffs. They were very competitive, and like I think that stuff matters a lot to Ballmer and the Clippers. And like I think it makes sense. And again, like next summer, even before 2027, they'll have a lot more flexibility. I think it's totally fine. Like, would I like to see a Norm or Bogey trade to balance the roster a little bit better? Sure, but like that can always happen at the deadline or sometime during the season. Like some guard could go down in like November, and all of a sudden Norm Powell could be worth like a first round pick or something. So yeah, I'm totally fine with their offseason. I like the Brook Lopez signing, the Nick Batum. I mean, it was like a formality, but still, it was good. I mean, I think the Harden contract is fine. So yeah, cool.
And one last one, real quick. I'm sorry, I know you have to go. What do you think Kawhi's best position is? Do you think his best position is the 3 or the 4? Because like I've kind of adhered to the fact that I think he's a 4, like defensively, because I think your position is what you play defensively. And I think he's a 4 defensively at this point, with some on-ball juice still as a defender, but mostly help side 4. I just don't know how you kind of view him in terms of the context of it. Is he a 3? Is he a 4?
It's interesting because again, I think I said this before you came on, Justin, but like I think like the playoffs are just so matchup dependent, and I think Aaron Gordon in particular has just been a nightmare for the Clippers since he got to Denver, and he's like one of the few guys in the NBA who's a power forward who's like bigger and more athletic and maybe stronger than Kawhi Leonard. So like, I think it was a bad matchup for Kawhi at the 4 against a lot of teams. I think he'd be fine. I generally think the league is swinging back towards playing a little bit bigger. So I would like to see them move Kawhi to the 3, or at least have a better option. Like I love Nick Batum. Like they've shown that they do not want to play him huge minutes. So to me, getting like a 4 that they're willing to play more minutes, like Gershon Yabusele is who I would want. Ideally,
Dancing Bear.
Yeah, the best nickname in the NBA. He was good for the Sixers last year, but it is tricky because I mean, Kawhi's slowing. It's going to make him tougher for him to defend smaller guys on the perimeter. Is that Taurean Prince?
Yeah, he went.
Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that. It's Taurean Prince. Don't do that again.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had the same conflictions about what position Kawhi will play, but just based on how I think the league is kind of trending, I would lean towards putting him more at the 3. And really, I just want another option at the 4. But yeah, it is. I think the playoffs, it was tough. Just Aaron Gordon was tough for the Clippers, but it was like there's not many Aaron Gordons in the NBA. I think Julius Randle will be another guy who could have been difficult for the Clippers, but yeah.
Thank you for your contribution here on this episode, Rob. You're the man. I love your analysis. Big shot, Bob Flom. Listen to him, I think, later tonight on the Live, the Jam, the podcast from 213 Hoops. Robert, thanks again.
Yep, thanks for having me on. Good seeing you guys.
Good to see you too. Yabusele, by the way, some people are saying he was right there. He's right there. We don't know what he's going to go for yet. He was one of the biggest question marks to me coming into free agency, how much he's going to make. I assume he's going to make more than the $5 million the Clippers have left on their mid-level exception, right, guys? Justin?
What was your question? Sorry, I blocked out.
Why you got to block it out? I assume, let me reinsert it. I assume Yabusele is going to go for more than the $5 million the Clippers have left on the mid-level exception they have.
Probably. But also, I don't know. I mean, I would assume so. Let me just say that. I would assume so. There's still money out there.
But don't doubt the power of friendship. And friendship.
French strip.
Yeah, but he's got Wemby in his year 2 with San Antonio. Or are they not going to be able to get him now because they got Cornette?
I don't know. I don't know every team's cap situation.
29. I think Wemby's a different generation. He's younger. He needs someone more like him, which is like, Nico's part of his generation. Wemby's part of the new generation. He's with the Risa Sheas and the SARs and those guys. I'm kind of just spitballing here and making crap up, but yeah.
He is such a wild card to me with how much he could make, Yabusele, because he was in the NBA, he left, he came back, he had a good year, but on a bad team. He is a stretch 4. He played 5 at times last year. I don't know. He's physical. He can also shoot a 3.
He would fit. I'm not going to sit here and say he wouldn't. I'm just curious what his market actually is. And I also think a lot of guys on bad teams are just hard to judge. I thought he had a good year. I just think guys on bad teams are hard to judge anyway. So kind of wonder if that could be a factor in what we're seeing, but who knows?
Quentin Grimes, how much do you think he gets?
He's going back to Philly, right?
That came out?
They have this rights and they can pay him more than other teams, but I don't know. It depends on what. I don't know if they, after 28 games of Quentin Grimes, are you ready to give him $25 million a year? Because that's what he's asking for.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I don't know if you want to pay that for a literal role player behind Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, and possibly Paul George. Like I don't know, man.
Possibly breaking news.
Well, he'll defer to Quentin Grimes because Quentin Grimes wants to shoot. So. And I'm just saying.
Either way, Quentin Grimes is out of the Clippers price range. We know that. Guys left. CP3.
Yeah, he's out.
Malcolm Brogdon. Those are possibilities. I'll maybe hold out a little bit of hope for Al Horford, but looks like he's going to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, this is you're down to backup guard and maybe if a wing presents themselves.
And then it's just about trades at that point. And we all think Norman Powell with Bogey. It starts there. If you're going for a big guy. I was watching John Collins highlights last night from this past season. I'm not going to lie. I got sucked in.
You're a sicko.
I am so tired of hearing Clippers fans ask for John Collins. I just want them to do it to make these people happy. Because I know the same people that want John Collins. If he has 2 bad games in a row, they're going to be like, never should have traded for him. What was Lawrence Frank thinking? That's not what we needed. Like, he's washed. All these things are going to come out. But I don't know. I was wondering about his athleticism and how much he has lost. He's still very young. And it seems to pretty much all be there from the highlights I saw from this past season. And I was impressed. Like, there was some crazy moves, some crazy dunks, just like he had in Atlanta. He doesn't have a dunk like he had on Embiid, but I think he may have also pushed off of Embiid to get a little bit higher, like Tom Chambers against Mark Jackson back in the day.
He's just not. He's athletic, and that's where most of the appeal is. And I know he had a good 3-point shooting season with the Hawks, like one good 3-point shooting season. And maybe he's the guy that, when you put him on a good roster, a roster trying to contend, maybe the positives outweigh the negatives. But the defensive liability part of it just takes too much for me. That I'd be like, I just don't know if I want to risk that when you have probably better options on the roster defensively. Like, it's at a point where I wouldn't be surprised if after like 10 games, Nico just takes most of the minutes, and he's probably close to a DNP in the playoffs. If you were to do
really,
yeah, I think when you look at how teams try to exploit different things in the playoffs, like Bogey and Norm they went after him nonstop. And now, at least they have quicker feet. If that's John Collins, he's getting beat off the dribble every time. You put him in actions all day, and they're either going to step back and hit threes, or they're going to put him in actions and get layups out of it. Again, maybe it's different with a contender. Maybe he's a better defender than we give him credit for. I don't know, but
I tend to think he is. Like, it's kind of like with Ayton. Like, it's a motor thing and a bad team thing, and the Clippers could light a fire under him on that end. He's got quick feet on offense.
It's possible. The way I see it, though, is like, when guys tell you who they are, believe them. That's just how I view it. So unless he shows me something different, that's where my mind is kind of at.
My thought process is he's going to be 28. If you haven't showed a defensive motor by now, when do you get one?
He has a lot of chase down blocks.
He should, but he's also not a good rim protector. Like, so in a defensive context where you ask him to guard 4s and maybe switch on to 3s and 2s in their defensive system, it can get tough.
The insertion of defense at age 28 is not going to happen. That was simultaneous. That was beautiful.
So you wouldn't trade Norm for him, even though people think that's more of a position of need? Because I don't want to say Norm is a luxury when the Clippers are healthy, but there is something to that. His scoring can be, when the Clippers are healthy, a little bit of a luxury.
I think Norm, I was, before I let Justin answer, I think Norm got a little bit of a tough break because of the back-to-back hamstring and knee bone bruise, I believe it was, something like that. Back-to-back, coinciding with the All-Star break, and them getting Bogey, and them getting Ben, and them getting Kawhi, trying to get him back to 35 minutes a night. Like, all those at once, I think really just put him in a tough position to try and find his rhythm before the playoffs. And he was a guy who, he had the ball the first. I think he averaged over 24 points a game in the first half of the season or whatever it was. So, like, I think it was just a little bit of bad luck there. And I think with a full training camp, you could probably see them find a good rotation there. But yeah, I just think he got a bit of a tough break to end that year in that regular season.
I mean, to Tomer's point, like, you look at him before the All-Star break, he's averaging 24 a game. Then he misses time with the 2 injuries. And then Kawhi's being ramped up to full minute workload. And then Norm averages 14 and his efficiency dips when you think that he's going to have an easier role where he's just not having to do as much. And I think Kawhi's not a problem. I just want to preface it with that. But, like, Kawhi coming back created a problem for Norm. And I think it was very hard for the team to fit in with that. And he was the player who got hurt the most out of it because his minutes, they dissipated. He was the guy that could be taken out if they wanted to put in a bigger guard like Bogey or a different look with Nico in there. Ty started playing some crazy lineups where, well, I shouldn't say crazy, like they made sense, but it was like James, Derek, Kawhi, Nico, and Zoo, which is fine. It's just Norm is out. So like, he gets hurt there. And
I agree that played a role. There was a lot of moving parts and a lot of variables at the end of the year.
I think he got yo-yoed a lot, which I think played the biggest factor. And it's not all because like and it's not anyone's fault. It's just how it happened. And it's just how everything broke. And so I think he got impacted a lot more than a lot of other players. So I think he's also a hard guy to evaluate as an expiring contract for like what you can get, because his player archetype of like the scoring guard who can light it up, and actually is a very good shooter, good going to the rim, great free throw shooter, gets fouls at a good rate, all this stuff. How many teams really need that at this point?
Yeah, I will say it's a combination of just not just shooting though, but it is a downhill threat, which I think teams need more of. But no, within that 3 week span in February, whatever it was like bogey trade, Ben addition. He had that 40-point game, then missed the first 8 games out of the All-Star break or something like that. 5 games, whatever it was. In that
came
first
back
game,
for the
he came
Lakers
back,
game, got hurt.
6 minutes, got hurt, and then was out for another like 3 weeks. When he came back, they were playing Kawhi 35, 36 minutes a night to test him out. They had set rotations already that they liked, but you're inserting a starting shooting guard who averaged 24 for you. I don't know. I think if those trades and injury happened in like November, you probably see a much larger window for him to adjust, for everyone to adjust and get on the same page. But that happened at just the worst time. Like he came back in like early April, and it was like, all right, we're getting ready for the playoffs. Let's go. Every game was a must win.
Well, there's another element to why Norm is thought of as the biggest trade asset and trade piece, and it's because they might not be able to figure out an extension, because Norm could make another $90 million. Like he got, wasn't it 4 years, $90 million he got from Portland or something like that? Like Norm should be able to go get his money, and he might not fit on the same timeline where the Clippers seem to want to have everybody on 2-year deals to open up things for summer 2027. That's another part of this.
I am interested to see what his market is in terms of like money, because by the time he hits free agency, he'll be 33. And
after this year,
yeah, he'll be 33. And then you end up looking and it's like he played 60 games last year. He played a lot of minutes, but he played 60 games. The year before he comes off the bench, he plays 76, but the year before that, he plays 60, plays 45 the year before that. Like he's always had some level of like injury type stuff, and they're usually always lower body injuries, which, not comparing player for player, but we saw that with PG a lot, was lower body injuries that sapped a lot of what made him good. So I would actually be curious to see like what is Norman Powell's financial market in an open market.
I think there's also, not to make an excuse, but there is the context of just randomness, which happens in the NBA. Bumping knees with someone in an awkward position that actually leads you to miss close to 3 weeks is just, can't really avoid that in a physical sport. I think he was probably playing injured prior to the All-Star break. And when he had that 40-point game, I think he was definitely feeling things. I think I remember them saying that he was dealing with something at the time. They just didn't list him with anything. So, like, they need that game. They need that game just like they need every single other game from him. So, like, they're injury prone. You can't really deny that he's had to deal with injuries, but I think some this year were just random. The hamstring pull was just, or whatever that was that he had right out of the All-Star break, was just random. And then the knee in his first game back, like, what do you do about that? And this is a training staff that's notorious for being cautious and not playing guys unless they're 100% or 98%, whatever. So, I think all that just kind of factors into it as well.
Justin, if he got an extension, it would just add to this season's salary. Right? It would just add years on to what's already going to be on the books for this year with Norm. It's not like you rip that up because it's not a player option. So it would be, if it's a 2-year extension, that means they got him for 3 more years. Not
But
two
we
more
have
years.
seen cases where, like, I believe it was Zoo, where he had a year left on his deal, and they, as part of the renegotiation or extension, they cut that deal out, gave him more money the first year, and gave him like an extra 2 years, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's also because I might be wrong on this. I think Zoo had a team option.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, when Zoo renegotiated in 2022, or when did he sign this? Whenever he signed his 3-year, $33 million deal, they ripped up his club option, his team option for 22-23, and gave him a straight 3-year deal starting then. So Norm isn't a team option, so you have to start it would add on the years. By the way, getting a top 5 center in the league for 12% of the cap is insane.
Dude, it's the best contract in the game.
It's up there.
What is he making? 18 this year?
I believe it's 18. Yeah. Let me look. 18.1. He maxes out his final year, which is 27-28. He makes $21 million. That's 11% of the cap that year. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's like 1/6. That's 1/6 of a Bradley Beal.
Well, and people are saying in here, like, blow it up and trade Zoo. It's like, you'll never get the value back trading Ivica Zubac because of how cheap his deal is.
The only way you're trading Ivica Zubac is A, if you're replenishing a ton of draft capital, or B, you're going out and getting a top 5 player in the league. Like
Giannis.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're like for like, but you understand what I'm saying. And yeah, that's like the only justification for dealing him. Or if he just came to them and was like, hey, can I get traded? And they're like, sure. So, but I don't see that happening right now, at least. I mean, he's been there his whole career. So he's been in LA his whole entire career. So
Can I throw out a challenge to you guys while I run to the bathroom really quick?
Okay.
Wash your hands this time, buddy.
I did last time. And Purell. Can you explain to Harden haters why this was a good deal to bring Harden back on? 2 years,
just explain.
$81.5 million. Yeah. Like say you're dealing with a Harden hater. How do you bring him onto our side for why this extension or why this new deal with James Harden is very reasonable for the Clippers?
Gotcha. And you're sure they're listening?
Oh, they're listening. They're in the chat right now.
Okay.
They're in the room with us.
Do you want to start or shall I?
You can go ahead. As the resident Harden hater, you can go ahead.
Well, seeing as how they had literally no avenue to replace him, I know people were saying like, oh, they're betting against themselves. There's a good relationship there. They want to continue that. And I think that there was just no point in not bringing him back because the young guys they have on their team are not great enough to win you games. And look, I think they had a 50-win season that was unfortunately just marred by a couple of bad games in the playoffs. I know that's been the trend for him, but they had no avenue to replace him. They needed to bring him back. And, the downside of not bringing him back would have been OKC probably gets a top 5 pick next season. And so, yeah, you do. I mean, I think people forget they traded a 28 first-round pick and a 29 swap, I believe, or one of those two, to the Sixers for James Harden. So there's still 3 years left on that deal, on that trade that they have to pay for. So no point in not re-signing him.
I would add that if they don't re-sign him, they're still over the cap, and there's no way to replace a player of his talent and impact level to get them to a level where they're not bad, or at least, to a competitive standpoint where they are right now with them. Did he have some follies in the playoffs? Yeah. And I get it. That's like the track record people go to. But at the end of the day, if it wasn't for James Harden, they don't even get to the playoffs. So it's a catch-22 in a lot of ways. As you said, they don't have their picks, so they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's either re-sign James Harden, or you're going to have to rebuild Brooklyn Nets style after, they traded for Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce and all those guys and gave the Boston Celtics Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And it's just going to be bad for a while. James isn't a perfect player. James has a lot of things when you watch that'll drive you crazy, but you need him on this team in this construct at this point. And I would actually argue that the James Harden going into this season is more valuable to the Clippers than the Paul George that wanted to stay with the Clippers last offseason. I think his style of player is the player they need more than PG's was,
100%.
and that's kind of you could argue they've been backed into a corner by that archetype of a player, but it works. Granted, it didn't work in the playoffs. There was also a lot of factors why it didn't work in the playoffs, but you got to get to the playoffs to lose in the playoffs. And if you don't even get to the playoffs, you're giving OKC a bunch of great stuff, and you've already given them enough, right?
26 pick is heading to OKC. 27 is a swap to OKC.
That's the end of it.
28.
Well,
goes
the
straight to
27
outright.
I'm sorry, Tomer. The 27 swap to OKC was part of the James Harden trade. I just want to say that.
Yeah. So that one is going to OKC, part of the James Harden trade. 28 straight to Philly, unprotected. 29 is a swap.
That's
but I
it.
believe but it's
Top three
protected, I believe. Yeah. Top three protected, yeah. After that, 2030 is the first year that you own your own first-round draft pick. And that's still 5 years away. I don't even know what's going to happen next year. We're 5 years away from that. So, no, you're not tanking. What does this mean?
If this is for Jordan Clarkson, I'm coming through the fucking screen.
Jordan Clarkson is expected to sign with the New York Knicks after he clears free agency waivers. I like that pickup for the Knicks, actually.
By the way, I want to say something. I want to shout out Sarah Todd, who covers the Utah Jazz. She was the first person on the Jordan Clarkson to the Knicks stuff. She had that like 4 hours ago or whatever, that he was going to be bought out and go to the Knicks. Go, go, go.
I need the alarm. Trendon Watford, 2-year, $5.3 million with the Sixers. Watford is, quote, set to play a potential key role in the Sixers rotation. How does that make sense? A potential key role?
T. Watt.
Those are just words. They don't mean anything. They don't mean anything.
You brought up, Justin, what didn't work in the playoffs. Coach Lou touched upon this. Were you at the draft party on Wednesday night?
Yeah, Tomer and I were alongside one another getting drunk.
Well,
That
were
was the
you
wrong Tomer. That was a different Tomer. I don't know about that one.
Oh,
of sound?
But yeah, I was there.
Were you of sound mind enough to hear Coach Lou say how their defense didn't translate into the postseason, and he was disappointed by that? And he brought up how Ivica Zubac is pulled away from the basket guarding Nikola Jokic. The first thing that came to mind was like, yeah, we all knew that was going to happen going into the series. Like, was he just dumbing it down for the fans to understand what happened? Like, obviously they knew that going in, right? I mean, what adjustment could they have made?
The players just had to play better. That was the adjustment.
So you're not putting it on Coach Lou or any schematic thing?
I just think that they knew what was going to happen. Players just had to play better.
Box out.
But that series is really on the margins. Like if James James Harden throws the ball away at the end of the first quarter from an inbounds pass, gives the Nuggets a second to have a Nikola Jokic catch and shoot 3 from 30 feet. That's the same game they lost on a buzzer-beating dunk. Margins.
The Kawhi turnover.
30 seconds left with the ball up 1. Russell Westbrook shoots an absurd 41% from 3, whatever it was, until he comes back down to earth. Like those are margins. Sure, Ty has some his own faults probably to take with that series, but at the end of the day, they had a really good chance to win multiple games of that series, 1 and 4.
My favorite thing about that series was Game 4, and I know like that was heartbreak for a lot of people, but I will always remember being in the media room after and just the slew. Tomer, you'll remember this, the slew of media talking about everything that could have changed, but like all the changes you could have made to the lineup, or if so and so boxed out here, and I just remember just randomly blurting out. They played great defense. Nikola Jokic airballed. What I just don't know how you.
Yeah, like he missed
I don't know how you
he
prepare.
missed so badly that they had an open dunk out of that.
Like you don't game plan for a Nikola Jokic airball. Like it just doesn't
My
happen.
problem though with that is, and I'm a huge Ty Lue fan, but my problem is, what if Denver actually just ran offense and you had Bogey, Norm, and James Harden all out there to get picked on? It would have looked worse, actually. It would have looked.
But it's also like the context of those are the guys who got you back in the game. Those are the guys who were getting stops. Like
It doesn't. That to me does not outweigh the point of you got to get one stop now. Have the guys out there that help you most in that situation.
So the guys who just got you 10 previous stops suddenly can't do it on this possession?
The guys who are playing zone, and now you're going up against, after a timeout possession against the Denver Nuggets, drawing up a play.
They still got stops after that.
Like, okay, well then all those guys should just start. Like all those guys are such good defenders. Like why don't we just start them in the rest of the series? Because it's so repeatable what they did in the fourth.
We're talking about the context of the
Sorry. I was just raising my hand. I don't know if I was going to be called on. Okay. Thank you. That was worth it, by the way. Thank you. That lineup that got them back in the game had played 7.5 straight minutes. I was told a primary reason that they didn't want to put other people back in for the last possession is because those guys had sat for so long on the bench, and they were just, those guys were already playing so well. I understand it. People aren't going to like the answer. I get it. I completely understand.
I've heard that answer.
But also we're not relitigating this. If I know it's like ifs and buts, we're coconuts, but if Jokic does an airball, we're in overtime. If all this, anything else happens,
what if they just?
It just is what it is. Sometimes. So here's the thing: I covered the LAFC match yesterday, and they ended up losing 1-0. And I was actually talking to someone who actually covers them all the time, and we were just discussing the match and everything that transpired. And he goes, "I love sports because sometimes you just lose. There's no rhyme or you just lose." And they just lost. It happens.
If you have an issue with anything, it's probably don't hold back Aaron Gordon from going crazy in your team. Hopefully get his ass ejected, and maybe you can prevent that.
The other thing too is like, what if he's hypothetically, what if he subs these guys in, and the same thing happens, and then people are like, why didn't you just stick with the same lineup that you had out there for 7.5 minutes? What made you? And then it's like,
I don't think that people would argue that. I think it's the same thing as when you sub in to get a rebound late in the game when somebody's at the free throw line.
Right, but that doesn't have the context of a 20-point comeback in 7 minutes.
That, like, I don't think.
Also, like when you know you need a rebound, you put in a rebounder. And I understand, like, well, if you know you need a defensive stop, you put in a defender.
It's the same thing.
But also, though that lineup had been getting stops, and they'd actually given Denver some problems. The funniest thing about that game to me, honestly, was if you go back and watch it, Denver started killing clock 7 minutes to go. They knew they were
right.
gassed. And so
to me, a lot of
that
was on Denver. Like, the Clippers were so great defensively during that stretch. Denver was really bad, really bad.
Okay, so my counter argument to that would be, if Denver was really bad, then why does it matter who you have on the floor defensively?
Because you should always optimize lineups to the best of your ability.
I completely understand and agree. I just think it was such a shitty shot.
But again, what if he
Look
doesn't?
At the shot he took.
What if they actually run offense against you instead of taking that shot?
No team runs offense that way.
It happens.
We've seen it. Every final minute of every goddamn game is the same. Give it to my best guy, and just clear out for 20 seconds while he does what he wants
Well,
to
that
do.
happens more often than not. It still happens. Like, it still happens that you get a better shot than that.
Sure, I don't know. I can't fault the defense or the players on the floor or like you got to stop until the ball found Aaron. Credit to Aaron Gordon, by the way. That was a great play. It's just I find and you said like fans wouldn't argue if like
They
had
would.
a different
They
lineup
would.
and of course they
always
would.
finding
If fans are
If
results,
Nico Batum is
fans
out
are
there, no
results
one's
driven,
going,
and I
Nico
respect
shouldn't have
that.
been out there for that play. Nobody is going to say that. Nobody.
The conversation would have been like, why is old ass Nico Batum on the floor in the fourth quarter after sitting for 7.5 minutes? That's just how people are. And look, I respect the way that people handle that because it's a results driven league, it's a results driven world, results driven sports, et cetera, et cetera. But like when something goes poorly, at the end of the day, you're going to look at the result and then determine that was determined by the process rather than maybe sometimes you can just do something that's okay and acceptable process-wise that doesn't work out. It's like drawing up the perfect play for a wide open three and dude just airballs it by 5 feet. Shit
See,
happens.
I would argue this wasn't good process, though. This wasn't good process. Nico being in there, what's more likely? Aaron Gordon getting that putback dunk on Norm and James Harden or doing it against Nico and Ben Simmons or something?
Nico would have been on Jokic, so it would have been like the backside rebounder.
Pick any big guy you want that's bigger than Norman Powell. Like, first of all,
and then it's Kawhi
not
Leonard.
to mention
Kawhi Leonard, who's been destroyed by Aaron Gordon on the glass all series.
See, I think that's a little bit overblown. I've gone back and watched to see how much Aaron Gordon bodied Kawhi because people have been saying this, and it's like 3 plays the entire series, and people made a lot into that. Now, the other part of this is they had been losing the offensive rebound. That's part of the reason they lost game 1. Like this was already an issue for them. Like I don't know. You think Coach Lue does it all the same again in the same situation?
I do because I genuinely think it was trusting the guys that got them back in it. And here's the way that I look at it. I think we end up looking at sports, or not even sports. We try to understand why these decisions are made. At the end of the day, it could just come down to the fact that he's rewarding the guys who got the job done. And it's quite literally just as simple as that. And I understand the counter argument to that is, well, you should take the emotion out of it and you should insert the guys who are like the specialty type players. But what does it tell the guys who've done all the hard work first if they get subbed out at the end of the game on that specific possession and then it ends up going the same way?
I've seen him do it before. You remember the big comeback against Atlanta in 2021 where Nico Batum said something was born out of that game? Well, the backups got him back into it, and then he brought back in Kawhi and Paul George.
That's correct. That was also the Atlanta Hawks in the regular season, and there were still like 6 minutes to go.
So he has. So if anything, you have a better excuse.
But that's also like you're also bringing your stars. You're also bringing your stars back into that game. It wasn't. There was no stars on the bench that he had to bring in for.
Okay, that's fair, but it's situational basketball to me. Like, I think there's a great argument that you have to go with your best guys for that play defensively. Like, just because, they're coming in cold. Are they shorter all of a sudden too because of that? Like, bring in the bigs for a situation that calls for it.
I understand your point. Like,
who didn't box out? Was it Norm or James? Or was it both of them?
It was both.
So James is going to be on the floor regardless.
Norm was.
You could make a case might be on the floor.
I think you can live with James. I think you can live with James still being one of the guys out there. But having Norm and Bogey also out there is where it's like we're really taking a risk.
Yeah, and then the other risk is you bring guys who haven't played in 10 minutes, and they're going, wait, who do I have?
See, I would say that's less. How often does that happen? Where guys all of a sudden they forget how to play basketball because they haven't played in 7 minutes? Like,
yeah, I think you underrate the moment.
I watched Terry Rozier do it this year.
Okay, I'm not worried about. I am not worried in the least about Nico Batum forgetting how to play basketball in 7 minutes. I take the risk of that over the risk of, they might actually run offense and just cook Norm or Bogey here, by the way, if they actually run a play.
I
If you have a
just
team like Nikola Jokic,
I
you're
also-
giving the ball to Nikola and you're saying, "Do you find someone?"
Even within that, do you can also be Nikola Jokic finding the open man cutting to the basket against one of these bad defenders. It could have gone a different way.
Well, it ended up
But here's the
terrible.
thing. Everything we've seen out of Denver late game is always Jokic gets the ball, and if he does pass, it's always to a guy, in the corner for three. And like that's what killed the Clippers in Denver, a year or two ago,
Yeah.
or something like that. Was
Yeah.
he finds Aaron Gordon in the corner? So he's not he as great as Jokic is. Like he finds cutters all throughout the game, but when he finds cutters, he's finding cutters out of the post. And Jokic getting the ball 35 feet from the hoop is not going to find a cutter. No disrespect to him. Like, it's not a him thing. It's just how it is. So, I don't know. I also just don't think the game came down to one play. It just.
Well, no, they came out
They were-
entirely flat and lackadaisical. It was so frustrating.
They lost the game in the third quarter at the end of the day. That's literally what happened. They just don't be behind by 20 going to the fourth. Simple as that. And then you don't have to play your way back.
Yeah, well, it would have been. I think that would have been given time on the clock left when they were down by 20, the biggest comeback ever, because it was down.
No.
What in
the
the
Memphis
quarter?
game won.
No. Time left. When they got into the fourth quarter down 31, first of all, that's bigger than the Memphis one, against Golden State. They were down, I think, less than 20 entering the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they were.
They were down by 20 with 9 minutes left, I think, against Denver.
I
So
have
when
it
you
here. They were
consider
down
that,
22 with 11-12 left.
The Memphis game one, they were down like 21 with, I think, like 7 minutes.
no,
to
they
go.
weren't. It was 27 with like 3 minutes. They cut it down to, they were down by
not? Let me
less
look.
than 20 entering the fourth. Memphis game one.
Let me go
this
look up
one.
game one. Are you only specifically counting like going into the fourth
I
quarter?
am saying most down with the least amount of time left. I think this would have been the all-time record.
In Memphis, they were down 24 with 8 minutes to go.
What?
They were down 95-71 with 8:01
Nick Young,
to go.
my king.
Reggie Evans makes a layup to cut it to 22 with 7:54 to go. It's the biggest comeback with the least amount of time left in NBA.
All right, I stand corrected. What were they down entering the fourth? Because it was 27 points with, I think, 3 minutes
21.
left.
They
in
were
the
down.
third?
They were down 85. They were down 85-64 going to the fourth. With 2 minutes to go, they were down 84-57. And then they were down 21 going to the fourth. They were down 20. What I tell you, 24 with 8 minutes to go in the fourth, and they came back to win that game because they closed that game on a 28-3 run.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's one of the craziest comebacks I've ever seen. I remember where I was when it happened. That's how crazy it was. I remember where I was for a lot of shit. So, do we have any more breaking news of free agents that whatever?
No.
News.
How do you?
Brett did mention to keep an eye on the Nuggets for Al Horford.
They're getting him too.
Well, I don't know. If the Warriors are missing out on Al Horford, he says keep an eye on Chris Boucher to the Warriors if they miss out on Al Horford. Also, this Ayton thing is taking longer than I thought it would.
This CP3 or Malcolm Brogdon thing is taking longer than I thought it would.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it is Phoenix.
Well, Ayton. Well, no, because they can announce it now. Because when does Ayton clear waivers?
Doesn't matter.
Wednesday
Clarkson
or
already
something?
announced it.
That's fair. Because nothing matters anymore for waiting. Everything what was the point on waiting on some of these deals for like 10 minutes? Is it because you had to do the Jaren Jackson thing
No, because
first?
you don't want to seem like you're tampering.
Sure.
They did not used to care about that. It felt like. How have we seen
until there was actual tampering discovered with the Brunson and the Knicks.
But even last year, I thought there were deals immediately after the clock rolled over.
Adam, there's no competition. But that was before
I mean,
Woj retired. There's no competition anymore. If one man runs the show,
Oh yeah, I think he was because their show started at 4. Their big free agency show, but free agency opened at 3.
there you go.
I do think there's something to that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because this is the first free agency without Woj, right? In the social media era. So
Oh, there's this Ari guy.
Stop.
Ari, he's been awesome. No, he's been,
no, he deletes stuff.
not the guy who was the guy from USC.
No, I know who you're talking about. It's a different guy, but still,
shit!
Don't. You can.
Man, that is a deep cut.
And hit eventually from time to time.
Tomer, I think he has hit on everything he has said today. He hit on D'Lo an hour before it happened.
Okay,
he hit
can I tell
on
you something, Adam?
What?
There were a lot of deals privately done before free agency actually started, if we're being real. A
Of
lot of
course.
these were already done.
I'm just saying his information though turned out to be good.
Well, he probably won't be getting a lot more because he's breaking it before certain other people break it. So
you got a vendetta against this guy. I'm just wondering who the hell he is and how does he have it?
I think everyone has. I'll just leave it alone.
All right.
I don't want to go too far into it.
This is not my wheelhouse. I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
Was that an alarm?
That's the train going by to come swoop you away. Adam sent it. Adam Silver sent the trade. He's taking you away for that. You letting the cat out of the bag, sir. You know what's crazy to think about is how so the fan base wants to win with their guys a lot, right? It's special. I shouldn't say it's more special, but it feels more special when you win with your guys, like guys that you didn't acquire via trade, like guys that you built.
Yeah.
Does Ivica Zubac qualify as that? I think he does. So I'm generally okay. So you wouldn't associate him as like, oh, this was the Lakers find and all that stuff.
I didn't even think Tomer brought it up earlier. I forgot he played with Brook Lopez with the Lakers that 1 year.
Yeah. Brook was actually his vet.
They're boys.
Yeah.
That's a big. Well, I don't know if it's a big part of it, but that's nice. That's a nice part of it.
Do you think Robin shows up to beat the shit out of Chuck the Condor?
I don't know, but I'm telling you right now, I'm calling dibs on the Disney figure on the scores table when he warms up. That's my dibs. I'm calling that right now. That whole storyline or whatever. I'm calling dibs on that.
This is something he does before every game?
Yeah.
He has like a little Timon and Pumbaa?
I don't know about Timon and Pumbaa. I've seen Rex. I haven't seen the others. But I've seen Rex for sure.
Wait, which one's Rex? Is that the Toy Story
Yeah.
dinosaur? Okay.
He's got the tiger from Aladdin telling Jasmine to take off her clothes or whatever.
Whoa.
Whoa.
No
I
one asked you to
actually
insert that.
look. This is the thing with Disney movies.
Take foul.
The Priest in Little
Transition,
Mermaid.
take
Have you
foul.
seen the cover of the original Little Mermaid?
I know what you're talking about, okay? Like the Disney the Disney shenanigans, if you want to call them that.
Let's just say there's
Insane to say out there. That's insane. That's worse. That
No,
is
it's not.
worse than what I
No,
text
it's not.
you.
That's
No,
Adam, that's pretty bad.
It's not bad.
That's
I'm
pretty
not.
bad.
They're the ones who did it. Although I think the Jasmine one is like, I think that's debatable. That's like how you hear it. I don't think he actually said that. It's just one of those.
It's like that. It's like that stuff from high school where we all heard the same rumors, but we never knew where it originated.
Yeah, it's just like that.
You know what I'm talking about. You know the rumors I'm talking about. There was crazy stuff. High school rumors were crazy. But are there, Tomer, when you look at the Clippers, their current roster composition right now, how if hypothetically Chris Paul joins the Clippers, hypothetically, I'm not reporting that, but How much do you think he'd play?
Chris probably play like 15, 20 minutes a night.
Do you think he'd be fine with that?
If he's coming here, he has to be fine with this, playing behind James.
No, I know, but I mean, like, everyone's fine with something until like they're in the dog days of the season, and then they find out their minutes aren't what they
I
thought
also
they'd
don't think
be.
they want James playing 35 minutes a night again. So they're gonna want Chris to be able to take some of that workload up. And then
Okay, he was at 28 minutes per game last year.
Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, James at 35 and a half at 79 games a game. 79 games for the season. Like, that's too many minutes.
Also, that was why they signed Brook.
That's way too many minutes.
That's why they signed Brook. They're worried they're going to wear out
We
Zoo.
mentioned that too. Like, you can't play James and Zoo that many minutes. So, assuming Kawhi's healthy, you're going to need to do that. Bro, you guys can't be saying alarm Yabusele to the Clippers. This chat is out of control.
This guy in particular is known to be a troll in here. I call him the Mush.
Bastian Schweinsteiger.
Yeah, he's a big time troll, hater type guy. This is what he does. So he's having a damn field day. But I just gave him a timeout, so he's gonna have less misinformation to spread.
Jake Fisher just added that Houston is going to get Clint Capella by way of sign-in trade. Rockets are trading a second-round pick in 2031 plus cash to get him to Houston.
Oh, that's different.
Why are you signing trading for Clint Capella?
Now they hard capped themselves to get this guy.
I like Clint Capella.
I mean, they were already hard capped anyway.
Were they over the first apron?
They used their tax.
They'd already used.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used the non-tax mid-level. I don't even remember who they used it on. They used on Dorian. They used it on Dorian.
They gave it all.
So some say he's being inserted into their lineup this year.
Some say Rob Pelinka did him dirty by trying to tell everyone that he had a bum ankle so it would tank his value.
Can I say I don't mind the Lakers letting him go.
Oh, that's dumb. No, that's really bad. That's bad business.
I get it. 4 years for 32-year-old Dorian Finney-Smith.
Well, letting him go and letting him go like this.
Trading D'Angelo and Max Lewis, again, not the greatest players, but you got a guy who probably was a perfect fit around Luka, and you let him walk in free agency after 50 games? That's terrible. That's terrible business.
I mean, it's D'Lo. You're not worried about losing D'Lo.
No. But you traded one of the only assets. You turned him into Dorian Finney-Smith, who was a great player along Luka, and then you just let him walk.
Oh yeah, he's a really good player. I'm just saying, like that. Now that's the biggest factor is Luka's happiness, and now you've already started off by potentially pissing off Luka by not bringing back someone he
What's
likes.
his max extension number this summer, Justin? Yeah,
Luka
220.
I
believe it went from 345 to
220.
220. Yeah, 4,220.
Oh my god, I would have.
Yeah, it's only 4,220 after missing out on 5,345.
The things
but he could go shorter deal now and eventually recoup what he lost.
He's never recouping.
No, that was a supermax. That was a designated vet, wasn't it? Supermax. Yeah, you never.
Yeah, like he's never recouping that money. Nico Harrison.
No, he could still get the $400 million in like 3 years if he takes less now. Pretty sure.
Based off what? What kind of deal is that?
If he takes like a 3-year with an option on the last year,
so
I think he'll get to his 10 years, and then he can get the ultimate supermax.
He has to do 3. He has to do 3 years, a 3-year deal. Do all 3 years because then he gets 10. But basically, like the supermax, he still would have got there. He would have got even more. Like he's losing so much. Nico, because once he gets the supermax, he then gets the next supermax after that with Dallas. Nico would have woke up with. I would have godfathered Nico. There would have been a horse head in his bed by the time I arrived in LA, bro. Like that's insane.
Did sorry, go ahead.
Obviously, you don't see the vision.
Yeah, it's hard to see when you're blind. You know, like I don't understand. He didn't even understand. He was trying to act like it was some major, like oracle where he was able to foresee they were going to get the number 1 pick. Like, get out of my face.
That is offensive.
I also have to say, though, and Farty Cake noted it, let's not act like 4,220 is chump change. That's still a massive amount of money.
It's not.
It's an absurd amount.
100% great amount of money. But if someone took $120 million away from me,
we're fighting. 100% we're fighting.
Yeah, but he gets lower taxes here.
What is what does San Antonio have left after they paid Luke Cornett? Do they have a percentage of that? They gave him $441, right? So what, they have $4 or $5 million left from that?
That's a good question. Like, who has the money to pay Yabusele if they want to pay him like $12 million or $14 million?
Right now, it's the Clippers or
But they
someone
don't
with the full tax mid level, non-tax mid level.
The Clippers got $5 million they could use on him. Who's got more?
I don't know. I know San Antonio has 4 left. Houston, I guess technically Golden State still has theirs because they haven't signed Horford or anyone yet, or gotten a commitment from Horford or anyone. So,
Ooh,
they
I would not like that. Warriors getting Yabusele, I would not like that.
yeah, Cornette estimated at $9.5 million to start this year, so he'd have another $4.5 million they'd have to play with. I think I have the Clippers at, what did I have them at? Hold on 1 second. Let me do quick math.
And what if the market shrunk on him and the Clippers could luck into him?
Clippers have like 5.3
No, there's
left.
a market for Yabusele. It's just a matter of where he wants to go and what's out there.
But I'm saying the money. How much more money? Who has the money to pay him?
So entering this thing, we had Hawks with the non-tax minimum level gone. Hornets have it. Warriors have it. Rockets used it. Pacers have it. Clippers used it. Lakers have it. Grizzlies did not use it, did they? Oh, they did. They did. Yes, they did. That one on Luke Kennard, right? No. Not Luke
Ty Jerome.
Ty Jerome. That's what it was. Ty Jerome. That was early. He'd have it.
By the way, I can't believe they got him for so cheap.
That Pacers series.
I mean, still.
Denver now has it after getting out of their situation. He'd have it. Bucks have it. Pelicans have it. Thunder have it. Sixers have it. Do they still have it? Blazers, Spurs, Raptors, Jazz, and Wizards entering free agency. It was those teams.
That's it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was 20 of the 30, so there's a lot of options. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's some we haven't even heard of yet. So I think some teams who strike out on others will pivot to him. Like, I think it's a good fit for the Warriors if they strike out on Horford. It's really good.
It'd be a great fit. That would suck.
Yeah. So.
I hate that.
Yeah. So, a lot of options still out there. I think we're just kind of going down the line of players right now. And that would also mean that no guard would get the remaining mid-level if you give him that.
Does Denver have the mid-level? Did you say Denver?
Denver, after trading MPJ, now has it, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Denver could be.
I'm sorry.
Denver could be
sorry
scary.
For
And Bruce Brown got the vet minimum?
The minimum. Well, Bruce Brown was twerking to go back to Denver, so who was really going to pay him?
What is up with your...
That was gnarly, by the way. Come on now. That man was showing up to that man was showing up to playoff games, still wearing his cowboy hat, and like that was.
But like
that was
insane.
insane.
In this offseason, they could lose MPJ, but they could add Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, and potentially Yabusele or Al Horford. That's insane. That's a great offseason for Denver.
And their fans were pissed.
Denver's the biggest winner.
Denver's already the bigger winner. Yeah, 100%.
So theoretically, we're looking going into the new year who the 3 best teams in the West are shaping up to be OKC, Houston, Denver.
Yes.
OKC, Houston, and who?
I think clearly.
Denver.
Yeah, I think clearly.
And then who?
Minnesota. I think most of their core is back, so I can see them being a good regular season team. Now that they have a whole training.
It'd probably be between Minnesota and the Clippers.
I got Clips.
Right?
I got Clips with home court in the first round. Top 4 team.
It's possible. You just got to stay healthy. It's possible. I wouldn't rule it out.
Man, the West kind of thinned out a little bit. Not thinned out, but like the balance of power got redistributed from like here's OKC, and then there's like a bunch of stuff here to where there's like here's a couple teams, and then there's a couple here, and then like it's like it got more tier leveled. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. Right?
Clippers, Lakers, Minnesota, Dallas could all be close to one another. Hell, what if San Antonio? They're still so young.
No, San Antonio's going to be a 4. San Antonio's going to be good.
But how good?
If Wemby's healthy,
And
he has to play a lot.
like 7th, 8th to get seed good? I could see that.
San Antonio? No, they'll be a top 6 seed.
You think
Nothing's
so?
guaranteed top 6 in this West.
Healthy, if they're healthy, with De'Aaron Fox having a training camp, with Wemby a year better after going through freaking monk training or whatever, they'll be maybe top 6 is bold, but I think they could be a top 6 seed. Yeah, I think.
Well, they could be, yeah.
Which wasn't on the pod last year when I said Detroit would have a top 6 seed, and you kind of said that was a hot
You
take.
said what?
Detroit would have a top 6 seed. Remember? I said that.
And I can't keep track of all your great takes. There's too many.
He has so few; it should be easy.
Did you say that?
It's a true lover and a true hater down here.
I think
one of you gives you hope, and the other one has to take it away. It balances all things.
The devil and the angel. I don't think like San Antonio. Yes, they could be a top 6 seed. It just sounded like you were guaranteeing it. Like, of course they are. And I don't know about of course.
Tony
They got
Jones
some guys that got to grow up.
Tony Jones reported that the Sixers fans should be looking at Andre Drummond. The Sixers have been trying to move him over the last 24 hours. And then Jeff McDonald in San Antonio
Look at him to what?
Said that there's strong interest from the Spurs in Yabusele, unsurprisingly.
Tony said Sixers fans should look at Andre Drummond.
Yeah, because Philly's trying to move him.
To what? Wave goodbye to him? Is that why they're looking at him? Just to wave goodbye to Andre as he goes. I know the Spurs getting Yabu would actually annoy me.
I know a team that could be praying for Andre Drummond. I've seen this story before.
This is your opportunity.
Stop.
Don't overthink it. You're a Laker. Join the team. Let's win a ring and let's rage. This is your opportunity. Don't overthink it. You're a Laker. Join the team. Let's win a ring and let's rage.
It's the let's rage.
Let's rage is crazy.
It's so random. It's so random.
My man went back to his college days.
Was that the season that the meme came in, where Drummond was mimicking the LeBron post up?
Yeah, that was the. Remember that was the.
It was Phoenix in the first round.
No, but there was a meme going on Twitter,
Yeah.
like just add Andre Drummond to this team and it's over. So I forgot what the full context of that meme was.
Oh, it was the Perkins thing. No.
Perkins,
It wasn't the Perkins thing. I know who it was. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it, but yeah. And it was like one of the funniest tweets I've ever seen.
Yeah, like you had Andre Drummond to this team, it's a wrap type of thing. Yeah, and that was like a first round exit.
Yeah, LeBron. It was like LeBron and AD don't even have to play until the playoffs. It was like, dude, who do you think Andre Drummond is? Like, big respect to Andre Drummond for the career he's had. One of the greatest rebounders we've ever seen, by the way. Just to
Means
throw
a
that out
lot.
there. But like, as we saw in a playoff series, I guess. That's crazy. Andre Drummond.
What do you guys think about this bold prediction? Lakers will not make the playoffs. LeBron will finally get hurt for good, and Luka will want out.
LeBron will finally get hurt for good sounds insane. It's like
That's nasty.
it sounds criminal. I can see a lot of teams in the West not making the playoffs. I kind of, it's a little bit different than where I was last year, because I remember talking to you last year, Adam. We had the whole thing where it was like OKC was so far and away better than everyone going into the season that like it was clear they were number one and everyone else was, they had their own issues. And now I think there's a couple teams that have, come up to the OKC, not at the OKC level, but, just below them. And then there's still teams that have issues.
Yeah. Everybody's flawed behind them. Even their flaw was inexperience. I like what you said, though, about Denver and Houston. They might be in their own second tier behind OKC and in front of 4 or 5 other teams.
Yeah.
I think that's
the fact that Houston got KD without now people can quibble about the price of KD, like what he should have gone for, but he was always not going to go for a lot just because of the nature of the negotiations. But it's crazy they got him for as little as they did.
Can I play you what I think along those lines is one of the worst takes ever? Sorry, Jason Smith. Listen to this.
Trade goes down. And I have two big thoughts on the Durant trade. First one is the Rockets gave up way too much to get him. Way too much to get. I mean, I get that it's Kevin Durant, but you can't just look and say we're getting Kevin Durant and then have this vision in your head that you're getting a 26-year-old Kevin Durant. You're getting a 37-year-old KD who gets his points, right? We'll get to KD in a second. You're getting a scorer. You're getting Kevin Durant. You've given up your leading scorer, right? And another great piece of the team that is a big deal, right? Jalen Green is a stud. He is an ascending leading scorer who had a career high in threes. He's 23 years old. This kid is terrific. This is a guy.
Does he know who Jalen Green is, you think? Or did he just look up his stats that day?
There was only one thing that he said that I actually agreed with, was like, this is not 27-year-old Kevin Durant. Like, that's perfectly acceptable, but
it's technically accurate. You want to hear more?
Guy you had to give up, and Dylan Brooks, who is of that Desmond Bain mold of, hey, he's a great piece on defense. He's got attitude. He will also hit his threes.
I agree. They'll miss Brooks more than Jalen Green, I think.
Keep it going. I have so many thoughts.
No, by the way, here's a 10th overall pick and then a bunch of draft. Like, you gave up. What team was giving up more than that for Kevin Durant? I mean, really, again, it's Kevin Durant, who is a mid to late 30s guy, and I get that he kind of seamlessly fits in because you need a guy to be someone you can go to at the end of games. But you gave up your top scorer, who's 20. I mean, that should have been. That's way too much. All right, if you just said, okay, Jalen Green, I'd say, oh no, that's too much, man. You can't do that. You got to give up some ancillary pieces here. You got to keep your core. Instead, you decided, hey, we have enough pieces. I get you have some good players. You know, Şengün is really good, and Fred VanVleet is incredibly solid. Look, I like Houston, how they built their team, but you're giving away a 23-year-old stud. And you're giving away a really good role player.
How is there 2 minutes and 23 seconds of this, Adam?
Pause this.
How is there? No, hold on. How is there 2 minutes and 23 seconds of this?
Because he's cooking, man. How could there not be? Listen to these. These are awesome takes right here. He definitely knows ball. Listen to this.
But you're giving away a 23-year-old stud, and you're giving away a really good role player who's still in his mid to late 20s. And the 10th overall pick. It's way too much. I think every NBA team is just sitting around right now looking at that going, oof, all right, glad we backed out of that. Glad we didn't get involved in this because that was just way too much. I really want to know what the second best offer was because I can't believe it was anything close to this. The Rockets, I mean, yes, you want to add Kevin Durant, but you don't want to give away part of your championship window. And you gave away 2 starters. And again, Jalen Green is terrific. I don't get that you had to give this much up for Kevin Durant, and you still did it. Phoenix was desperate. They were desperate to get rid of Kevin Durant, right?
I have to run. Maybe I'll be back in a bit. The only thing I will say about that, I don't even know where to
His
start.
sports talk radio's dead.
I think they're completely ignoring the fact that Kevin Durant was dictating where he wanted to go. 100% dictating where he wanted to go. There was a much better offer from Minnesota that was not accepted because KD didn't want to go there, and they wouldn't have signed an extension there. Second, yeah, that guy's a box score watcher. 100% box score watcher. Dylan Brooks is way more important to that team, culture, identity-wise, than Jalen Green. Not even close. They're going to miss Dylan Brooks out there.
He also said last offseason the worst contract given out was a 1+1 to James Harden.
Okay.
He said that was the worst contract.
Adam, it was a pleasure being on this. If you're still on in a bit, I might hop back on. If not, thank you. That was an awful way to end this show for me. I want to be back so we can end off on a positive note. That was awesome.
De-insert yourself from this
I will
conversation.
de-insert myself to reinsert myself in a much better spot.
I'll still be here. Come back, Tomer. I love you.
Okay. All right. We'll talk.
Tomer Azarli. Justin has an aneurysm building.
That was one of the most insane. That was 144 seconds of bullshit.
Fox Sports Radio is promoting that, by the way. They put that video together. Like, this was an awesome take. We got to make sure we promote this one.
144 seconds of pure unadulterated bullshit.
I got to say, Jason Smith,
23-year-old
he's a nice guy. He's a great guy, but that's just one of the worst takes I've ever heard.
And look, the Kevin Durant trade could 100% not work out.
Sure.
Absolutely could go sideways, and they could be screwed for the next year or two, however long he's there. You gave up nothing to get him. The only thing you gave up was the 10th pick, and that was Phoenix's pick back to them.
Because
you paid them with their own stuff. Who cares?
Did you notice he couldn't mention any of the guys they didn't give up? I don't think he knows who Jabari Smith Jr. is, who Tari Eason is, who Amen Thompson is. They didn't give up Cam Whitmore. They didn't give up Reed Shepard. They gave up none of those guys.
Calling Jalen Green a 23-year-old star
He's
is
terrific.
a disservice to actual stars.
I like Jalen Green. I'm rooting for him. He still has time.
Fine, yeah.
But they are not losing anything. They wanted to get off of his deal.
It was one of the worst deals in the NBA the minute it was signed. It was insane. They gave him a player option, right? That was insane. But then calling Dylan Brooks mid to late 20s, he turns 30 in January. It's the middle of the season. And then losing Dylan Brooks will impact them. But sure. And then you signed Dorian Finney-Smith to do the same thing. So who cares, really? And he's making less, so it's even better for your cap sheet. Granted, it's a 4-year deal and whatever, but... Oh, and then he compared him to Desmond Bane, which was the most insane thing I've ever heard. Look, people can quibble about Desmond Bane all they want. That man went for 4 first-round picks to the Orlando Magic. And granted, the price that someone pays for you is technically what they view you as being worth. So it's it's apples and oranges here. Dylan Brooks is not Desmond Bane. Dylan Brooks is a better defender, but Desmond Bane is actually a better player. I've seen Desmond Bane scale up as a number 1 scoring option. Dylan Brooks tries to do it and he gets benched in fourth quarter sometimes. What are we talking about here? That was the fact you played that for me actually bothered me. I am mad.
I have been waiting to use this, and I'm so glad I waited till now. And people saying, oh, he's doing this on purpose for clicks. I do not think that is the case at all. It didn't get many clicks, first of all. This wasn't him just trying to have a hot take. This is what he really believes. And it's big time casual vibes. But he has to cover everything. He talks about everything, of course. It's not just NBA or anything like that. And he's a great guy. It's just, and he has plenty of great takes that I agree with. This one just I was like, what the fuck, Jason?
Yeah, I have shit takes a lot of the time too. That's fair. This is part of the job when you're asked your opinion a lot, but that was insane. That was insane.
You are disturbed from that take.
Yeah, that was insane. And Hockney's having a meltdown in the chat because Tomer and I apparently defended the game 4 rotation, which whatever.
You guys
No, here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to say.
We disagree, but I respect your position on it, and I don't think it's crazy at all.
I'm also just relaying what I was told by someone who would know is what their position was.
So I pressed. Nobody asked him about it post game. I had Law Murray on later, and I said, nobody asked him about it. And he said, well, maybe somebody will at the next practice. And they did. And he gave that exact explanation for it, that guys would have been on the bench for a while.
I was
public.
This isn't going to burn a bridge or anything, but I was told it that night right after the press conference. He had walked off the stage after the press conference, and I asked someone what the decision was, and that's the answer I was given, which was quite literally the one he gave the next day. So,
and it's not unfounded or like
it's just how they felt.
That's one of the decisions to make in that scenario. I disagree with it, but I don't think it's crazy.
It's just how they felt. And here's the thing. The entire coaching staff was basically on board with it. Like there wasn't like a dissenting opinion. Would
we know if there was anyways? Like, come on.
Not publicly.
Yeah. I don't think it was crazy. I just would have gone a different way, but whatever. We can move on from that. And I agree. The reason they lost that game is because they came out like they could sleepwalk through the contest after they blew them out in game 3 and still win. The first possession was a turnover by Kawhi, just completely lackadaisical.
I mean, if we're being honest, if they just win, if they come out with the right intensity, and that's not a coaching thing, by the way. It's very funny because like I always hear like, oh, the coaches for like any team, right? It's like, oh, they came out flat in the third quarter or they came out flat to start the game, like it's a coaching thing. I have heard, this is the hilarious part, being in soccer post-match press conferences and hearing the things I've heard in the last like couple of weeks is so crazy. Like I actually think NBA fans would have aneurysms to the things that they hear. I had the Angel City coach who coached his second match at Angel City. He had come over from Bayern Munich in Germany, coaching their women's team. He won like 3 straight titles there. In the press conference, 2 minutes into the press conference, they gave up a goal 40 seconds in, and he gets asked about it, how he gets the players to kind of come out like better to start matches, and he basically says, "My job is not to coach them." And everyone's like, "Holy, what is happening?" But then last night I had to hear Steve Cherundolo of LAFC kind of do similar stuff. Like it's very fascinating to hear how much is like coaches don't think like the aspect of players being ready isn't on coaches. And actually some of the players have said the same thing. So I don't know, like the players dropped the ball for a lot of the series. So did the coaching staff to some degree too. Like no one's escaping blame here, but also it was a team loss. Everyone,
yeah,
for lack of a better phrase, I mean, everyone kind of fucked up in some way. Like everyone did.
The whole was worse than the sum of its parts for that series. So
also, it doesn't help. It doesn't help that old friend of the team, Russell Westbrook, just went ballistic on threes. It just
him shooting better than Bogey and Norm to that degree. That's the series in some ways.
It's funny too because we saw something similar in the finals actually, because the Thunder almost lost that series because their best 3-point shooter was Lou Dort.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. Like when your best shooters don't show up, and while Lou Dort isn't a bad shooter, it's just like if you're the Indiana defense, that's the one guy you're just like, yeah, dude, just if you want to take 6 threes tonight, go right ahead. And that's the only reason OKC was in that series. Well, I shouldn't say only reason. That's disingenuous, but like it was a large reason to why OKC was able to stay afloat in games where their offense wasn't good because Lou Dort just made threes. Yeah, it happens. So
Walls was in that huge funk.
Their best at one point. I remember tweeting this. I think it was like in the late of game 4, maybe. At one point in that series, Lou Dort and Alex Caruso combined to make more threes than the rest of the OKC team. Like that's how bad their shooting was. It was, and it's funny because like all postseason, their playoff shooting was not great. Their offense in the playoffs was horrendous in the half court, which is crazy because they were actually good in the half court in the regular season, but it followed the trend from the previous postseason where they ran into issues that we saw, but they didn't lose this postseason like they did last postseason. Now they had 2 7-game series, and who knows what happens if Tyrese Halliburton doesn't go down, right? But
yeah,
are they going to give the title back? No.
No. I fully believe the Pacers, yes, they could have won that game 7, but the fact that OKC has so much room to grow offensively, Chet Holmgren like can be so much better. J-Dub, he had some nice, leaps in the playoffs, some big games. Obviously, he still had some bad games. Like, their defense was just the most reliable thing anybody had in the playoffs.
Yeah. You know what's kind of funny, too, is I remember tweeting this, I think it was like game 1, which they ended up losing in like that crazy, they blew like a 20-point lead at some point?
Yeah, they were up 15, I think, with like 9 minutes left in the fourth. And Halliburton had that shot to win it late.
Oh, that's goddamn. Every Indiana series had the dumbest comeback I've ever seen. But like, it's funny because this actually relates to James a little bit. The one thing I always respect Shea for with that team, that guy every night, he's taking 20 shots. Doesn't matter the defense, doesn't matter the pressure, he's taking 20 shots. He might miss 15 of them sometimes, but he's taking them.
What was he, 8 for 27 in game 7? He took 27 shots, I think.
Yeah, 8 for 27. It wasn't great in the fourth quarter. He took a lot of shots in the fourth quarter. It wasn't great. But the fact that he was willing to take shots mattered. And no, James isn't going to get to that level. Like he is what he is. But like if he ever did, it impacts a lot more in a positive way just because he's willing to do it. At times, James is a little bit too passive, and Shea can be, because you look at game 7, he was passing incredibly well. 12 assists in a game 7, That's not nothing. And so, like, James...
He also averaged 2 blocks and 2 steals per game in that series, I think.
It's funny, like, when you look back, like, you're going to end up looking back at that final series in, like, 10 years. Kind of like when you look back at the Duncan final stats against the Nets, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, he did what? Like, you're going to look back at the Shea stats in like 10 years and just be like, he averaged what now? Like 32, 5 and 5 and 2 steals. And like, how is this a close series? Like, you're going to look back and think that, like, how did the series go 7? Then you got to replay the games and realize like there was so much more that happened within the seams of the series that ultimately, like, Indiana just wouldn't miss threes for large portions. Well, and they also took a shit ton of them. I mean, OKC won it. Well, didn't the OKC win a game where they barely took threes?
Yeah, they took like 12.
Yeah, they won game 4 going 3 of 16.
They adapted enough, both teams to get there adapted enough to what they had to do and showed that they were how versatile they were. I was so impressed with Indiana, even though they made the Eastern Conference the year before. It felt like to me they only made it that year because New York ran out of steam and able bodies. What they did this season, this was such a Cinderella story. I don't want to disrespect them by calling it a Cinderella thing, but come on, the way they were winning and the way they came together as a team. And I think it's real. It sucks that Halliburton, it's awful. He's going to be out for a season. We're going to have to wait to see what happens. But that level of team chemistry, like, it reminded me a little bit of the Spurs a little bit. Just the way they played basketball, it was so fun to watch. I was once Halliburton went down in game 7, I finally was like, okay, I am rooting for Indiana to pull this thing out somehow, And they led it to half. They led it to half.
They led it to half. It was crazy. I remember even tweeting like the worst thing that happened in game 7 was halftime. Like,
that's a great call.
Because they had to go back to the locker room and see him.
Yeah.
And that's not like their adrenaline was just done after that. Like we've seen that happen. Like teams just they're running on fumes, but they have the adrenaline. Then all of a sudden a break happens and that's the end of it. Because you get settled. It's crazy to think 2 things. Number 1, Indiana almost won that series without a 20-point per game scorer. That's insane for a finals. That's insane. Number 2, the Thunder won the finals, won the title, and for the entire postseason shot under 34% on threes. That's crazy.
That's what's terrifying. I just keep thinking how much better they can get offensively because it is still too reliant on Shea at times, but it may be predictable, but not for long. Like as soon as Chet or J-Dub or both become much more reliable and consistent, it's over. They only had a few games where they really looked like a big three in the playoffs, and they still won the championship.
They forced 18 turnovers a game. That's what they forced a game. 18 turnovers a game. They turned opponents over 130 more times than they had turnovers.
Yeah, that
Like
plus 130 is insane.
Because you can shoot like crap, but if you're getting 130 more possessions over a playoff run,
Oh yeah,
that's crazy.
the ultimate shots come and go, but we're gonna hang our hat on our defense. It's always going to be there. It's something you can rely upon.
By the way, Miles, I don't want to change the subject fully. Miles Johnson has a fun hypothetical, and I actually want to piggyback on this. First off, Steve Ballmer would pay a ton of money. There's not an amount that actually makes sense to, like, you can fathom that he would. It's crazy because like the East is about to be, it's not going to be good. But what I want to build off of that is when they bring in the 2 new expansion teams, which will be Seattle and Vegas, who moves east? Because the 3 options
New Orleans
are Minnesota, New Orleans, and Memphis.
New Orleans and Memphis.
Those are the 3.
I bet.
I've thought of that, but I think Minnesota makes the most sense. And the only reason I say that is because of their proximity to other teams in the Central Division.
That's true. That's a good point.
But the other factor is Minnesota's close enough to Denver.
They could do another division realignment at that point, though.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to go to. I think they're going to have to go to 8. I just think they're going to have to go to 8.
I'd love it if they took away divisions altogether. To be honest, I know. I'm sorry, Chuck
I just
Mockler.
don't think they can.
Divisions in sports are bad.
The Pac-Div.
They're bad because they eventually lead to somebody more undeserving getting in. You get penalized for being in good divisions, and then somebody wins a bad division and
I agree.
they get home court or home field or some bullshit.
I agree. I'm actually curious to see what they end up doing. I don't now that might be the play though, is they get rid of divisions and they just have to figure it out in terms of what the schedule would look like. But I mean, because now you're going to start getting into wonky schedules with 32 teams where you're going to have to play another team 3 or 4 times a year. So you have to take games here and there away. So they might have to end up doing it to where you only play every team 3 times if they're out of your division. So I don't know.
Or do away with divisions so you don't play any teams 4 times. I wouldn't mind seeing that. But the whole thing of East versus West, and why don't they just combine them? The Eastern Conference owners would never vote on this. They know they have the easier path. It won't happen. I wish.
It is what it is, too. Like, I also don't blame them. If I was an Eastern Conference owner, I'd feel the same way.
I'm not blaming it. It's just crazy how lopsided it's been for so long. It's been since Jordan left the Bulls. The West has been I think there's definitely one year in 08, 09 when Magic faced off against the Lakers in the playoffs that if you took head-to-head records, East versus West all year, that the East actually won. There may be one other time over the last 25 years where the East won the overall head-to-head record in games played between East and West.
Do you want a free? Since I got to pick up Tomer slack, do you want the free agent news?
Is this? Yeah, I'll take it. Hold on, we got a new alarm here.
All right, Gary Trent, 2 years, $7.5 million to return to Milwaukee. By the way, I feel bad for Gary Trent, not because he's returned to Milwaukee. Okay, I'm not feeling bad, but man, that playoff end, that was brutal, man.
After he was having the game of his life too.
I know. That like from a human standpoint, it was like, oh my god, dude. But here's the thing. So going back to the realignment stuff, right? Like, if you do 3 games against every division opponent, that's 45 games, or every conference opponent, that's 45 games, plus the 32 against out of conference. That's 77 games. So you have to make up 5 games. So do you do 3 divisions and just have it be unbalanced? I don't know how that would work. Like, you have to play 5 of the other 15 teams in your conference 4 times. And then maybe that's just a rotation that you just have
I
to
would
go
just
through.
do that. Just have it be a little bit random. Like it is now that way anyways, where
Kind of. They go through a thing where, though, it's like if you play a team 3 times this year, you play them 4 times the next. So, like, you could already go through and already figure out who the Clippers are playing 4 times next year. It's actually kind of funny.
like they got San Antonio and Houston. No, San Antonio 4 times or 3 times.
So let's see. They played the Spurs 4 times this year. Most likely it'll be 3 next year.
Was Houston 4 times?
They played Houston 4 times. Probably going to be 3. Denver they played 4. Denver they played 4, but they were only scheduled for 3
in-season tournament.
So yeah, then you get to Dallas was 4, could be 3. Which is funny because like this is also where you pick up extra wins along the way when you get like a bad team 4 times.
That's why coming into the season we were like, oh, San Antonio, that's not the worst draw to get them 4 times.
Yeah, exactly. And then they play Memphis 4 times, or they could play Memphis 4 times, could play Minnesota 4, could play New Orleans 4. The big one is they might only have to play OKC 3 times.
Because they got them 4.
That could factor. Yeah, that could factor. Maybe they get a 4 against Portland. Maybe they get a 3 or 4. I mean, they'll probably get a 3 against San Antonio. A big one would also be 3 against Utah. But one of the 4 games against Utah this year was a makeup. So who knows? I don't know. I think realignment's actually a fascinating thing because there are going to be 2 more teams. It's just they're going to it. It's going to be soon.
And those teams that end up going east, that's a big advantage. Likely. I mean, there could come a point where the pendulum swings the other way, but I don't think it's happening anytime soon.
You know what the fairest way to do it actually is to do a lottery for the 3 teams. Like just do a lottery, just have ping pong balls and let it figure
but those
out.
things are rigged.
Equal 3 parts chance to just see how it shapes up. Or if you want to get crazy, just throw OKC into it,
Or have a tournament.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the players will care about that.
Winners get to go to the East. I mean, you might care because better chance to be an all-star. They're never going to reduce the games, guys.
Sure,
They're never going to do it. There's too much money to be made. Why would they do it?
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of reducing the amount of games. They're just not.
The best thing they can do is space things out more. Start the season earlier or end it later. One or the other.
So they need to space it out. What they need to do is they need to go back to starting the season like a week earlier in October. If they started the season a week earlier in October and just reduce the amount of preseason games to like 4 for each team, maximum of 4, because there's not an even set amount of preseason games. You can play up to 6. It's up to the team.
Right.
But also it's end the season later.
There's no
and if
reason
I hear someone say they don't want to
compete with baseball, who cares?
Yeah, if someone brings up competing with baseball, I'm gonna.
It's called the dog days of summer for a reason. There's not a lot going on at that time. But I think the reason is, and I've heard this before, is they don't want to set back the draft and the lottery and summer league. It throws everything else off.
So they don't want to put. So here's the other real problem they're going to run in. This is why they're also not going to do it. Okay,
reasons were
the
wrong.
Summer Olympics. Well, no, they're not going to do it either because of the Summer Olympics.
No, that's true.
Because if you push it back too far, now you're quite literally. I mean, we remember what happened with the Bucks and the Suns. They finished the game and then all got on a plane together to go to the Olympics.
But that's a one-year thing.
So,
it's not like they've adjusted for unique circumstances due to strikes and due to COVID. Why can't they just adjust?
Because if they only adjust if they have to.
I think the amount of injuries going on necessitate it. This is their product. Do you want stars out there playing? It's a players' league. Do you want superstars to have a better chance to stay healthy or not? But then they came out with that data thing this past year that said there's no correlation.
I don't want to talk about that. At the risk of being condescending to them.
Yeah. It's a great league.
I could
There are things
research
they can do better.
it when you're only looking for one answer, that's what you'll find.
Yeah. Evidence that confirms your preconceived
Confirmation bias.
notion, and yeah.
I just Also, wasn't it Joe Dumars who did that study or something?
Great front office guy.
Oh yeah, I guess Jake Fisher 7 minutes ago said an emerging option for the Pistons, sources say, is Detroit trading for Kingsguard Malik Monk. And apparently it could turn into a sign and trade, possibly, maybe. Could turn into a sign and trade for Dennis Schroeder, potentially. We'll see. I just don't like that deal for Sacramento.
Well, that means they're doing it. It's a done deal then. The less sense it makes.
The Capella sign and trade is one of the most. I'm fascinated by it because I don't get why it's just like I get because they had to pay him a little bit more, but that's just it's your third center.
We were talking about that a little bit earlier with having 3 centers on Houston. And my point was, well, they like to play 2 centers at once. And I don't know if you can rely on Steven Adams or Clint Capella to be available all the time. So if you got at least one of them, honestly, it sucks. I love Steven Adams, but he's had some real injury concerns.
Yeah, it's fair. It's just, I mean, you're paying a backup center, what, like $8 million a year, $7 million a year?
Yeah.
I mean, okay. I did the thing that I hate, which is I use the actual dollar amount. I don't remember what the percent of the cap is because we just have to start using that.
True.
But like, it's still crazy that, when you look at what a Brook Lopez, a backup center, is reportedly going for. I'm excited to cover Brook Lopez, by the way. He seems like a great guy.
That's going to be fun.
If you paid Brook Lopez that to be your third center, it's kind of wild. Nothing against him. It's just doesn't make sense. So I don't get it from the Houston perspective, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's an injury insurance type thing. And Capella loved Houston when he was there, so maybe it's one of those things. And I don't know.
Ime is not opposed to trying some wacky lineups, so he will get experimental with things. I don't think I asked you about Yannick. Your thoughts about the future DeAndre Jordan?
I think fans, and I'm just going to say this and then I'll go into my actual thoughts. I think fans have had a hard time separating the person from the player, and I understand why they're annoyed at the pick. I'm actually fascinated by the person. I'm equally fascinated by the athleticism, but I understand the trepidation in terms of what his basketball skills can be. That's kind of why I understand why fans are annoyed with the pick. I thought Rasheer Fleming made sense. I'd heard there have been some, I guess, potential injury concerns with Rasheer Fleming, but I don't know. I didn't look at his medicals. I don't know. So I probably would have picked Fleming, and I probably would have picked. I can't even remember who the hell was in the draft this year, but let me go look. I'm pulling up real quick. Rasheer Fleming,
center.
Actually, I kind of preferred Niederhauser to Kalkbrenner. Only from the athleticism standpoint. I think that might actually matter for this team.
He was easily the most athletic big.
Well, it's not even that he's easily the most athletic big. If you actually go based on percentile in terms of athletic testing for centers in combine history, he's the most athletic center that's ever tested in the combine.
His max vert, what, 37?
I think it was something like that. But even if you look at like his shuttle times and his 3/4 court sprint and his height, weight, wingspan, and all this stuff, like he graded as the I have it saved in my bookmarks. I don't know why the hell I didn't just pull up the bookmark. Hold on one second. I'm sorry.
A generational big athletically at the combine.
Yeah, official confirmation of Yannick Conan Niederhauser's final combine score. I can't talk. Value 100.0 at center, which is 100th percentile. He was 79th percentile in hand length, 9th percentile in hand width, which doesn't sound great, but then you get to 81st percentile in height without shoes, 79th percentile in lane agility, 94th percentile in max vert, 92nd percentile shuttle run, 73rd percentile standing reach, 96th percentile standing vert, 91st percentile three-quarter court sprint, 47th percentile of weight, which is funny just because like there's some big dudes who get measured at the combine, and 56th percentile in wingspan. Now, some of those scores sound very middling, but you end up looking like his physical score got a 64, his vert score got a 95, and his agility got an 87. It gave him a 100 percentile among centers. Like, that's crazy. Like,
that's what propelled him or vaulted him up the boards. That combine.
That
the
and
G
how
League Elite.
That and how he played. Yeah, that and how he played at the G League Elite camp. Yeah. The Clippers have notoriously liked guys who go to these camps and play their way up. They put stock into that. It's what they've done. It's just what they do. They liked it out of Kobe. They liked it out of Jordan.
Keon had the highest, I think, max vert ever at 48 inches.
Something like that. So, but they oscillate between like tools, like actual athleticism, and like basketball IQ. So like they at one point they're going to come married together, and then we'll be like, oh shit. But like, you know, they're banking on people like as humans, and then they're also trying to just hope that either the athleticism tool skill, you know, set clicks, or they're banking on how they read the game. Kobe Brown sees the game pretty well. We have to just admit that he's good basketball IQ. Skill wise, it hasn't come together. That's a problem. Giannis, incredible tool set. How he reads the game has to come up to a higher level. It's going to take time. But who knows? I mean,
he's older but younger in terms of basketball experience. Overall, was the line.
So here's the thing: he didn't hit his growth spurt.
Right.
He grew 8 inches from the time that he was 15 to when he was 17. He spent 10 months in bed with a knee injury, but when he was 17, and had a growth spurt there.
Growing pains.
He practiced judo when he was a kid. He has a judo background. He used to take the train to go to basketball camp and stuff over in Europe.
James Johnson's better watch his ass. There's a new badass in the NBA.
He's a fascinating guy. That's why I say, like, from a human being perspective, he's a very fascinating individual. He speaks multiple languages. I know that was like the thing that everyone had poked fun at, but like human being wise, he seems like a great guy. The basketball player remains to be seen, and there's going to be no pressure on him. And I get why people want their first round picks to play right away, but for a Clippers team that has, you know, been loaded with vets, it's just the way it is. They need to win. They're trying to win.
I don't think people understand.
There's not much runway for rookies. So
if people don't seem to understand that they have a higher standard for getting on the court because they have a quality team with 14 straight seasons now of having a winning record, back-to-back years of winning 50 games. You got to be really good. And it's not like, I think it's a little unfair, the criticism of, okay, guys haven't played much. The last 2 years, Kobe got a look, Jordan Miller got a look. They both got looks. They both didn't perform well enough.
What I'll also say about Giannis, before his growth spurt, he was a guard. So he doesn't really know how to be a big man yet, which is why, like, I know it sounds weird, but and I'm not comparing these two as prospects or players, so please no
Anthony
one
Davis,
take it that way. Yeah, it's the Anthony Davis thing where like the growth spurt happens so quick that now he has to adapt to a different style, and I think it takes time. So we'll see. I mean, I don't think he's like, I'm not sitting here going, oh my God, when he puts it together to be a Hall of Fame player. It's just, I don't know. I have no idea how he's going to turn out to be. And that's not my job to know what he's going to be. You just got to wait and see. And they're banking on people. And, you know, so.
Speaking of guys you probably shouldn't compare him to, but I can't help but see it a little bit. And I know Lawrence Frank brought up his name because he was pressed on it. I do see movement-wise, body type-wise, a little bit of Derek Lively. I do see it a little bit.
The biggest difference I would make is that Derek Lively's athleticism felt more natural. Like the way that he moved was so much more fluid. Like he understood his body. I don't think Yannick has gotten to that point where he understands like what his body level is and like what he can naturally do at this height, this weight, and everything.
Just gotta grow into it. Late bloomer. It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So I don't know. I'm fascinated by him. I'm also fascinated by their second round guy. I was told by a fellow beat writer of another team that he was, quote, a very, very smart guy, like in terms of like how he reads the game and everything. So we'll see. I don't know. Here's the thing, because I see these people all the time. It's not like I don't want to say anything bad about them. It's just like I get to know these people at a personal level to some degree. So for me, when I cover them, I equate more to the person than I do the player, if that makes any sense. But I still evaluate the player. Like Yannick is too raw to play right away. Unless something catastrophically happens where he has to play, he's just not going to play. But that just is what it is. Like you look at the rest of the roster, Kobe's been given minutes. He hasn't been good enough, and the clock's ticking.
If he doesn't hit the three, he's not an NBA player, right? I think unless he can play the five all of a sudden, which I know they tried him at.
No, he's not. He's not fine.
I'm just saying, they were like, "Here's another route to getting minutes." Then, yeah,
because they tried everything they could.
They're exhausting things to try to give him a chance, but it's not happening.
Yeah. It's not getting there. So with Kobe, this is it. This is like literally, to steal a phrase, it's shit or get off the pot time at this point. Like you got to do it. Jordan's approaching that level.
Yeah,
it's happening.
They're both 26 in January.
It is what it is. You got to show it you got to show it soon. It's kind of similar like what you saw with Terrence to some degree. Like there was a slow ramp up for Terrence early in his career, but then like he had glimpses when you watched him play that you understood that he knew how to play, and he wasn't out of place. You don't get that way with Kobe to a large degree, and even for large stretches of Jordan, you don't get that either. So,
well, that's why it's kind of BS to me. Oh, Coach Lou won't play young guys. He will if they're basketball savvy enough to play. Terrence Mann was playing big minutes in the playoffs in 2021 for them, obviously. If you show it,
Amir Coffey,
he will play you. Yeah,
was playing a shit ton
like
too.
come on,
so,
you got to.
And I know people can gripe about like, oh, but in that 21-22 season, how much were they really playing for? Yada yada yada. But like, they showed things. Amir was good this past year for stretches. It just is what it is. They've tried. Now maybe it's not like they've had the best of chances out there, but they've been given shots. And the biggest one I go back to, and people might gripe with this, is Bones. Their problem with Bones wasn't that he couldn't play. It's that when he got on the court, he didn't take it seriously.
No, the garbage time minutes were embarrassing, and I love Bones, but that was unprofessional at times.
People might think that like garbage time doesn't matter to coaches because like the game's decided. They evaluate a shit ton of those garbage time minutes because like it comes down to like your mentality in those minutes and how hard you play. And yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to evaluate a rookie center too. Rookie centers take time.
Yeah, and I know people made the comparison to Kai Jones. Well, they had a good athlete in Kai Jones. There's a big difference to me, and that is Yannick is much bigger. Like, I think he's significantly bigger to where he can still add, I think, another 15 pounds, honestly, with that frame. Like, I think he is uniquely big boned, and he can get and put on much more size.
I would worry about him putting on too much, though.
Well, too much, of course. But he looks like a thin 240.
He has had a knee. He has had a knee injury in the past. You don't want to put too much shit on his knees.
I'm just saying it's rare to have a guy that is that big already and looks like he could add more. Like he looks like he's thin for that frame. That's exciting to me.
So
Now,
yeah, I'm interested to see how it plays out. You know what's funny is like his G League stuff, because obviously he's going to spend time in the G League. I'm genuinely intrigued to see how he plays down there, because he's going to be down there most likely with Trenton and those level of guys and Patrick Baldwin. It seems like, and actually Seth Lundy in terms of like guard. So I'm generally fascinated to see what he learns down there, because everyone down there raves about the G League system because they run the same stuff as their pro offense with oh my god, I just forgot his name, the coach.
Dante.
No, former Georgia Tech coach Paul Hewitt. They run the same stuff the Clippers do up in the NBA. So yeah.
Now another guy that's going to be down there, another Kobe Sanders. What do you think of that pick? A lot of people were higher on that and more enthusiastic about that pick within Clipper Nation.
I think he's an interesting player. I'm intrigued to see like what his long-term, I guess, role can be on a team. Because he does have some work to do. He's not the best athlete in the world. He's not even close. But like I said, I was told he was a very smart player. Dribble, pass, and shoot. He's the skill set guy. He's the basketball skill set, like fundamental basketball IQ guy. And then they drafted the athleticism guy in the first round. So they kind of just went with both.
I compared him right away, not defensively, offensively. And granted, I didn't watch him much in college, and I just pulled up some film and was watching and going, versatility there on offense. Maybe a little bit quicker of a Kyle Anderson, slow-mo.
We're not. I know you're Kyle Anderson love. That's a crazy.
Hey,
that's a crazy shot. I'm sorry. I'm moving my chair. I'm gonna go get my charger real quick. You can talk to them for a second.
Vamp. People hating on my Yannick can put on more weight take. Yannick doesn't have the frame for more weight. How? Have you looked at him? He absolutely does. I think he can add a lot more. Okay, maybe not a lot more. I think he could add 15 pounds. I think he's built that way. He has real 7-foot size to him. Not, he's 6'10" and with shoes on, they say he's 7 feet. No, he's almost 7 feet without shoes. I think Yannick Conan the Barbarian can put on weight. He can add just fine. I don't know what you all are seeing with that. Maybe, like Justin said, you won't want him to because of the injury in the past, but he was 17 then. It was 5 years ago almost. Justin, as you were saying about Kobe Sanders not being able to be slow-mo, I'm not saying he's going to be slow-mo. I'm just saying, like, at first glance, I was like, I kind of see a little bit of that there. Because of his size, because of his ability to handle the ball, versatility on offense, 6'8", handling the rock like that. There aren't many guys you can compare someone like that to.
I mean, maybe. I'm fascinated to see how he plays down there. Because he's a pretty solidly sized wing, and then they're gonna have. It sounds like they're gonna have Patrick Baldwin with him. So, yeah, I mean, he also could be a summer league standout. Whereas, like, Jordan Miller shouldn't be in summer league, Kobe Brown shouldn't be in summer league.
They're not gonna be, right?
I would be surprised if they're at summer league.
Yeah.
What I saw out of Jordan Miller last year at summer league, if he's back in summer league, it's a disgrace.
It's too easy for him. We don't learn anything.
Pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Tomer said it a lot earlier. Like, the Clippers have a lot of, like, to steal a Major League Baseball term, they have a lot of 4A guys where they're too good for AAA, but they're not good enough for the majors.
Yeah, I thought that was well put. The analogy that I keep making is for all these people who are like, no, you got to see it at the NBA level. You got to give them a chance. You got to let them play 20 games. I'm like, guys, if you're not playing well enough or shooting well enough from 3 in the G League, and we have a decent sample size now of Kobe Brown not shooting it well from 3 at any level outside of 1 year, his last year of college. It's not translating. It's not all of a sudden going to translate to the NBA level. Like, that's not how it works. It's the same 3-point line. If you're not playing the video game and dominating on the easy level, how are you going to jump up to the hard level and have success? That's not how anything works. And it's not like they haven't given him a chance, by the way, anyways. They have. Now, maybe he gets more of one. What did you make of Lawrence Frank talking about changing up the system with having the guys up with the big ball club and not in the G League as much so they can practice and get more time with the veterans and maybe being able to shine in front of the coaching staff that way?
I actually have his full quote. Let me pull it up. Hold on a second. Where is it? It's like down here, right? Oh yeah, here it is. I think I even tweeted out the video, but it's he says something. Where is it? Where did it really start?
He goes back to how it used to be.
He talks about the development of the talent. It's creating pathways for them to have an opportunity to play. When they do have an opportunity for them to show whether they're capable or not. That was the big point that he made. He talked about how tough it is for guys to crack the rotation because there's veteran guys who come in for them. And then he talks about they're going to make some tweaks in terms of having our guys spend more time with the team up in the NBA so that they're getting practice reps. They're getting hands-on in terms of coaching from the coaches there. He says to be the old man, he goes, when he was coaching, there were a lot of practices, and there aren't really now. Like, I think fans would be shocked how little NBA teams have time to practice these days. A lot of the stuff they do is shoot arounds and walkthroughs and film work for the most part. So then he ends up talking, he goes, so for a young guy to earn playing time, he did it in practice. He'd beat out the veteran and eventually go from a coaching perspective. You're like, hey, he's wearing this guy out. I got to give him a chance. And then he says, quote, now, because in the NBA, because of the density of the schedule, there's not a lot of practice time other than training camp. There's really no opportunity for young players to compete for playing time, that they either do it in the G League or through just their talent or opportunity. They nail it the first time. We've talked about this, figuring out ways for our younger players to earn pathways or those pathways. And also at the same time, they have to earn it. We don't give them anything. There's always a lot of competition because we're super fortunate to have several good players. So like the change that you're talking about is the two-way guys are probably going to, and minimum level young guys are going to be practicing with the actual Clippers and not down in the G League as much when the Clippers are actually here, is what he's saying. Because then the coaches are able to see them more rather than not as often.
Problem is, you mentioned they still don't practice enough to get to show. It's better than nothing, I guess. It's better than nothing to have them there.
People used to give Doc shit because the Clippers didn't practice a lot. It's an NBA
Oh yeah,
thing.
Phil Jackson would talk about this.
It's just an NBA. Yeah, it just is what it is at this point, So we'll see.
Maybe there's a chance that, like, if they're also with the big club, if on a night where somebody's in foul trouble or there's injuries going on, maybe it gives Coach Lou an opportunity to try somebody else out. Maybe. I just think, you tell me, are guys not playing because Coach Lou won't play young guys, or are guys not playing because they haven't shown enough at the lower levels to get minutes and the Clippers are trying to win games right now?
I think it's just because there's better options and he hasn't seen enough from them. Ty is very much a prove it to me guy. It's not like he's just going to hand you something. And I think fans should know that because we saw him yank minutes away in the playoffs from Rajon Rondo. Like, it wasn't like he just stuck with someone. He'll yank it away from him if he has to. We saw that with the Russ minutes in the playoffs, when Russ was here. It isn't like you're just entitled to something. He'll take it away from you. So they got to show it at some point. And it's just simple as that.
I think the narrative's a little bit unfair. I think they've been drafting late. They don't have necessarily the most talented young guys. Coach Lou gets a look at them, and maybe he's just not seeing what he needs to see because they're late round picks and they have less of a chance of making it in the NBA. Kind of how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. It's tough when you're a veteran team and have young guys. For those young guys who get the minutes they need to succeed, it's just tough because you don't have the runway that other teams have. Like, I know people can point to what Kai did in Dallas when he left the Clippers. That Dallas team was going nowhere at the time. Everyone was injured. They had to play him. So, like, even his mistakes, he could. It's not that he could play through them. They just didn't matter. They weren't killing a team because they had to just deal
Same
with
with Musa, same with Baron Boston.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Is like those guys. Like, you can look at how those players did, but also you have to contextualize their environment that they were in, that they were allowed to do that stuff on teams that, when you end up going back and looking through, the Dallas Mavericks won the draft lottery. Where's the goddamn
Charlotte's fourth.
They already changed. Yeah, Charlotte was fourth, and who was the other one?
New Orleans.
Brandon was on a team that picked seventh.
Sounds right.
Seventh. Is that what it was? Yeah. So, like, these teams aren't playing for a lot at that time.
That's why I keep challenging people that say this. Oh, they're not. These guys are going to other places and they're developing. First of all, they did a lot of their development with the Clippers. So when they do have success somewhere else, as soon as they go there, it's not like they changed as players.
It's funny you mentioned that. I actually had a conversation with the Clippers front office person towards the end of the season, specifically about those three players, actually. And we're sitting courtside into it, and I said, "Do you guys count that amongst your organizational successes because of what they've done elsewhere rather than what they've done here?" And they told me yes, that teams, not just them, but that teams, when a player leaves, they keep tabs on them, obviously, and how they do is a reflection of their own organization. So while they didn't do anything here, doesn't mean they didn't learn anything.
Right. That's crazy.
They're just taking it elsewhere.
The other point I would make is, tell me all the young guys that left the Clippers and ended up contributing to winning, not just putting up some numbers on bad teams because somebody has to. And that's not a slight. I'm rooting for Brandon Boston. I'm rooting for Musa, but it's not the same thing. I'm sorry.
Quentin says Ty stuck with Reggie and Marcus. Actually, I don't know how much people of this remember. He didn't stick with Marcus.
Quentin never remembers.
No, it's fine. I'm not like calling him out like personally, but like he went away from Marcus towards the end of the year. The only reason he went back to Marcus is everyone got hurt.
And I remember when Reggie Jackson got benched that game. God, I remember him walking outside the arena where all the fans left later that night as I got done with the post-game show, and he was like walking down the street. I was like, where's Reggie going? But it was tough. It was a tough decision because everything he meant to the organization.
He got taken out of the starting lineup. Yeah.
Like,
became a bench guard. I forgot that. Yeah.
So make it make sense. Hope that helps.
No, I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm calling.
Well, Quentin is notorious in this channel.
It's fine. It's just I'd still rather.
We got history.
Let there be light. But yeah, no.
Ty Lue's not perfect.
I don't know.
No coach is perfect. Every coach has blind spots. Everybody. Yeah. And you will find a way to complain no matter who the head coach is. How do I know this? Because Eric Spoelstra takes heat, Steve Kerr takes heat from their fan base. All the great coaches, Greg Popovich is taking.
Dagnall won a title, and I guarantee you, if they lost, he would have gotten shit for it. Now, he was doing some deep ass rotations in a final series, but that was crazy. But he won, so whatever.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's I don't know. I'm interested to see what other moves they have this offseason because they do need obviously a bench guard. That's a thing. And then they need another wing, but I don't know where it comes from.
As in a 4?
If they can get a hybrid, that'd probably be the best. But not someone who'd like – it doesn't have to be like, oh, this guy's got to play 30 minutes a night. You just need someone to give you an option.
God, if they could luck into Yabusele somehow, I'd be so happy. I'd be so happy. I know it's not going to
You might actually
happen.
lose your mind if that happens. You might actually lose your mind if
I
that
will lose
happens.
my mind in the same way, but in the opposite way when I lost it when the Clippers or when the Lakers got Laravia earlier, and I was so upset.
That's so funny though that you lost your shit.
I like
over that.
Laravia.
I know, I do too. I just find it very funny that that was the thing that made you lose your shit.
Well, to be fair, any move that aids the Lakers in any marginal way, and I'm losing my ass. Like, I can't have it. It bugs the hell.
Is he the best? Is he the best actual remaining free agent right now?
Yabusele? That's a good question. Probably. I mean, I had the beholder a little bit, but who else is out there? Oh, Quentin Grimes is still out there.
Yeah, but he's not needed. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, needed for the Clippers or needed for anyone?
yeah. Well, like who's the best?
Best available for Clippers.
Who's the best? Yeah, would it be?
If it's
Yabu?
not my guy Kuminga, yeah. It's definitely Yabusele.
You're gonna die on that.
Hey.
Oh, Tomer's in here in the chat, but can't get in here to talk. That's crazy.
That is soft. You get your ass back in here, unless it's a Tomer imposter. It's somebody that's just using his picture.
That would be what? That would be what?
Hey, somebody's been doing that with Dime Dropper as of late. I've had to tell people that's not actually Dime Dropper.
That's
weird.
Don't do that.
It's happened. It does happen. Tomer, what's the matter? Too busy?
Oh, here's an excerpt from a story from The Athletic.
Huh?
It's about DeAndre Ayton, excuse me. The Blazers could live with Ayton missing shots or his man scoring on him. They could even live with him being limited by injuries to 55 and 40 games in his 2 seasons in Portland. But in the end, they couldn't live with his bad ways. The tardiness to team flights and practices, according to a team source. The skipping of rehabilitation appointments. Fans saw him slam chairs when he was taken out of games. And a team source said there were tantrums in the locker room when he was sidelined for poor effort.
This is his rep, and it sticks to this day. I mean, Phoenix. I was at the time with Phoenix. I wasn't sure. Was it Phoenix? Was it DeAndre Ayton? Now I think it's pretty clear. It's Ayton. This.
Think about the wild splinter of NBA history we would have lived in if the Suns win that series because DeAndre Ayton was Bill Russell, which is basically what happened. It was crazy. Like he went nuts in that postseason. I've never seen that before. And then he just, yeah. So
then was it the next year he's arguing with Monty Williams who wouldn't put him in that game 7 that they got blown out, Phoenix versus Dallas?
I believe so, yeah. So
I wasn't sure who to point the blame at. And look, Ayton's still young and he can get it together, but there seems to be some type of maturity stuff going on.
So, but I'm gonna get out of here, Adam. I've given you 3 hours, 3 of the worst hours of my life.
No, it's fair.
That I've given you. I'm sorry I couldn't give you better. But
you gave me everything. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate
right.
you.
I'm gonna go eat, man. I'm
Get the
hungry.
hell out of here.
So.
I don't know what I'm waiting around just to see if CP3, if something happens with a guard. I don't know. But I appreciate you, man. Thanks for all the knowledge. You and Tomer Azarli.
6 hours. Six hours is wild, dude. Go.
This is
go
the
relax,
new record.
Man.
Yeah, I make it.
Is it really? Is this the longest?
I think so. I think I went 5.5 before. So yeah. Love you, man. Thanks for doing this. Really appreciate it.
Love you too, buddy. I'm glad we can insert this into the annals of time as your greatest podcast.
Insert into the what? What a line.
I'll see you later, man.
Justin. If you don't know, Justin Rousseau, initially, before he came on 3 hours ago, he was in the waiting room section. He had logged in, and I got to punch people in. He said, "I am here and await your insertion." That literally happened. He texted me that. And we had a good laugh about it. Like 3 hours ago, back when Tomer was on here. Big shot Bob Flum. I'm still going. I'm finishing my coffee. Big Lebowski style. I ain't leaving yet. What's the line? Leo DiCaprio in The Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not going anywhere. In fact, I'm going to plug in, give myself some good sound. Now I can play sound again. Now I can take your phone calls if you guys like to get on. Some people in here like to talk shit, but then they won't call in ever. Kind of soft. But I get it. Keyboard warriors, keyboard assassins. There's the phone number. Pull up. See what happens. Give me your analysis. I can't believe Tomer is in here still. Honestly, Tomer did the heaviest lifting of any of the guests. Justin close second. Robert Flom after that. I do appreciate you guys. Big time. Should I pull up some audio so I can go to the bathroom really quick? Let me see. You should feel called out. I was talking directly to you, Max Vega. No, I wasn't. I like Max Vega. You know who you are. Charmin Softies. All these people talking all that trash, but there's a phone number right here. Call in then. What do you got? If your analysis is so good. I did text Lucas Hand, don't call him Han earlier today. He's busy. Hotline Bling's going to rock with me. All right. I need a little bit. Maybe I can get a little bit of analysis from Shams talking about, I don't know, one of the deals. Let's see. Is anybody, did he do like some real? Okay. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Here's Shams Charania earlier about Brook Lopez signing with the Clippers.
Our senior insider, Shams Charania, is back with us. Shams, what more can you tell us about Brook Lopez?
We have big news out of Milwaukee. Brook Lopez is departing the Bucks. I'm told he has reached agreement on a 2-year, $18 million deal to sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. And so after 7 seasons with the Bucks, the one-time champion in 2021, Brook Lopez is departing where he'll back up Ivica Zubac, play a little bit more with Zubac potentially as well, being able to space the floor. So the Clippers have a new big man, someone that can start, someone that can play off the bench. But Brook Lopez departs Milwaukee for the Clippers.
Shams, thank you so very much. And a big man that can certainly shoot the ball as well. Brian, put this into context for us in the Los Angeles Clippers.
So this hits a couple of teams. Obviously, the Clippers just got a high quality backup. The Bucks, this has been their franchise center for their championship team.
Correct.
If you're Giannis Antetokounmpo, you are now having a question, who is our starting center going to be? But this is a blow to the LA Lakers.
Well, when Shams said Los Angeles, you see Giannis, he starts to lean in Los Angeles, and then it was Clippers.
Brook Lopez was an option for them. Now, in with the Lakers, that would have potentially been a starting job. Now, we don't know. The Lakers may have another starter that they've got. All right, let's wait and let's see what happens there. Brook Lopez, obviously from Southern California, has played here before. So he's going into a backup situation, a good contract, 2 years, $18 million. Certainly the Lakers could have afforded to match that. So I'm going to wait and see, but I am surprised that if the Lakers prioritized him, that they would have lost out to the Clippers. But I'm going to wait and see what happens with the Lakers because they still need a center and another guy that they had interest in.
Hey, Lakers lose out to the Clippers all the time. We got a phone call. Welcome into Clippers Talk with Adam Osland. First caller of this 6-hour show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Hockney from Pasadena.
Who is it?
Hockney.
Hockney?
Yes.
Hockney, what's up? What do you want to say, my friend?
I want to say, well, first off, props for the 6 hours. The true champ, true endurance king. So thanks for all you do for Clippers Nation.
I got you, man. You guys keep me going. What's up?
Yeah, just 2 things. I mean, one, I love how Lawrence Frank said our aim is to get younger and more athletic. And so we're getting a 37-year-old Brook Lopez and a 40-year-old CP3.
Only
It's
one
just
of those has happened so
poetry.
far. Only one of those has happened so far. And you can still get younger overall, even if you bring in a 37-year-old Brook Lopez. Let's see what else they do.
Yeah, I mean, I think the CP3 thing is gonna happen just because he's not going to the Suns. He wants to be in LA, and I mean, he could go to the Lakers, I guess, but I can't see them signing him. So I think I feel like the Clippers are working on something else, and then once that's done, then the CP3 thing is coming.
That's fair. You might be right.
Yeah,
I actually think
Yeah,
that
but
could
I
be
mean-
very well what it is.
Yeah, and I think it's just Lawrence Frank. He's been trying to get a power forward for the past 2 years, and I get it. This whole positionless thing, yada yada yada, right? But at the end of the day, I mean, guys like a Siakam, Aaron Gordon, like these guys take their team to the next level, and it's really hard to win.
Well, those guys
when you
also
have
make
such a
$200
hole.
million, so it's kind of hard to get them.
Right. But like even like an Obi Toppin, or just someone who's a high caliber power forward, a power forward in general, right?
They're
I mean, I
hard.
love if Batum was
Okay, but here's
5
the,
years
here's the
younger.
thing, Hawkham. You got to find a guy that can shoot if they're playing next to
Right.
Ivica Zubats for floor spacing reasons. So now you're talking about a power forward who can rebound, be a good defender, and shoot the basketball. Those guys typically make $30 million. It's hard.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw what happened, right, with Aldama. He was the perfect prototype, right? Got that dog in him and can shoot, but
I don't know how good he is defensively. I like him, but I don't know how good he is defensively.
he's actually really good. What he's not great at is being a primary rim protector. But we got to do for that. But actually, as a secondary rim protector, he's one of the best in the NBA.
You think so? I haven't been able to get a lot of clarity on that. I've looked at some of the numbers.
There's been infographics. I forgot, like Sports Radar. Like they put out like infographics of like top whatever, and he's top 3 in terms of secondary help defense. I was surprised when I saw that even.
All right,
I'll try to send that to
that's
you
good.
or something. But
I'll take your word for it.
But anyway, long story short, still holding out hope for a power forward. And then the second point, just real quick, you held down the fort for Game 4. It was a bad decision. I don't know why Justin Tomer couldn't just be like, okay, maybe it was a bad decision. I mean, but it was just a bad decision. I mean, Kylie's a good coach, but he messed up there. That's it.
All right. I mean, you know how I feel about it. Here's the thing. I disagree with what they were saying. I also don't think what they were saying was crazy or wasn't an option. It was. I just would have gone the other way.
Right. And I think 95% of people would. I mean, I get it. They're caught up in the moment. They just made this 20-point comeback, and they're like, okay, like maybe this is it, right? But yeah, I think it was kind of it was a little bit of choke. I think just a little bit of choke, because why do you get Batum? Why do you get Ben Simmons? Or why do you have DJJ? Right? Aaron Gordon made that shot by literally like a tenth of a second. You have just one guy put a hand on his thigh. Aaron Gordon still gets that dunk off. He would have not got it in time.
Man, I was in the building, brother.
I was in the building,
brother, and I thought for sure, oh, of course his hand was still on the ball. But it wasn't. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I watched that clip so many times from different. Actually, the NBA video was less frames per second, so then they based it off of that. But when you watch one with more frames per second, it doesn't look like he gets it off. But whatever, all that being said, for me, it didn't need to happen, right? You just have someone box out like a Ben Simmons or Batum, DJJ, but it is what it is. But I just thought it was weird that Justin Tomer wouldn't give you an inch on that.
I just go with the optimizing lineups every possession, and on a possession, like obviously you can't call timeout every possession, but there was a timeout. It's one play. What's the best lineup that is going to secure the win? That's my rationale. How did you pronounce your name again?
Yes and amen. What was that?
How you pronounce your name again?
Hockney.
Hockney. Right on,
You've
man.
been on this so much that you don't even remember, right? But like I've thrown so much money at you too. Do you remember? That one time? Like,
is it Hockney in the chat?
yeah. It's like a hawk, like a bird. Hockney.
Oh, well, I appreciate your donations, and I really thank you for calling in tonight because nobody else has. And usually, if one person calls, then people it'll break the ice for them. And
yeah,
you have some good thoughts, man.
Yeah, people might be a little depressed and whatever, but hey, thanks for holding it down. That's why you're the best, Adam. So, thank you for all you do. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Hockney. Have a good night, man. Hopefully, they'll get that power forward. I would like one too. It's just going about it. It's a lot more difficult. It's got to be able to shoot, defend, rebound, stuff. I want to hear more from this so I can buy myself some time and eat a couple granola bars here. Tomer got to eat a ton earlier, and that made me hungry. So here was more about the Brook Lopez deal.
I like this move for Brook. I like this move for the Clippers as well, and I think they can go big, or they can go big and small.
I love when you have a positional rotation where they don't do the same things.
Yes.
So it gives a defense a different look. And also Brook Lopez playing with a guy like James Harden. You talk about a pick and pop dream for a 5. To play with a guy that can get downhill and make those kind of finds back out to the perimeter, tailor-made for Brook Lopez. He shoots that shot at a high rate, and he still is an elite rim protector. So he's a guy that will give you something on that end of the floor, too. If you want to play 4 guards and Brook Lopez protect the rim, you could do that as well.
Again, NBA in 2024-25, the season just ended. We got taught a lesson: size and depth and size. You have to have it. Look at Houston, look at the Clippers. They are reacting to the need for size and depth.
We welcome back in our senior insider, Shams Charania. Shams, you reported that it's really an end of an era for the Milwaukee Bucks in terms of Brook Lopez departing. What more can you tell us about this deal?
Malika, 2 years, $18 million for Brook Lopez with the Los Angeles Clippers. So he's exiting Milwaukee after 7 years there. This gives the Clippers a big man that can back up Ivica Zubac, can play next to Ivica Zubac with his abilities to spread the floor. Brook Lopez was someone that was also in play with the Lakers here tonight, but he ends up deciding to sign with the Clippers. But again, 7 years in Milwaukee, was part of that 2021 championship team. And so Giannis Antetokounmpo still with the Bucks. Of course, Bobby Portis still with the Bucks as well from that championship roster. But Brook Lopez, who's been a staple there, he is now departing.
We play that video of Giannis, and then I say it's the end of an era. I'm sure there were a lot of viewers that turned around and said, wait, what's going on there? Because this does all end up coming back to Giannis Antetokounmpo, Shams. You've reported in the past that he's going to monitor the way that this offseason looks for the Milwaukee Bucks. We are a long ways to go. It's just getting started. But what do these moves potentially mean for him?
Bobby Portis re-signing was a big step for the Milwaukee Bucks and for Giannis Antetokounmpo. That is one player that he definitely wanted to see back with him potentially. But listen, he's monitoring all the moves that they're making, not only at the draft week, now we're in free agency week. So they have brought back Bobby Portis, Kevin Porter Jr. Tonight, I'm told, reached agreement on a 2-year, $11 million deal to return to the Bucks. They still have their own free agent in Gary Trent Jr. We'll see what happens with him. So it's still wait and see. I reported it during draft lottery week, draft combine week. The Giannis Antetokounmpo was open-minded about whether his best fit is in Milwaukee or elsewhere. I've not felt a shift from that mentality. But again, we're not even in July yet.
Right.
We'll get there in the next 24 hours.
That's really important, though. So far, have not felt a shift in that mentality. Shams, thank you. We'll let you get back to work. We appreciate you stopping by. Brian, when you hear all of that, when we talked about this as potentially being the summer of Giannis Antetokounmpo, as it
Summer of the Clippers and Brook Lopez. All right. Now, something I disagree with Tom Aaron here, and I'm not trying to bait him to come back on the show. Not trying to do that at all. I would never do such a thing. But I understand his point regarding the end of Game 4. If the shot is an inch the other way, we're not talking about this. I would. And I'll tell you why. I thought it was bad process at the end of that game against Sacramento in overtime to run out the clock down by 1 and have Kawhi just go for the win right there in a 1-on-3 situation. because the strategy is poor. And Coach Lou mentioned this later on. I said it that night. It's like, I'm glad it worked, but I don't think that was good process. Because if Kawhi misses that shot, you lose the game right then. If he takes the shot earlier, they still could have fouled and been down by 3, even if Sacramento hit both free throws, and they would have had another shot to tie the game. I always think it matters. It's more than just the result. I am a proponent of good process. Good process tends to lead to better results. That's the point of it. But even if Aaron Gordon and the ball was still in his hands, I still would have been like, kind of interesting. You had 3 really bad defenders out there on the final play of the game. Like that. Because guys would be cold for sitting 7 minutes. Guys sit that long all the time. I'm sorry. Like, okay, there's a downside to bringing in those guys, that they could be a little bit cold. I am taking that downside over the downside of having really bad defenders out there to try to get a defensive stop. Both have their faults. I would lean towards, I'd rather have the personnel to match the situation, regardless of how warm they are from sitting on the bench. But we don't need to relitigate that. I'm just not going to make Tomer come back and argue with me. All right, we got a phone call here. Is it Tomer? Better not be. 877-520-1150. You're on Clippers Talk with Adam Oslin. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Adam, is Alfonso from San Dimas.
What's up, Alfonso? What do you want to say?
How's it going? Yeah, just calling, Brook Lopez was a good signing for the Clippers, and I was just wondering, so basically what, as of now, they got 1 spot available or 2, because I know Eubanks is not a guaranteed contract.
Say that again one more time. Sorry?
I'm saying, as of right now, how many roster spots do they still have on the team? Because I know Eubanks, is that 1 or 2? Because I know Eubanks is a non-guaranteed, so I doubt he's still going to stay on the Clippers.
You're probably right. I don't think he's long for being a Clipper. And it's a good question. And maybe the chat can help me out with this. And I'm sure I'll get conflicting answers. But currently, how many guys are on the 15-man roster? Is it 14?
I believe it's 15.
You think 15 are on it right now? I know they have to get to 15.
No, I think 15 is the max, I believe.
Right.
Like 10, 3 2-ways, right?
Completely. But do they have 15 right now, or is it 14 is my question.
I think maybe 14, because I think Law Murray had like a graph and it was showing 2 opening spots, but now since they signed Brook Lopez, they got 1 spot. So but then Eubanks will be 2 if they don't keep him. So if say they were still like if they were to get Ubaselli, then they will still need another. I'm not sure they're going to ride in the season with 14 and get either 1 spot open or sign the Chris Paul as well and have the full 15.
I would
on the
imagine
roster.
they go with 14 to start. That's my guess. To have that flexibility. I think somebody else, maybe Justin Rousseau, brought it up earlier too. What's a good question? It's a fluid situation, you could say, Alfonso. But you like the acquisition of Brook Lopez?
Most definitely, yeah. We were that was like a needing position. We were definitely without for the last. I don't even know when was the last time we had a good backup center, but
Hartenstein.
but yeah, so
Isaiah Hartenstein.
Hartenstein, right? Yeah, that was the thing. I know they kept John Wall over Hartenstein. That was a bad move because Paul George, right? But my next question was, so if they only ride with 14, who would they more prefer try to get? Chris Paul or like Yabusele?
Well, Yabusele would be a big get. I just don't know if they can afford him with only having $5 million left on the mid-level exception. I'm guessing he gets more than that. I think it would be pretty fortuitous or pretty fortunate, I should say, if the Clippers somehow ended up with Yabusele at this point with how little money they have left. Be nice. I'd love it. As I think you
Yeah,
can
I know.
get
I was
Chris
hearing.
Paul on the veteran minimum.
Yeah, I know. I was hearing you guys earlier while I was working. While I was driving for. I work for UPS, but yeah, while I was in and out. Like I know you guys are talking about who has the money available or whatnot. I don't think it's that many teams, but yeah, if the Clippers, if they're able to get him for $5 million, hopefully he'll be able to come this way.
Man, they'll have to use that French connection between him and Nico
Yeah, most
Batum.
definitely.
Hey, Nico Batum just got paid himself, but he's also got to be a recruiter for this team sometimes with these with his Frenchmen that are good players that he played on the national team with. Come on, Nico, make it happen.
Yeah, no, right? Yeah, because I was like thinking like the big thing was like they still a power forward, but I'm like I don't mind using Brook Lopez as a power forward for. Of course, you're not going to use them against every NBA team because it's not needed, but against certain teams like especially like Denver, like why not? Like throw them in there for if it works, that's the big key as well. But I wouldn't mind having Zoo and Brook Lopez out there for 5 to 15 minutes a game.
I could see a couple situations where it happens. Tomer Azarli, by the way, is saying they currently have 14 guys on the roster. Now, Tomer left. He left me all alone, so I don't know if I can believe this unless he comes back to the channel, but no. It's 14, so there's your answer. They got 14 guys signed currently.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Alfonso.
All right, well, I guess that's all I got. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good phone call, my friend. Take care. All right. What else do we got here? Legend said, how do you feel? I'm a little hungry. If you didn't notice me put down those 3 granola bars that were 100 calories each. I'm a little punchy, a little tired. We're at 6 hours and 20 minutes. At this point, I'm kind of just like, just pick up anybody, please. Please get somebody. Anybody. If you guys want to call in, 877-520-1150. As the marathon continues, I don't know for how much longer here on Clippers Talk, but it's only, 9 o'clock? And I know as soon as I go off the air, we're going to get news on Malcolm Brogdon or CP3 or something. I'm surprised no team has already picked up Yabusele. It would be great if the Clippers could find a way to get him. I just don't think that's realistic for the $5 million they have left from the mid-level. Who else is out there? Al Horford. Ooh, here's a phone call. Welcome into Clippers Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's going on? This is your good buddy, Mr. Quentin Cornett. How are you?
Uh-oh. Friend or fiend? Friend or enemy, Quentin? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing really good, my friend. We're all in the same gang, sir. We're all in the same gang.
Yes, sir. You see, everybody's a lot nicer outside the chat. I've noticed that. I'm nicer too.
Outstanding. But Adam, I was calling. I wanted to give thee a perspective and development.
Quentin, your phone keeps cutting in and out.
Okay, hold on.
All right, let's try it now. Quentin? Well, this is objectively worse. Now it's just out.
Okay, Adam, you hear me?
Okay, I hear you. What do you want to say?
Okay. So this is my thing when it comes to player development. I'm a youth football coach, And I've seen players not be at a particular skill level, but when they get repetitions, even though they made mistakes, they eventually developed. And I've had to contend with other coaches who had a different perspective. They don't believe in developing players. They don't do, even though, I'm talking about, from a youth level, I still think it's applicable at the professional level. You have to give a person a chance, a player, to develop. You can't just, I don't believe just because, okay, you give them a chance and then they don't hit the mark and then you just give up on them.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, Quentin. Let me ask you a question though.
Okay, go ahead.
Is Kobe Brown not getting a chance to develop in the G League? Isn't that what the G League's for? Is he not getting a chance to develop?
He did get a chance to develop down in the G League. Yes, yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Is he hitting three-pointers in the G League? Is he progressing? Is he showing? Because he has to hit threes. That is something that is a must with him. It's just It's not happening. It's the same three-point line in the G League as it is at the NBA level. So if he's not hitting them in the G League, how's he going to hit him in the NBA?
Okay. So the way I answer that question is, what type of a run did he get to really give him a chance to see can he hit consistently?
He's playing a ton in the G League. He's been there for 2 years. He has gotten a huge runway in the G League. He's taken threes at high volume. He's just not making them.
Okay. Well, I've watched Clipper games and I've seen him bring the ball up.
Yeah.
So for some, you're actually at the game. You're there. I just watch him on TV, but I've seen him bring the ball up. So what is it in him to where Coach Ty Lue trusts him to bring the ball up during the game, but then he can't get extended minutes because he's not hitting a three consistently? I'm just trying to figure that out.
Well, the problem is if he's playing next to a big like Ivica Zubac, we know Big Zoo's not going to take any threes or outside shots. It's going to cramp their spacing, driving lanes, pick and rolls. It completely stymies their own offense by having two non-shooters in the front court like that. You have to have somebody that can shoot the ball at the 4 next to Ivica Zubac at the 5. Now, if you're saying, well, Kobe Brown could play the 5 as a backup 5, but he's undersized. He'll be guarding bigger centers. Like he really, while he does have skills, his ball handling, his passing, his IQ, it still is going to come down to, can he help space the floor out there? He's got to be able to help space the floor. He's got to be a threat, or else teams just play off of him and they just completely crowd the paint.
Okay. So then I would answer your point to this. I don't know, babe, about 9 years ago, the Golden State Warriors, they had an all-star player named David Lee. I'm sure you're familiar with him, right?
Yep.
Okay. So do you remember he was replaced by Draymond Green? Mark Jackson at the time, he for whatever reason, everything that you're describing, Draymond Green's undersized, didn't hit the 3-point shot consistently. To basically, he basically sounds like at that time he's not. I know Draymond Green is a Hall of Fame player now. Now he is, but he had a start and someone gave him a chance, and they actually replaced David Lee was an all-star player. Okay, and they played Draymond Green over him. I'm not saying Kobe Brown would turn into Draymond Green. I just believe he has a skill set. I just believe give him a consistent chance. So he's in a contract year, correct?
I believe this is his last year. Yes, they picked up his option for this 3rd year.
Okay. So that's
But Quinn.
Go ahead.
Draymond Green, he was a great defender, like from the beginning. He was a great defender at Michigan State. He was a great defender in the NBA right away. What does Kobe Brown do that's great right now? Nothing.
We don't know what he does is good
No,
because we're not. We haven't.
Quinn,
We haven't.
he's in the G League. He's played in the G League and he's played at the NBA level, and he has not shown greatness in any area.
Okay. Well, I understand that. I just believe we deserve a longer sample size in order to make an accurate.
Okay, but
decision.
let me ask you this. Do you want to play young guys or do you want to win? Because it's going to be very difficult to do both.
Okay, now when you say win, I mean, do you mean be competitive or compete for a championship? Because the Clippers aren't close to competing for a championship.
I mean, they were the 5 seed with getting 37 games from Kawhi Leonard.
Correct.
They took Denver to 7. Denver took OKC to 7. OKC won the championship. Are we sure that it's that crazy to say that, they make some tweaks, they can make a run?
Well, I love your optimism, Adam, to be honest with you, but I just think in the Western Conference, especially with Houston adding Kevin Durant and, Dallas getting a healthy Kyrie Irving back and having AD and Cooper Flag, I just think, the best we can probably do is I would love for them to prove me wrong, but I just believe in developing players. That's just my belief.
But what if a player just like you could play Kobe Brown all you want, you could play Jordan Miller all you want, you could play Jason Preston all you wanted. What if they are never going to make it? They were late round picks, and you're just trying. You're trying so hard to get more talent out of a guy that's already maximized his. Are we sure that Kobe Brown just doesn't have a lower ceiling? Hey, I'd love to be wrong about Kobe Brown. I would love for him to turn out to be a contributing role player. But if you're not doing it at the lower levels, how is he going to do it at the NBA level?
Okay, so then why did Ty Lue have him bringing the ball up in the games that he played in, Adam? I don't
talking
understand.
about a select few times he has brought the ball up and making, I think, a little bit too much out of that.
Okay.
Okay, bringing the ball. There's a lot more than just bringing the ball up the court.
Okay, so Ty Lue trusts this man to bring the ball up
in what game, in what situation? Because I don't think it was a high leverage situation, Quentin.
Okay. Well, I'm not.
You mean at the end of game 7 when they were getting blown out by Denver?
No. Several games, Adam. Several games, not just that one. Several games throughout the season, to where James was injured.
Oh, so he did get run. He did get run.
Yes, he did. He did. It wasn't consistent.
Why would it be? He didn't show much. He hasn't taken advantage of it. I agree with you to a point. Like, you got to give young guys a chance. I've seen a bit of Kobe Brown now, and this is it. Like, if he gets one more shot, he better take advantage of it. Unfortunately, his time's running out. He's 26 in January. It's tough. It's a tough league.
Right. How old is Jordan Miller? Is he the same age or is he a year older than you?
The same age. He also turns 26 this year.
Okay. Well, that's neither here nor there. I mean, I'm ecstatic about the Brook Lopez signing.
Oh, good.
I like Brook Lopez. Yeah, I'm ecstatic about that, and I like the fact that we can just let Conan just put him to the side. He has 2 great veterans to learn from. There's no pressure on him. But I do just, I'd like to give Ben Simmons another chance under Ty Lue, because Ty Lue is known to help players revive their careers. And you've spoken on that, Adam. You've spoken on that.
I'm not fully against it. I liked Ben Simmons, I think, more than most people. I thought early in the series against Denver, he gave them good minutes. They weren't many, but they won a couple of stints against Jokic when Ben Simmons was out there. But by the end of the series, he started to get phased out, and he He's got to
Right.
he's got to look at the basket, Quentin. It's unbelievable. He's just
Yeah,
not
he
willing
does.
to take shots. It's tough.
He does. So do you think maybe he needs to go to a sports psychologist for that?
If he hasn't already, I don't know. I don't want to. I don't know what it is.
Right.
It sure seems like it's mental. It seems like it.
Right.
He was too good. He was too good.
Yeah. Because I know we need a backup point guard, and I got to be honest with you. When it comes to CP3, I'm still salty about what he did to us when he played for Phoenix. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I don't think you're the only one. I don't think you're the only one.
I'm sorry. That's you talk about putting salt in the wound, man.
Here's the thing, though. He gave us so many good memories as a Clipper. I think over
Yeah,
time,
he did.
I think those bad feelings would fade pretty quickly if he came back.
But I love my Clips, man. And I appreciate Seattle, man. It's all love, my brother. It's all love. It's always
We have a good time, Cornette. You're one of the characters on this show at this point.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
You're part of the crew.
All right, man. You have a good night, Aaron.
All right, Quentin. You too. 877-520-1150. Quentin Cornette. You see him in the chat. He just called in. Respect. Somebody else has called in. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on Clipper Stock with Adam Osland. Oh.
Isaac, it's my first time calling out from LA.
My fault. I had you down at first. Could you restate your name, where you're calling from? I heard LA.
Oh, so, Isaac.
Isaac from
I'm
LA.
just from LA. Yeah, first time caller.
Isaac, what's up, man? What do you want to say here on Clipper Shock?
Man, first, I listen to pretty much most of your shows, but man, I didn't think you would go this long today.
You and me both.
Man, I tuned in to the first couple of hours, and I went to go eat, and you're still on. So hey, I want to say hey, thank you for being a home for depressed Clipper fans.
Well, I'm hoping we're going to turn that depression around. The serotonin's coming.
Absolutely. With Brook Lopez, Yannick.
You like the
Lob
signing?
City all over again.
You like the signing?
I do. I wish we had Chris Paul though.
There's still time. You want CP3 back?
I do. He's done more for us than against us.
For sure, no doubt.
So I always love CP3.
It's always
He's
tough.
got his number 2 here.
Yeah, I think his number will get retired at some point for sure. I don't know. When I saw him at that playoff game this year at Intuit Dome, it was just, I think all those bad feelings from me and a lot of the fan base, that stuff's in the past. Like, if CP3 wants to come back, what he did for this organization, let bygones be bygones with and first of all, he helped us out by doing that sign and trade going to Houston. I know he said some things that people didn't like, and then the Phoenix series, and he cooked him in that Game 6 in the Western Conference Finals, and Pat Bev shoved him in the back and all that, and his antics. I get all that. But overall, man, CP3 is a Clipper. When I think of Chris Paul, I think of him as a Clipper.
Absolutely.
So,
and man, yeah, go on.
No, I'm all for bringing Chris Paul back, but you go ahead.
I agree. Yeah, but man, I think Clipper fans got to realize we don't have young guys on our team besides Cam Christie and what's his name?
Trent Flowers.
Yeah, we don't have any young guys. So I don't know what these guys think. We have Kuminga or Moody on our bench.
I wish we had Kuminga. You know that.
Yeah, I'm on board for Kuminga too. We'll take anything we can get. But they kind of missed their chances last year. They had opportunities, some run when Kawhi was out. They didn't use the opportunity right.
I
don't know. So
I think Kobe Brown and Jordan Miller had a chance to prove themselves on a winning team that is trying to compete, and it's just a difficult environment to be a young player because the standard is so high. You have to play so well to blend in next to these veterans and these guys that are winning games. You better be good. You better not make many mistakes. This ain't Charlotte. Sorry, this ain't New Orleans. It's not the same thing.
That's right. Like people talk about Brandon Boston, Musa. Man, where are they? They left. Their season was over in January. You know, like
Yeah, you're not
they ain't
wrong.
doing anything. They did the same with us, but we just didn't win.
Yeah. You also you like
I know people expect.
you like the drafting of
okay.
Yannick? Yannick Conan.
I didn't know who he was at first, but after the draft, I searched him up, and he looks serviceable. So,
And that's all they're
that
looking.
matters,
They're
really.
looking to develop a backup big. I think
Yeah,
there are some signs he could be that guy eventually.
thanks, man. People taking the 30th pick too harshly. It's the 30th pick.
Okay.
Kobe Brown was the 20th, and look where he is now. I'm just saying.
Oh, he was 30th. He was
Was he 30th?
He was
20th?
He was 32. Keon Johnson was like 22.
Oh, Keon Johnson. Sorry, I'm talking about yeah. I was talking about Keon Johnson. My bad. But like, man, we're just not good drafters.
Well, they're also drafting late, where there's less of a chance that guy
Yeah,
actually makes it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like people think we're out here drafting superstars. We're drafting role players. Like,
Yeah.
that's kind of what we're signing up for, drafting these 23-year-olds. But yeah, that's all I want to say.
All right, Isaac.
Keep it short.
Hey, thanks for
Yeah.
calling in finally. Don't be a stranger.
Hey, I'll try to call in more.
All right, good stuff, my
Keep
guy.
the show's going. Yeah.
As long as people keep calling, I'll keep going. 877-520-1150. There goes Isaac in LA here on Clippers Talk as we're approaching 7 hours. Remember how I said if the Clippers ever won the championship, I would go 24 hours straight? If you doubt that, just look at what I'm doing on the first day of free agency. 877-520-1150. Shams hasn't broke any news in a damn hour and a half. I did see this about Yabusele. It's confirmed that he's not coming back to Philadelphia. Is that breaking news? Do I need to sound the alarms? Sarcastic alarms. He's not going back to Philadelphia. I'm starting to run out of steam. If you guys want to pick me up, 877-520-1150. I just know as soon as I get off of here, they're going to sign somebody. I just know how this goes. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me, Clippers. Oh, we got a phone call. I guess I'll keep going. Welcome into Clippers Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
No, as soon as I get off. My name's Chris, and I'm from the East Coast.
Chris?
From Connecticut. Yeah.
All right. Make sure to turn down the sound. I don't like listening to
Yeah,
myself.
I just muted it.
If you think you guys don't like listening to me, I really don't like listening to me. Chris, what do you want to say, man?
Well, I was just curious, how much of a role do you think like having a guy like Batum would play in getting Yabusele in here? Is that does he talk?
Well, they play on the France team together, the France national team. That's the extent of what I know. I don't know how close they are. I don't know if he's closer to Yabusele than Wemby is to Yabusele. I haven't been able to confirm yet how much space the San Antonio Spurs have left since we're talking about French connections. Maybe Minnesota with Rudy Gobert. Does he have a connection to Yabusele? Could they find a way to get him? Probably not. But I truly don't know. I wish I had that answer for you. Chris, you're glitching out on me. You went robot mode. Not Kawhi, but technology was failing you. Chris,
I'm sorry.
Now I hear you. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what if they drop Eubanks? Does that give us any more to be able to sign somebody like that? I mean, it's still the mid-level exception. Does that eat in there? Does it give us more mid-level?
It doesn't give him more mid-level, my understanding. The mid-level has been used partially, $9 million over the next 2 years for Brook Lopez. So mid-level's 14.1 total, so they got a little over $5 million left of the mid-level.
Mm-hmm. Last thing I was wondering about here is if with a Brook Lopez signing, I know Ben has, Simmons has been, much maligned, but with Brook being able to space a little bit better, does it make sense to bring Ben back? And do we have any idea how much he'd even want? Because then you could have a faster pace and you'd still have some spacing there to accommodate having Ben Simmons on the court.
Well, I don't know about Brook and the faster pace, but I do like your thought there about there's one more shooter on the court. You have a big man that can shoot. So therefore, if Ben Simmons is out there, instead of having two non-shooters with him and a big man that can't shoot, you at least have Brook Lopez that can stretch the floor. I think that's smart. That's interesting to me.
Well, I mean, the only thing about, Brook isn't going to push the pace, but Ben wants to. And then you put DJJ out there with them, and then you have, at least you have some athleticism there. And I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways to not be just the old Clips, but I think we're going to be the old Clips.
What is the old Clips? Like, as in actual age being old?
Just being old. Yeah.
Like the 2013 Clips or something. Okay. I see what you're saying. We shall see. Let's see how they round out the roster. Let's see what they do on the edges. Yeah. Now, if they bring in CP3.
Well, thanks for doing what you do, man.
Okay. I appreciate it, Chris. Thanks for calling in. Where were you calling from again?
Connecticut. Way out.
Connecticut. Thanks for being a listener to a show here in LA. Good on you. Thanks for being a good Clipper. East Coast Clipper fans represent. Let's go.
Let's go.
There goes Chris. If you want to call in, 877-520-1150, 877-520-1150. I guess technically it was 8.7 million on Brook Lopez. Shams rounded up to 9. So they have about 5.3 to 5.4 million left of the mid-level exception to use. Can that nab Yabusele? Oh, God, I would freak out so hard. I would lose my mind. Could that get them Quentin Grimes? I would lose my mind. Doubtful. I wish. I'll ask somebody else if they want to come on, do a carry job for me here. Let's see. Who else could be available? Aldama's going back. Okay, John Collins. Do we have an update on John Collins? Earlier it was Miami was the most likely destination. Did we ever get anything more on John Collins today? I know I am content farming or aura farming. I don't know what this would be called. I'm playing the hits. Wait a second. We got fake news on John Collins, so I ain't even going to say what that said. We have Clippers fans that want to trade Bogey, Drew Eubanks, and Jordan Miller for John Collins. The trade machine does accept it. Many people, if you search John Collins on X, it's just a lot of Clippers fans tweeting things out. They are desperate for John Collins. But the reports were that the Miami Heat were the most likely destination franchise for John Collins. I text somebody, they're like, hey, you want to come on? Now? I'm too tired. I'm around all day tomorrow. Well, I don't know if I'm doing it tomorrow, man. If you want to come on and keep the marathon going, it's got to be now. Patty Mills is an unrestricted free agent, so no, he's not currently on the team. He, Ben Simmons, Amir Coffey, all unrestricted free agents. Garrett said, when have the Miami Heat gotten anybody? Max Vegas said I'm punishing myself at this point. All I want to talk about is that text earlier. I can't believe Justin Rousseau said that. Okay, so the initial report on John Collins came out 7 hours ago from Jake Fisher saying the Miami Heat are a potential landing spot for John Collins. Potential landing spot. Okay, that's not that strong at all. I'm at the point where just get him to appease Clippers fans. But I know what's going to happen. If John Collins has a couple bad games, people are going to turn on him quickly. This is likely. Dennis Z said Clippers still haven't cut Eubanks yet. Tells me they're still working on a trade or sign and trade. Also, can we combine the rest of the mid-level exception and our taxpayer exception? What? They only get one of those. What do you mean? They're not a taxpayer. I don't know what that means. That's confusing. They have the full mid-level exception. Is any news going to break? Why am I being toyed with? Didn't Shams Charania say earlier today, oh, it's going down tonight. There's going to be some crazy trades. Stay up late. Don't fall asleep. Sleep with one eye open. All these things. Got nothing. Where are the fireworks at? Get this damn military alarm. Now it's a false alarm. I didn't even need to use that because there's no trades coming through. I'm just extending this show for the sake of it. Traded player exception. Is that the phrasing for it? I don't know. You just mean trade exception? I don't know what they have to work with. Usually teams like rarely ever use them, but I think Atlanta did today. I'm going to talk some junk to this guy who says he's not coming on. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to be a good boy. Tomorrow, one will fall and the rest will. Clippers still haven't cut Eubanks. Tells me they're working on a sign and trade. You might be right. Just chillin' said tomorrow, one will fall and the rest will. Is that Boston trying to get off Simon's rumor? Just noise coming from Boston media? Maybe, because I haven't seen anything today. Wait a second. Brook Lopez to the Clippers? Okay. That's old news to some, but I'm still happy and excited about it. We landed on the moon. I would like to see Anthony Simons on the Clippers, but I understand the defensive limitations. I also understand the team he's been on, and overall, them being pretty poor in that area. Change of scenery can make all the difference in the world. Amin is hating in here. Guys, again, Brook Lopez was playing over 30 minutes a game and played 80 games last year. You can say he's old, but damn it, he sure seems durable. Tomer said, report Adam Osland. He didn't spell my last name right. This can't be true. Adam Osland has agreed to an 8-hour deal with his bed per source. We need 8 hours tonight after this. I mean, I wouldn't say there was no noise. I thought they'd be going after Brook. I thought Brook versus going to the Clippers or Lakers could be kind of an arms race. And it sounds like it was. Lakers didn't get him. Clippers did. Rank them. Collins, Yabusele, Anthony Simons. Who do you want? That's tough. I think Yabusele. It's a need thing. Then Collins, then Anthony Simons, but I think Anthony Simons might be a better player. It's just need, fit. I would like to see them get a 4. I'm a little bit concerned about John Collins and his outside shooting holding up. He's had some years where he shot league average from 3 while taking over 200 threes. Tomer blames autocorrect on my last name. Everybody spells it that way. It's all good. Do I think that Norm starts the season with the Clippers? I'll say yes. I'll piggyback on. I asked Law Murray this year today. I'll say yes. Also, the fact that Law Murray hasn't come on yet, does that mean something's in the works? He knows he's got work to do for the Athletic? Yes, Michael Porter Jr. was traded and a first-round pick. Next mission, go for a 4. Eddie said, hey, Adam, with the signing of Lopez, the Clippers have 2 more needs, an athletic 4. It's not just an athletic 4. It's not just an athletic 4. He has to shoot. Do you understand? Playing next to Zoo, he has to shoot it. He's got to be able to shoot. I'm sorry. I'm trying to wake myself up. It's not just an athletic 4. This is why it's so difficult to get one. They are expensive. Hey, just go get one of those, dime a dozen power forwards that can shoot, play defense, rebound, protect the rim. Just get one of those guys. Why don't they get one? Because they make $30 million? All right, I'll read the rest of this now. An athletic 4, another ball handler. Okay. If you were only allowed to solve one of those, which one would you prioritize? Well, luckily, the Clippers can do more than one thing. They can chew gum and walk at the same time. If I could only do one, this is a decent question. I think I would get, well, it depends. If you mean by athletic 4, a guy that can shoot, I think I would do that. Because that guy is harder to find to me than the ball handler. And James Harden's probably still going to want to play 35 minutes a night. And Bogey can run the point more. Chris Dunn. I'm not saying I'm not worried about getting another ball handler, but you're giving me 2 options. I prioritize the 4 that can shoot, defend, rebound. He's also much harder to get than the playmaker that you're talking about. Adam ain't got no offseason job. I'm not surprised he's still going. That's not necessarily accurate. Azio said, is there a player right now that's what? That's what? Don't leave me in suspense like Shams Charania is. Garrett said, maybe I missed some reporting. I saw all the smoke was for Cornette and Capella. I think there were Lopez rumors. I talked about Lopez like 3 weeks ago. Go check the show I did going through all the different centers that are available, the free agent centers. I think I had Lopez second behind Clint Capella in my rundown. Farty said, that is tough. Simons being young is huge, but the Clippers need Yabusele. Yeah. CP3 signing going to break at 1 a.m. Break me. Amin said we got another drop big as Lopez likes to play drop coverage and pick and roll because he's a great rim protector. Yeah, that is a good scouting report on Brook Lopez. MX Canara said, I see a 2-for-1 trade to make room. Adam doesn't need a last name. He's that good. Venkata said Ao or Anthony, really good targets for us. That was an epic dress down. I didn't mean it to be like that. I'm just trying to wake up. Damien said Eric Dixon was there, but we let the Lakers grab him. Wilmer said I met Norm at the Skechers opening, and he was so nice to me and my family. Definitely don't want him traded. I feel he can improve still. I don't know how much he can improve at the age of 32, but by no means do I want Norm gone. That's not the issue. I just see the writing on the wall where he's probably due $100 million on an extension that goes further than 2 years, meaning further into their cap room in 2027. Therefore, the Clippers may not be the best team for him. Garrett said, that's why I don't get the Collins hate. He's far from perfect, but dudes that have size, scoring, shooting, athleticism, and age, plus good defense are called max players. Except for one thing. Collins' defense is very suspect. Saying he has good defense, I thought you were more of a ball watcher than this. That's just not, that's inaccurate. Could he be a good defender? Maybe. Is it just an effort thing? I just don't know what they'd give up for PJ Washington because they got D'Lo, so they don't really need Norm. How do you trade for PJ Washington? I like the, hey, if they get PJ Washington, great. I'm all for it. Where do we stand on trading Norm? What can we get for him? I don't know. Rewind a few seconds. We got the new draft pick. He's going to learn to stretch the floor from Lopez. Yannick. Hooked on Yannick. Danny said, Coffee and Drew both going to be in a sign and trade. Amin said, do you got what opponents are shooting at the rim when Brook is there? Within 6 feet of the rim, they were shooting 58% last year. Let me double check. I had it. I gave it up earlier. Make sure I get this right. So rim protection. Yes. Guys shot 58% at the rim within 6 feet of the rim this year against Brook Lopez. The year before that was at 55%. 55% or below is really good. Oh, okay. Sorry, Garrett. No, I'm not saying he was a defender. I'm saying if he had good defense, he would be a max player. There you go. So maybe there's a reason he's not a max player, but everybody is obsessed with John Collins. Gregory said, what free agents are we hoping on signing in 2027? I can't look that far when we're in a free agency of day one of 2025. And we talk about 2027? It all depends on who signs up on those extensions. Like, we don't know. Van Gundy has seemed to have a big impact on this team's defense, but I think some of that is having more defensive-minded personnel too. It can be both. Ollie said the idea of getting back Ben Simmons to play backup point guard with Lopez as the center is interesting, or even if he played power forward. Yeah, we had a caller bring that up, Chris. Carlos said, what team do you believe Coffee will sign with? I have no idea. Hopefully not the Lakers. Danny said, if Ben doesn't take the minimum, which I think he won't, do we let him walk? Well, he already has walked. He's an unrestricted free agent. Ben Simmons is not a Clipper right now. He is an unrestricted free agent. If Ben would come back and CP3 signs too, that's pretty interesting. I want the news where Greek Freak is going. He's not going anywhere right now. That's something that could happen down the line. He is waiting patiently to see how they build this team and probably how good they are to start the season in Milwaukee. And then if things go south quickly, I could see a situation where somebody comes to them with a trade for Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks run it by Giannis because they don't want to do him dirty because he's a legacy guy. And if he says he wants to go there, then they can make a trade. Garrett said, I still think it's pretty good work by the Clips front office that we are paying Dunn, DJ, and Nico a combined $20 million next year. Helps the team balance so much. Combined Zubats, and they're only playing $38 million for all 4 of those guys. It's crazy. It's great work. Oh, Frank. Props. Amin said, Adam, when do we get the infamous thanks Nico from you? Are you talking about Nico Harrison? I thank Nico Batum for remaining a Clipper. Thanks, Nico Harrison is sarcasm, because anytime something goes wrong in my life now after the way he gave away Luka Doncic, I just like saying, oh, thanks, Nico. This is your fault. Art said, Clippers are winning the Summer League. I don't think Jordan Miller's going to play. And Yannick may only play limited amount because he's had a sprained ankle. Ezio said Giannis is not leaving the East this offseason. East is wide open. Reneel said farewell coffee. He was good to the last drop. Goofy said, I'm praying right now Quentin Grimes will take a lower deal since everyone else isn't competing to get him. But I'm still happy Brook is ours and not the Lakers. Don't know who their center is. Well, it's probably going to be DeAndre Ayton. I don't know how you feel about him. He's skilled. He's talented. He hasn't played to his talent level. Tahid Ahmed said, why we got James CP3 way better fit and also someone who shows up. Oh boy. Then Kata said coffee and Drew in a sign and trade. Amin said, I'm talking about the Nico. If we go on a losing streak, will you say, thanks, Nico Harrison? Yeah, I'll blame him. Garrett Griffin said, what's Milwaukee's plan at center? Ayton? Feel like he's destined to be a Laker, but not sure where else Milwaukee goes. I hope he goes to Milwaukee. And Kata said, anyway, we could throw our name in the hat for Monk. Probably not, but they don't need, if they still have Norman Powell, they really don't need a Malik Monk. I like Malik Monk a lot, don't get me wrong. If the Lakers get Amir, will I freak out? Based upon what I did when they got Jake LaRavia earlier, probably. There's a good chance. It's highly likely.
And I ain't worried about the mustard yellow Lakers. I ain't worried about none of them. The faker, snaker Lakers.
Obi Toppin is not a free agent. They could try to trade for him, but he just increased his value a lot during these playoffs for the Indiana Pacers, who made the NBA Finals. So probably don't give him up. Eddie said, I know it's early, but considering the moves of the Rockets, the Mavs, and the strength of OKC, where do you rank the Clippers in the West this upcoming season? If they can get a 4 that can shoot, I think they could be 4 or 5. I think OKC, Denver, and the Rockets are the 3 most talented teams. I think the Clippers are then in the mix, and we'll see how it plays out. It's not just about on paper, but Denver really won the day. Cameron Johnson in a trade for Michael Porter Jr. They gave up a first. Who cares? It's 7 years out. They're trying to win now. And Bruce Brown on a vet minimum. Denver got a lot better. That's terrifying. I like that Yannick weighs 240. We got size now. I think he can get to 260 pretty easy with that frame. Andre said, just got here. What I miss? About 7 hours. Slick Top said, can't we start Derek Jones Jr. in the 4 spot? He's a little undersized. D. Damari said, Ayton and Giannis will be funny to watch. We don't know where Ayton's going. Amin said, Harden taking the pay cut has allowed us to vastly improve this roster. I mean, technically he's getting paid more, but he's taking up less of the cap than he did last season, James Harden. Venkata said, Simons, AO, or Monk, good targets for us if Powell gets traded. They also have Bogey as insurance if Powell leaves. Bogey can do some of what Norman Powell does, and a little bit more in some areas. There's some hate. Carlos Santana said Harden and Powell are the big. Okay. Goofy said hilarious if the Lakers get Ayton and he pisses off both LeBron and Luka. There are some issues there. I mean, said if I pay cut, I mean not taking too much. Okay. Garrett said, what's with the Mavs hype? Did we not see how bad they were without Kyrie? Obviously, Flag will help them a ton, but I don't know, man. I'm suspicious of D'Lo. They weren't healthy. It wasn't just Kyrie. Anthony Davis was out. Derek Lively was out. Daniel Gaffer was out. On paper, Dallas healthy. They could be a top 5 seed in the West for sure. They could be a contender if Kyrie came back. They could. This is the vision of Nico Harrison. I think it's a lot of ifs, but we kind of can relate to some of the health stuff. Farty said, I know. Harden gets a lot of flack, but he's been a fantastic Clipper. Yes, he has. Garrett Griffin said Cam Johnson has low-key injury issues. I brought it up a bunch with Tomer. He wouldn't listen to me. Here I am trying to bait Tomer to come back. Part of it's due to being on bad Brooklyn teams, but it's not. It goes before Brooklyn. He's never played more than 66 games in a season. Cam Johnson, I think, was the number I read earlier on Basketball Reference, looking at his career. Smaller, 2 years older. He's better overall than Michael Porter Jr., especially on defense. When D'Lo is on, he is like a superstar. It's unbelievable, the shots that he hits. Unguardable. All right, I'm thinking about stopping, because if I stop, then we'll get news, right? That's how it works. Okay, you guys want to hear the latest on LeBron from Shams? How about it?
LeBron James and his mindset. What is his mindset at this exact point in time, looking at what's ahead?
Right now, LeBron James understands the Lakers are prioritizing the future in a lot of ways that really centers around Luka Doncic. And he knows they're going to go younger at different points. They are really prioritizing 2-year contracts right now. They want to have max salary space in 2027. But for his part, at this point in his career, at his age, at 40 years old, going on 41, he wants to compete for a championship, wherever that may be, in Los Angeles, or there are conversations to be had at another point. The Lakers, their president, Rob Pelinka, they're being active. They're trying to figure out how to get a center right now in free agency, try to get some wing depth. LeBron James is very closely evaluating essentially how this goes with the Lakers and where he would want his career to be as he winds down, whether he has 1 year left, 2 years left, or 3 years left. What we're seeing right now is essentially a moment of truth between LeBron James and the Lakers.
As much as I laugh, Lakers will probably get DeAndre Ayton, or they still have guys they can use to trade. Dalton Connect, first-round pick. They can get a center that way. Rui, sadly, the Lakers have some moves they can make. I don't know why I just listened to that. The same stuff I heard earlier. I guess it's just because it's the first thing Shams Charania has posted in 2 hours. Where are my trades? All right. I'm going to go off the air because if I do, the trades will come in. All right? And then I'll be back. All right. Wait a second. Someone wants to call in? I'll stay a little bit longer. There's the phone number. Call in. Is this Clavon? Save me. I'm gassed. I shouldn't be. It's only 7 hours. It's day. I don't care. That's just day one. All these people like, geez, you're still on. If you don't call in, I'm going to call out. Get some food. Call it a night. Unless there's any breaking news, then I'll be back. Is it Clavon? Is it Clavon? Is it Clavon? Is it Clavon? I'll tell you, if you don't know Clavon, listen up. What's my favorite Clavon drop? Besides,
I hate the Lakers. You don't want to get hit by no Clippers because it's going to cut your ass in half.
Here we have a bad game 7. Hell yeah. Damn. Man, I was sitting there, man. I got so depressed, man. I had 2 bowls of honeycomb in the 4th quarter. I ate my honeycombs with my almond milk, and I was just like, God damn.
Welcome into Clippers Talk. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, wait. Like one more Gizan. You already know who it is, Adam. It's Clavon with the last name White. Here again with Adam Bombs. Man, what's up, Adam? I see you doing your thing, dog. Keep going, man. Hey, man, go ahead and go 5 more hours, Adam. You can do it, man.
Well, with motivational talk like that, I might be able to. I'm ready to run through a wall now, Clavon. Thanks for calling in. How you been?
Hey, man, I've been better and I've been worse, goddamn it. But I could be sitting back looking at the mustard yellow Lakers and shit. You know what I'm saying? I see they issues. I'm glad they having their issues, but you know we got our own obstacles to overcome. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking forward to forward to this season.
Looking forward to getting forward.
Well, hopefully we can get a forward inserted in this motherfucker, you know.
Oh, you heard that earlier. Oh, you heard that from Justin Russo, huh? Oh, Clavon's got jokes here. I like this. Here was the text. Justin Russo in the waiting room, ready to be brought into the show, said, quote, I am here and await your insertion. That's what Clavon is referencing. It's an all-timer. I can't believe it.
Hey man, shit, we need to get somebody to insert some power forward energy. We need somebody at that forward position. It would be lovely, man. You know, one of the things that I do notice though, I mean, hey, unfortunately we might not be seeing Ben put that shit up. We might not be seeing it, you know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. But, you know, I would have been interested to see him play next to Brook Lopez. You know, I've been a big fan. I used to, man, shit. That's funny you said that about Brook Lopez and the Disneyland shit, man. I used to live in, I lived a lot of my years in San Diego and when I was younger in San Diego and Anaheim and shit, before it became Anacrime. And yeah, man, you see it a lot. Like my sister, when Any Given Sunday came out, I remember when it first came out. My sister's like this model and shit now, but I remember they went to the movie theaters. It's called The Block. You know, it's like an outdoor mall. And they met Kobe Bryant, and they watched Any Given Sunday with Kobe Bryant. Wow. You know what I'm saying? And
what year was that? Like 1999? I want to say.
Yeah.
I want to say it's 99. Yeah.
Yes, bro. Yeah. And I was like, man. So now that you said that about Brook Lopez, yo, when our players show love to the city like that and just enjoy the same thing that us regular people do, hell, you might see, you know, Batum at Denny's or something. Shit, I don't know. Hell, you might see Chris Dunn at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot going on, but I think the core team that we do have right now, you know what I'm saying, I'm always going to push for it. I heard what my man was talking about earlier. I think his name was Quentin or something like that. I heard what he was saying so far as the younger talent and playing Kobe Brown. And you know me, man, Adam, I'm always going to say something about, you know, playing the young players and stuff. But unfortunately, what you said, too, was very true. Like, hey, he's coming into his last year. He got to make him and Jordan Miller. I've always been rooting for them young men, but this is the year they got to make something happen. You know what I'm saying? I see their talent, but I also have to listen to what you were saying. You made some very good points when you said they don't do anything that's exceptionally well, something to get you in that rotation and continue to play those.
You can't compare Kobe Brown to young Draymond. Young Draymond came in right away and was playing some all-world defense immediately. Like he popped on that end. What is Kobe Brown doing right now that looks like that? He doesn't have it. He does some things well. He does some things decent, but the thing he needs to do most, he's not doing well enough, and that's three-point shooting.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And let's see, I don't know what the hell happened with Westbrook when he did, you know, stab us up. He hit us with a couple nasty 3-pointers. I saw, I'm not sure if his 3-point rating went up on the Denver Nuggets. for the year. I mean,
Well, it
he
went
has
back
good
down
games
against.
and he has
It
good
went
games.
back down in the second round.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
I'm not hating.
Hey,
It's
that's
just
what he
it's
get for
the
talking
truth.
shit.
It's the truth.
No, it's true. I feel you on that. I noticed that too. Hell, he might be playing in Tel Aviv here soon. So shit, he might. When I heard word that he might be going to Tel Aviv because they were offering him a substantial amount of money to play over there. I
He
was
ain't
like,
going
hey
yet.
man, do what you got to do.
He's still in the league. He's gonna be somewhere.
I can see that though, because he's still. Hey, when I look at the interviews with Carmelo Anthony and just a lot of these great NBA players that never got the chance to win a ring, that shit haunts them. Like Jerry West and all them. Yeah, it's like the ghost of Christmas past or some shit. It haunts you. You know what I'm saying? So the desire to get that chip, to get that ring, it's real life, man. I think people, they feel like they understand that, but shit, when you work your whole life, to be able to accomplish something as great as just having at least one ring, man, that's got to be an exhilarating feeling. And I think that's why I was kind of disappointed, like I was with James Harden. You know what I'm saying? With the last game, how many points he put up? Was like 8 points, 7 points
Something
against
like
the
that.
Denver Nuggets.
Something like that. I don't want to look. I don't want to see it.
Yeah, you put up them boo-boo numbers, you know what I'm saying? You put up them jilty numbers, and it was like, I'm just like, man, I'm one that's always going to give you a fair shake because I don't understand what it's like to be at a superstar position. So I always come from a position of respect. You could have easily been out of gas, you know what I'm saying? Like a friend of mine is a Lakers fan, and we be chilling, and he's an older cat, and we talk about the Clippers and the Lakers. We talk our shit, we joke, but then we also, make honest criticisms of each other's teams. And when you have a high caliber player like James Harden, even LeBron James, in their older age, they're going to run out of gas, and that's when you definitely have to have somebody that's able to come in and fulfill that role. And I was so devastated in that last game. Like, first of all, when Aaron Gordon tipped that damn Nikola Jokic 3 in, shit, man, I was biting through a phone book in his mug, man. I was pissed off. I was like, damn. And then Aaron Gordon has now answer this, Adam. Has anybody ever done some shit like that? Like tipping the ball off a 3-pointer in playoff history? Has anybody ever did some shit like that?
Not like that exactly. Of course, DeAndre Ayton had the alley-oop against the Clippers too, but that was the first game-winning dunk in playoff history.
Man, you out here letting them say highlights on us and shit, man. We don't look, man. This is the biggest thing, like so far as the pieces that we have now. Because I was kind of disappointed in Bogey too, because I've seen his talent. It's almost like when everybody plays on another team and they play against us, then they be balling out of control and shit. But then if we happen to, get those players on our team. Now, don't get me wrong. I ain't talking shit about Bogey. Don't get it twisted. Bogey is an assassin, all right? I don't know if it was the pressure, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if everybody was gassed and winded. I don't know what it was, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm sitting at the bar and shit with some friends, and I'm just like, God damn, you know what I'm saying? Ain't you a Clippers fan? Like the only Clippers fan in there. I'm going to still hold it down, though. Don't get it twisted. So we going to cut through them clowns, you know what I'm saying, like a Clipper cut through waves. That ain't no thing. My main thing is just everybody want to go out on their shield. They want to see their team go out on their shield. You know what I'm saying? For once, at least when we get this next season started, we're going to have Kawhi Leonard, and pray to God, man, Shay, knock on wood, that he stays healthy, because I think that that's an injection into the team. Like, let's just say we don't make up any more picks. We got you said $5 million, and then we still got Drew Eubanks. Like, damn, I ain't gonna hold you up. I gotta keep it real, man. Drew Eubanks was garbage. That was rubbish. Thuggish, ruggish bone. That was bad. So them dropping him, and you said that will put us in The 10 million bracket. Would you say 10 or 12 million? You heard me? Oh shit. Hey y'all, I'm on the show now. I don't know where Adam went. All right, but y'all better get it right. Hey, we got a cold lineup, and trust and believe this. With this lineup that we have right now, hey, just pray and hope we can utilize the youthful talent that we have now. But even if we don't pick nobody else up, man, hey, we got Brook Lopez, we got some shooters, and we got some defense. Okay, and most of all, hopefully we still got Kawhi Leonard. We still got Kawhi Leonard through the whole year. I have no doubt in this motherfucker that we will make it to the finals. You can be optimistic as you want to, but understand this, the Clippers have a real chance. Even though we the oldest goddamn team, we probably like the oldest team in the league right now. I know he was the second oldest, but we still got a chance, man. You know what I'm saying? And that would make it even better, yo. If we got these older players and they actually win, we win the ring with a bunch of older veterans, dog, man, shit, man, we'll set the city on fire. Yeah, I saw you disappear for a second, Adam. What happened, man? You had to go catch a nap, brother. You had to lay down a second.
Keep it rolling.
Man, hey, oh, yeah, you got to get your meal on, man. Hopefully we can, look, with the little bit of money that we have left, I heard you guys talking about Brogdon. Now, if we had to go, look, hey, everybody call me a hater all they want to. I was a Lob City fan, so I don't even get that shit twisted. I ain't want to hear it. I'm going to tell you like this. I don't really want to see CP3 come back. I respect him. I've never been a CP3 fan, but I always respect him. I always showed them respect. I remember them back on the Charlotte Hornets. You know what I'm saying? Look, got nothing but love and respect for CP3. And how old is Brogdon? I forgot how old did you say Brogdon was, if you guys mentioned his age?
I think 32.
Damn, boy, shit, we more 30s than the Crips out here. It's crazy. Damn, look, most of our roster is about in their 30s. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy. But I kind of would rather see Brogdon come in. I mean, once again, I know that he's prone to injury. You know what I mean? But I would just like to see somebody thrown in for the fuck's sake. It just throw some different energy on the court and see how we meld. You know, because everybody like, oh, Harden and CP3 made up. Hey, man. I enjoy seeing what Westbrook and Patrick Beverly were able to do. They was able to make amends. But on some real shit, I would just rather see Brogdon come in. You know, like you said, heavier frame. And I think that we need to inject new life in it. Like, I would have liked to see us get Kennard. We could have got Kennard back. Oh, shit. What'd you say, Kennard Duke? What'd you say, Kennard Nukem? God damn.
Luke Nukem.
Luke Nukem. Damn, I was a Duke Nukem fan. You said that earlier. I was cracking up and shit. I could see Kennard with the shades on and a motherfucking red beater on. But on some real shit, if we could have got him back, man, that would have been like an injection of life into it. But I think what we have now is a core team. I think we can still make some moves. I would like to see us get some kind of use if we could. You know what I'm saying? That'd be a blessing. Hopefully Kobe and hopefully Jordan Miller can turn it around. So Trendon Flowers, what's going on with him? Was he injured or what's going on with Trendon Flowers?
He's good on offense. He's explosive. He's got to have a more well-rounded game. His defense is poor. He's young. More seasoning.
I would like to see Trendon Flowers get in there because I'm always hearing a lot about him, but I haven't seen. I mean, I'm probably going to pull up some highlights on him. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm always hearing his name. I got to see what he can do because, man, we need something this season. Like, we need something. We already got good factors, but it's like we missing that one piece. I don't know what the hell. It's like a big-ass puzzle, and you missing that one piece. we are just missing that one piece. I don't know what the hell it is. But when we find that one piece, man, we going to finally be able to take over the mustard. Yeah, hey, there ain't going to be no Lakers city no more. When we finally get our chance, I'm tired of fans always saying that, oh, well, you know what? LA is a Lakers city. That was the Lake, man. Damn all that. We finally get our chance. And I got my Pacific Blue jersey. When we finally get our chance, and shit, we're going to have a problem out here. We're going to have a whole bunch of Laker fans looking sick. Oh, it's only one. But if we use the talent that we have right now, I think we got some good chemistry. Now we're going to get to see what it's like to have Bogey and everybody. We're going to be able to see what it's like to have them from first game of the regular season all the way to the last. And they are familiar with each other. And I think that that's what's going to make the difference, Adam, is basically the chemistry that they gained last year or this last season. I think that's going to be able to push them over the edge. I think that that's going to give the factor everybody's going to be comfortable shooting. I think, you know, it's kind of like when you first go to a new school and shit, you all nervous and shit. You got to introduce yourself in the front of the class and you kind of get cool people and shit. But the next year, that's when you really find out who you ace boom cool with, you know. And I think that that's the chemistry that the rest of the world, rest of the NBA don't see coming. They don't see that Clippers chemistry coming, and we're going to cut their ass in half. So I think that we do have that factor going forward. I think we do. You know what I'm saying? Outside of what we can pick up, even if we drop through Eubanks, I don't know, man. I don't know, but we don't need somebody that's too old, and we don't need somebody that's injury prone. And please, man, Chris Paul, please don't go. Hey, don't go to the Lakers, but please. I love you, dog. Let's get somebody else, man.
Hey, if he comes back to the Clippers, I think you're going to be eating those words pretty quick, Clavon.
I eat them. I will put some motherfucking ketchup and mustard on that shit. Add on some hot sauce, and I eat them words. That's not some words I ain't afraid of eating, yo. I serve that shit up hot. You know what I'm saying? I love to eat them words. You know, if that's what it is, that's what's up. I ain't even gonna hate. That's how bad I want to see my team win. That's how bad I want to see the city win. You know what I'm saying? So if I gotta eat them words, damn it, man. Hey, man, serve them up freshly cut. You know. But if he do come back, man, hey, keep it solid. I just want to see everybody keep that same chemistry. I don't want somebody to come in. One of the reasons I kind of fell out with Chris Paul, I used to hear like certain interviews and players would be talking about Chris Paul and basically like how he was behind the scenes. And I just don't want to see him come in and it's like, you know, somebody say everything is cool with him and James Harden. I just don't want to see no unnecessary conflict come in. Because I think that that'll fuck us all the way up. You know what I'm saying? And I think we work hard for that, for the chemistry that the team has right now, you know? So I just don't want to see somebody come in and tear that all down because I think that's the biggest thing that the Clippers work for this season. You know, learning how to work without your star, learning how to work, you know, with new players and just, hey, we had the Zubac and, Zubac and Bogey, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, that type of shit matters. That's going to make the difference. Look how close they are. Man, they better not break it. If they smart, don't even trade them. Keep Powell. Man, look, we are the first team he's really started on and played that powerful and increased his stats in one season substantially. Oh, man, even though that's a big key piece that we have to trade to get somebody else, I think at this point, man, just keep what we have. God damn. I may sound like a broken ass record and shit. But look, I'll be a broken record if it's gonna get us that chip. Shit. You know? So the chemistry we have now, I think we have that over most of these other teams. I'm looking at these musty yellow fakers, and I just don't see that chemistry with LeBron and Luka. They seem like I think that's ultimately what's gonna mess them up next year. I do not see them have it. It's like they got an issue with each other. Every time I see them, it's like static and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, it's kind of like how with Will Smith, he became a Men in Black and shit. He said, I'm the new hotness and shit. You old and busted. I'm the new hotness.
I make this look
So
good.
I kind of feel that.
I make this look good, he said.
That's right, yeah. And I'm feeling that energy right now. Like for real. That's the type of energy I'm getting between them, and they got a lot of new cats coming on. Understand, you can get all of this talent. You can get all of these great players. But if they don't know how to play with each other, it don't mean a goddamn thing, man. It's going to come down to crunch time, and you're going to find out in the playoffs that with all that talent that you have, if you don't have that correct chemistry, you're not going anywhere, man. No.
All right, Clevon. Final thoughts. Send some good positive vibes out for the Clippers to do well through the rest of free agency here.
Hey, man, Steve Ballmer, can you hear me? Let's go. Check this out. We Clippers fans, and we speaking from the heart. Everybody on here, from Adam on down. Yo, we're going into the next season with Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, and we got a powerful lineup. We looking forward to it. We don't care what them mustard, yellow, fakers, Lakers, snakers. We don't give a damn what they talking about. Because when you look up, the city is going to belong to LAC, LA Clippers, and we're going to cut their ass in half just like a wave for a Clipper. You understand? And look at this. Regardless of who we pick up now, you could take that Clipper C and put it on chemistry, because that's going to be the thing to take us to the next level. Let's get it, Adam. Woo! Woo! Woo!
There goes Clevon. Hyping everybody up. No better way to end a 7.5-hour show than having Clevon call in. That was perfect. Now, I feel like I can disconnect for a little bit. There goes Clevon. That's not what I was looking for.
Let's get it, Adam. Woo! Woo! Woo!
The echo of his woo at the end, where he's hearing himself come back through the computer or whatever.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
All right, you guys know how it is. If there's any breaking news, I'll be back. But I feel like Shams Charania went to sleep. Or, as I mentioned, as soon as I log off here, news is going to start showing up, and I'll have to jump right back in. I'll leave you with this. Earlier today, when Justin Russo was about to come on, he texted me saying he was in the waiting room of this Zoom and said, quote, I am here and await your insertion. There's got to be a better way to say that. Talk to you guys later. Love y'all.
Off the air.